Shining on a cloudy day, and it don't matter what you say. Cause even if the sky is falling, I'ma do it anyway. So save your worries, slide your loving. I can feel that good things coming. Finally believe that it's gonna be a bright one here. There's nothing wrong on the horizon, but I'm always in my own head. Yeah, I was getting tired of trying, forgetting every word that I said in all those old conversations. Turn into a melody. I'll be waiting for autumn days ahead of me. Those words that pulled me under are never coming back again. I like my beat with some soul, I like my girl with some heart. I only love with my whole, I don't know how to give part. I don't know how we gon' finish, but I love how we done start. So let's take a night to just be who we are. So I ain't got the time or the energy, unless it's towards a goal or a memory. And to be doing things that I don't really love. Only light I had was coming from the sun, but now I'm shining on a cloudy day, and it don't matter what you say. Cause even if the sky is falling, I'ma do it anyway. So save your worries, slide your loving. I can feel that good things coming. Finally believe that it's gonna be a bright one here. Every day I gotta light one, yeah. Never not that it a tight one, yeah. No, I keep it 100 every time I come in trouble. No, we coming with the right ones, yeah. 35 can't play, get a bag on ya. Never with the games, put a tag on ya. I ain't getting lit cause my future too bright. Joey hit me up, I said that shit's on site. No, it's too nice. No ops, no lights, new heights that we never hit before, and I'm feeling too white. Gotta roll like a road on. Major difference is the platinum and the gold songs. Whoa, oh, you already know. I can make your life a push star, press go. Say we're off to a good start, let's smoke. Blew the brains off the coupe, baby, explode. Yeah. Shining on a cloudy day, and it don't matter what you say. Cause even if the sky is falling, I'ma do it anyway. So save your worries, slide your loving. I can feel that good things coming. Finally believe that it's gonna be a bright one here. Hey, let's move to back. Let's do it. Let's try to go out. Well, everybody come around here real quick. Everybody come around. Come here. We're gonna sing together. Hey. Shining on a cloudy day, and it don't matter what you say. Cause even if the world is ending, I'ma do it anyway. So save your worries, slide your loving. I can feel that good things coming. Finally believe that it's gonna be a bright one here.
This is a story we can write on our own. This is a love bigger than we've ever known. This is a love that we worked for. I love you, I love you. be on our own. We're finding love and we're finding a home. This is what it's like to be known, to be known. Park cars, fireflies, dead quiet summer nights. The look in her eyes. It's a long drive from here. I'll sleep, you steer from here to home.
I can't see the issue. Yeah, believe me, I need to keep myself in line. But I don't need to kiss you. Hey, we can make it tonight. Baby, that's just fine. Don't know what I'm doing. Feel like I am going crazy. Keep it down. You look good, you know it. I can tell you're soaking up all of it now. Hey, hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Hey, hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. I can't fight this feeling when you give me those eyes. Yeah, baby, you control me, and I need to find your loving, baby. Baby, you own my mind, and I'll give you my body. Don't know what I'm doing. Feel like I am going crazy. Keep it down. Keep it down. You look good, you know it. I can tell you're soaking up all of it now. Hey, 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 listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Hey, hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Hey, hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Hey, listen to what I say. Let's get to it and we won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody.
Good morning. How are we feeling, friends? Yes, we all rested? Beautiful. All right. Well, welcome to HDE's Parent Podcast Workshop. So we're going to be here the whole week. I'm Jocelyn. This is Brittany. And we're basically going to be able to interview a bunch of different guests, people from TV, film, Broadway, agents, you name it. We're going to have them up here. And also a lot of the choreographers that are working with your dancers this week. So it's a really exciting opportunity to be able to hear their background, where they started, how they got to where they are now, and kind of write all those notes. So you have your notebooks here. Write all of the notes. I promise we're going to be having so much information for you all. And then, of course, this is live streamed. So if any of you guys have family that want to tune in, it's live streamed on our website and on that Facebook page. So just make sure you guys are following that. And everything will be shared on YouTube as the week ends. So just keep an eye out for that. But without further ado, we're going to announce Miss Nancy O'Meara to the stage to interview our first amazing guest.
Hi, everybody. It's a full house this year. So as you know, this is one of the most important events for me and in my life. I want to be closer to my pals. This is Brittany's first time with us, and she was like, This is cool. She fits. This person that you're going to meet, you're going to love. You're going to want to be her best friend. I think you know that she was on Broadway, Wicked, a Tony Award winner. Oh, you didn't know? She's going to let you know. You're going to love her. I just thought it would be a great way to start off with somebody that's more like a triple threat. And then she was on that TV show, Mike and Molly. She's done a lot of things. Yeah, and no, she just told us that she's not as mean in real life that she was on the show. So please just enjoy everything that she has to offer within her career and, of course, ask questions. And I'm leaving you with these two princesses here to take over and everything as I run around and watch your kids. And yell at them because you're not there. You're welcome. I just want to look in their eyes. Are you locked in? So please, please, please welcome to the stage Miss Rondi Reed. She didn't know when I told her, I keep saying podcast, and she thought it was like maybe just like a little studio. And I go, no, it's right there on the stage on the couch. She's like, oh, it's like a talk show. Look at her, which is perfect. So enjoy. I'll be back in and out, and I'm excited for this next couple of days. And thank you for choosing us and trusting us with your children. That means the most to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you, Miss Nancy. Have a beautiful day. And welcome, Ronnie. We're so excited to have you.
I'm a very dangerous person with a microphone. I'll just say that.
So we heard a little bit about your resume, but obviously this is a room full of parents. So we love to hear the background of how you first fell in love with performing.
I was a voracious reader when they were teaching us to read in school. And we would have to read out loud periodically. And I would raise my hand madly. And my teacher would say, Rondi, you've got to let somebody else have a turn. And I said, no, but I'm the best. Never underestimating my own confidence. But I started doing, we did little operettas back in the day and then plays. And I couldn't wait till I got in high school. And I loved musicals more than anything. And I couldn't really dance, but I always played those character actors, like the woman who was beside. You know, the gorgeous, skinny girl dancers were all behind me, and I was out there just acting up a storm. So I segued to that. Then I went into college, and I did legitimate theater program, stage, joined Steppenwolf Theater Company in Chicago, and was there for nearly 40 years. And then segue, you know, in that time, I did several things on Broadway. I did a play by Steve Martin for like 4 years. I won a Tony for August Osage County, which was an incredible, weird experience because I never dreamed in a million years that would happen. Worked in London, worked in Ireland, worked in Australia a couple times, various theater festivals, and then I got the call to come out to LA to do a TV show. And the rest is history.
So, how did you begin taking your craft seriously? Obviously, we all fall in love with dance musical theater at a young age. When did you really lock in and decide, this is what I'm going to do the rest of my life?
Well, I don't know if I knew it was what I was going to do, but I was very serious about it. I came home one day, I was probably maybe second grade, and I said to my mother, I need a bonnet so I can stand in the front row of Johnny Appleseed, which was the musical we were doing, and I desperately wanted to be in the front row. And she said, I don't have a bonnet. What do you think, I'm going to make a bonnet? And so I finagled one out of my sister's Easter outfit, I think, and dragged it, and I was in the front row of Johnny Appleseed. So that kind of planted it. I think I had such a love of reading, and when we were taught to read, we were taught to read out loud, expressively, as they used to say. That is very old school. And it just kind of went on from that. I think when I was in high school is when I really, you know, probably like 12, 13, I was like, this is really what I want to do. And my poor dad was like, can't you go to college for something practical? And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to go to college for something practical. And so that really planted the seed, and it went on from there. But I also, you know, I had a lot of jobs while I was trying to do all that, you know, because I didn't come from a wealthy family by any stretch, but I really, really wanted it. And being around like-minded people, like what you guys have your kids enrolled in, which I think is fantastic. I've taught younger students back in Chicago all the way from like, you know, 8, 9, 10, all the way up into high school and then post-high school into college. And it really gives them something, whether they choose to go into it or not. You know, there's a lot of factors involved. But what it does do, I'm babbling, sorry girls, but...
this is the whole point. We want to hear.
But what it does do, and when I taught high school kids in Chicago in a summer program, and I've had, over the years, people write me letters, parents write me letters, which one I remember specifically. She said, you don't know me. My daughter was in XYZ year of your summer program, and I just want to thank you because she was really sort of lost in a way. She didn't fit in with this group. She didn't fit in with that group. She wasn't sure about this. She wasn't particularly good at this subject, and she came and found her people. And they lifted each other up. She said she didn't end up going into it, but the gifts that it gave her as someone who was going to go on in the world were invaluable. And I just want you to know how important that summer was, and thank you so much. And, you know, then as I was sobbing into the letter, because you never know, but I think it's a wonderful thing for students. I really can't stress it enough. It teaches them so many things. They have to show up. They have to show up for each other. They have to be committed. They have to work as a team. They have to figure out, oh, if I'm not so good at this, could I do this, or what could make me better? And I think it gives them a great outlet in a very techno world. Yes. That's just my old self saying that, but I think kids' imagination is really important, and we grow away from it the more technologically advanced we become. Just my 37 cents.
Now, Rondi, you said that in the beginning your dad was,
Yeah.
you should go to college. I'm not sure about this. How did their support change as you started to find success in this avenue? And what is something that these parents can do to support their children as they start to see those dreams in their children's eyes and help that grow as they move into adulthood?
Wow, that's a big question, right? You think I have the guidebook? No. Well, actually, my mom died when I was 12, so my dad was left with 3 girls, and he was sort of like, ooh. I mean, I had grandmothers and aunts, and we had a housekeeper and all this stuff, but, you know, I come from very modest means, but my dad, to say was overwhelmed is an understatement. But he rose to the occasion, and when I made that call in college, like, you know, he said, well, you worked with these disabled kids and you loved it so much. I go, yeah, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that for my life. I think we were always in such a practical mindset. I don't want my kid to be, you know, or I endlessly support them, or I don't want them to feel like they're always failing, you know. And so there were times, I think when I called him from college and I said, I'm going to switch my major because I was going into psychology. I wanted to work with criminally insane. I'm serious. And this was early. My dad was like, okay. I wanted to be a psychologist, a criminal psychologist specifically. And so, but I was in Psychology 101 in college, and I got to the chapter about statistics, and I went, math? Nobody told me there'd be math. And that was my worst subject. So I called my dad and I said, I'm going to go into the speech and drama department. And he was like, oh, Rondi, I said, yeah, but that's what I want to do, and I'll do other things. And he said, okay, you're so stubborn, you're like your mother. And he said, if that's what you want to do, I just worry that you won't be able to keep a roof over your head. So my dad was very practical, very, you know. And I said, yes, I will. I'll be able to do it. So I've taught many, many acting classes. And I always say to the people, they come in and they're like so depressed. Why am I not having success sooner? Why did somebody else get chosen over me? Why was this? You guys know. You deal with it all the time, I'm sure. So, you know, I would always say to the students, you have to find something if you're going into a survival job, and this is probably for kids older than your kids. Find something that you love. Find something that, you know, do you love dogs? You might end up being a dog walker while you're taking acting classes or while you're taking dance classes. I have enormous respect for dancers. Being in Wicked, I just was in shock every single performance of the ability of these dancers, male, female, older, younger, classically trained, jazz and I mean, you know, these people were incredibly talented. And they went on to be in Hamilton and Matilda and, you know, everything, Memphis, I mean, incredible amount of shows. So it's one of those things where it's something you have to keep at. I would say. It doesn't stop. I think there's a misconception overall in Hollywood or New York, and a lot of my friends went off to New York after college. I did not. I went to school with a bunch of college kids, among them John Malkovich, Laurie Metcalf, Gary Sinise, Gary Cole, Jeff Perry, which you've probably seen in a lot of TV shows. You may not know their names. But you know, we were in this together because we wanted to do theater. And that was our important thing, and that's what we strove to do. I think also it's a never-ending work in progress. You know, dancers will tell you, you reach a certain age and then all of a sudden, it's not as easy as it used to be. You know, I took tap and ballet, and being a chubby girl, I was in ballet, and I think I read a book called My Little Ballerina when I was like 7. And I was like, that's what I want to do. And I had no knowledge whatsoever of what it entailed. I loved the outfits. I loved the way they looked. I thought it was fantastic. So I took, dance lessons. Everybody in my little town did. And loved the tap, but the ballet, boy, that's really what and I think by the end of the term of going to classes once a week, I realized, maybe ballet is not really my strength. And my mom said, you know what, let's go over here with this, let's do tap, and I think they're offering baton. And I was like, baton? That just like lit me up. And so I did that all through, which I just loved. I loved the class. I loved being around people. I loved just having that thing to go to. And it had nothing to do with what was going on in school necessarily. I think it was also much less competitive than it is today, because I think your kids are inundated with the competitiveness of everything. I mean, I can't watch the Food Network without looking at, I'm like, is everything a competition? Is that what life is now for these kids? And it breaks my heart a little bit, because they put a great deal of pressure upon themselves. You guys put a great deal of pressure upon yourselves as parents. I'm sure you do. And it's like, how do you juggle their yearning and they're wanting to do something and their mental health, their state of affairs, the competitiveness among their peer group, whether it's in school or whether it's here or there. And I do think our younger people have so much pressure put upon them. And I wasn't shackled with that. I didn't have that. I was really lucky, but I grew up in a very small town. And I've had people say, well, my kid wants to do A, B, C, D. What do you think? I said, take some classes. Is there a community theater close to you? Are they doing a musical? Can you go and audition for that? Can you go and take young people theater classes? Here we are. That kind of thing is very crucial to them, because it gives them a place to hang their hat, as it were. It gives them a structure. And what they do with it is, you don't know. Kids come out and you're like, who is this person? How did this person come out of me? Or us? Who is this child? So they're going to be who they're going to be. And thanks to you and all your hard work and support, and I'm sure frustration at times on any given day. I'm not a parent, but I became friends with a lot of kids during Wicked, because we would go to the stage door to sign autographs, and they wanted to meet you. And kids, this. And I've kept up with some of them on social media. And a couple points in time, I had parents message me, Rondi, why are you communicating with my child? And I said, because I would say to the children, they'd say, well, my mom and my dad, and da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, you know what? They have your best interest at heart. I just tried to be a middle ground, like that aunt or uncle that they go to talk to in their family, or the neighbor who they always liked, but you're like, oh, I wish they were my parents, that kind of thing. So, but Wicked was such a gift in that. Even though I taught younger people, I had never had that kind of experience where they would look to you, they would ask you things, they would send me letters. We had, I'll just tell one short story, the Make-A-Wish Foundation, which is for terminal kids with cancer. And our management, Wicked Chicago, came back and said, okay, we've got a little Make-A-Wish girl, and she's coming to the show tonight, and would you guys mind meeting her? And I was like, mind? Of course I wouldn't mind. I had always thought that was an incredible organization. And I thought, wow, I can't believe I'm going to get a chance to do this. I'm not a sports figure. I'm not, a super movie villain or anything, but I'm in Wicked. And so we went back afterwards, and this little girl and her mom, I think she was 7. This little girl and her mom were standing back there, and the guy that played the wizard and myself, because the girls take so long to get out of their makeup and hair and costumes and everything. And we went off, and the little girl saw me first, and she came running down this hallway. and threw her arms around me. I said, "Did you have fun?" She said, "It's the best show I've ever seen in my life." And we got a letter probably 7 months later that she had passed away. But let me tell you something. The joy in her face, and I was like, I'm going to cry. This is why Wicked is important to me, because of those kids. The kids that have a dream. We had kids that used to come through there. They wanted to be costume people. They wanted to make the costumes. They wanted to work on the crew. That's the other thing. If you've got kids and stuff, they want to be in something, let them participate. My nasty character in Mike and Molly had a scene. She's very surly. And she had a scene where she was like talking to Molly, Melissa McCarthy, who was a school teacher. And she said, well, maybe not everybody gets a trophy. Maybe some of us just do stuff. And that's hard for kids because you always want to be winning and you want to be the one that gets picked for the team and you want to, take first place. And so the culture is rough out there in places. It really is. Oh my God, I'm just droning on. Can they ask me questions? Would that be better?
You're good. We love to hear.
I'm exhausted already.
I don't want to interrupt. So obviously
I'm just like,
So the goal of this event, obviously, is to mentor this next generation of dancers. Obviously, most of these kids are wanting to work in the professional dance industry, but there are plenty of triple threats in these rooms who have done those musical theater classes, done those vocal lessons. Obviously, we want to prepare them as much as we can, but a lot of it is just you kind of get thrown into it and you learn on set, and there is going to be a learning curve and having to adapt to that. So what would your advice be to a performer who it's their first big gig, or maybe it's not a crazy big gig, but it's their first time on an active set? They're learning about marks. They're learning about all of those details. How did you cope with that learning curve?
Well, let me tell you, it was very late in the game that it came to me as I was standing on stage rehearsing for Wicked. And they went, Rondi, 1, go to 1. I was like, why are they yelling numbers at me? I was bad at math. Why are they yelling numbers? And I didn't know what it was because I was a rookie. And because I was older, everybody assumed that I would know that. So I think listen, pay attention. When I first stepped onto a TV set, which I was coming from, stage, the first thing I ever did in Hollywood was Roseanne. I did an episode of Roseanne. Cool. And you'll see it in reruns every now and then. I played Jackie's therapist to my friend Laurie Metcalf, who we went to college together, by the by. And so I was just standing backstage, just shaking like a leaf because I didn't know. And Laurie sailed by, and I was like, Lore, I don't know what. She goes, just pretend it's a play. Just do it, and then they'll find you. Don't worry about it. Dancers experience a whole different thing. I don't know. It's harder for me to speak to the dancers because I'm so in awe of them. I am absolutely in awe. I'm in awe. I directed a show once called Stepping Out about a group of people in a church basement learning tap. And it was like 8 different women and 1 guy. And they came from all walks of life, but what brought them together was being in this tap dance class. They made a movie of it with Liza Minnelli a million years ago. It sort of tanked. But anyway, it was about the camaraderie. It was about, ask questions, but ask questions to the right people. Don't go up to the person directing and say, how should I? No, don't do that. Right. I learned that early on, too. Yeah, don't go over to that person and talk to them. Because they're doing 9 million other jobs. So be prepared, know what you're doing. Are you talking about if you get thrown into the mix, like they've got you in a room and you're like, okay, now we're going to do the combination? And
yeah, and just the process of being around people who have maybe been doing it for so many more years rather than it being their first experience and kind of feeling, that sense of imposter syndrome.
Welcome to my world. Yeah. It's interesting because you can have a quiet confidence. keep your ears open, watch what's going on, worry about yourself. If you can help somebody else rather than competitive, reach out. And I'm sure the kids will run into people that they meet them in class or they meet them at an audition or something, and it's like you sort of gravitate to them, and that happens, and it's a great thing. And I worry that, especially because dance is so such a singular thing, these days anybody can be an actor. Sorry, anybody. Dance is very different. You have to have technique to sustain you. You have to have an ability to come on and, when I was dancing, my dad was like, "Could you ever smile up there?" I was like, "But I'm being really," he said, "Yeah, I know, but you need to smile. You're in a number that's like, and I couldn't quite, it was a disconnect for me. So, did that answer the question? It's too early for my brain to work on this level.
You're good. We also will kind of wrap it up a little early, so that way, if there's any parents who have questions, we can answer those as well. But while you get a sip of your water, I would love to hear more about how your technique, because you're talking about dancers having technique, but there is acting technique. There is a difference between a screen camera versus a Broadway stage. So can you explain a little bit about how you go back and forth with your acting techniques for a stage versus screen performance?
Yeah. We did a play in New York, the one I won the Tony for, and we had to move to another theater because Billy Elliot was coming in behind us. They were bringing it over from London. So this theater, and also the theater I did Wicked in Chicago, was 2,500 seats. 2,500 seats. Doing Wicked in Chicago prepared me for doing other bigger things. And the dancers also, it depends on the musical. It depends on what you're doing. Wayne Cilento, who was in the original chorus line, developed that. He was a choreographer for Wicked, and he oversees all the productions and everything. So he would come in and do brush-ups, and they would eternally keep tweaking it. Well, this could be better, and this, and it kept it fresh, it kept it alive, but we would go in we would do rehearsals on a weekday. The dancers would come in, we would come in, to run through stuff. Musically, we would come in, so it's a continual work in progress, I guess. It's like it doesn't end. The show will get frozen, as they call it, not the show Frozen, but frozen, meaning it's set, but you will always be getting notes. You will always be told, you know what, we're going to switch this up over here, so you need to. Or, in the case of Broadway dancers, and on stage, I'm sure, too, people get injured, people get other jobs, people have to leave for one reason or another. So, you're stepping into something with a completely different person than what you originally started out with. And, it can happen where you get moved to the back of the line, or you get pushed up into more of an acting role. And I encourage... It's not plugged for me or anybody else, but I do think a basic acting class or an improv class or something, because Wayne Cilento would say to these dancers on Broadway, okay, you gotta get a character. Who's up there? Who's dancing? What are they doing? What is their day? Yes, you have to honor the choreography. Yes, you have to honor the staging. You have to be ready physically, mentally, and whatever to step into this job that you're going to do, which was a lot of times run around and change costumes like in, 45 seconds. So I think the discipline of that is really important. Did I again answer that? I have no clue.
Yes, you did.
What is a good class? Because, for instance, I'm a mother. I take my daughter to the mall, and you've got these little mall kiosk guys who are like, your daughter wants to be a star. Come see our agency.
Beware.
Right? So I think sometimes it's hard for parents to define what a credible class is. So when parents are thinking, my child's a dancer, but we do want to explore more theater. We do want to explore acting. What should our parents be looking for when it comes to finding a quality class that's actually going to give their child something and not just take their money?
Yeah. Great question. Great question. It depends on where you are. It depends on what is on offer to you. Sometimes there are the Children's Theater Company in Minneapolis, by the by, which is an astounding theater company. And they have classes. A lot of these smaller regional theaters or smaller community theaters have classes for beginners. Or they will have a tailored to a specific age group, you know. And a lot of these are more fun than anything. You're not going to get your kid ready to do Shakespeare when they're like 7, though they could. But, I mean, it's a different thing. You want them, and a lot of times it's theater games. It's freeing up their body. So when they get up there to do their, you know, they're backed up by their dance training, and they're backed up by movement, and they're backed up by, oh, this is the point of this whole section, so I need to be thinking in terms of this, but I got to be thinking about the steps, and I got to be thinking about, I have to take care of my physical body. I had a wonderful physical therapist who worked with young ballet dancers, and those demands are staggering. And they were very competitive to get into the ballet companies and all this stuff. So it's a different set of things. And sometimes you can ferret out somebody who does it in small classes. You know, like maybe there's a dance place in your town or your city, and there's a woman who will do private coaching, or one of the younger people will do, you know, they've trained coming up as a kid themselves, and they will do some private coaching. I mean, you know, you try to support your kids and do all of that stuff without like going into debt financially.
Right.
Because it's expensive.
Right.
There is no doubt about it. You know, I taught at many levels, and I would coach kids for free. And my husband said, Rhonda, you can't keep doing that. I said, I don't want to charge them. I don't get joy in that. I don't need to do that. And I want to do that for these kids because they work hard. They show up. Or at least I can impart to them part of the discipline of it, and, you know, the idea that as a dancer, it's a very difficult road. You all know that. A lot of your kids know that already. But it's a difficult road in a lot of different areas for people. It really is. And I'm not gloom and doom at all. I'm like yes, go for it. If you have the financial wherewithal, you could do it sending them to classes all the time, everywhere. But you have to be selective. That's, I guess, the point. You need to be selective. You need to research. If they allow you, you should go and watch a class where someone teaches, see how they teach. You know, I watched enough episodes of Dance Moms, you know, which scared the bejesus out of me. I was like, oh my God. And it sort of crosses over into the cheer community in that aspect, you know. So does that answer the question? I've asked this question through my whole interview. Isn't it illuminating?
Yes.
Did I answer that question?
I will say you've had such a long journey, and I would be curious to hear a little bit more about your Tony and that moment where a lot of people would call it an I made it moment, right? Of this is something that's bucket list stuff. Only a certain amount of performers are able to receive an honor like a Tony Award. Can you talk about how you felt knowing that your life's work led to this moment, and then also how you came off of that moment and stayed motivated and continued your discipline?
I think I've been in shock ever since I won one, honestly, I'm serious. I was always a bench player. I was always a supporting player. I played leads when I was in my 40s, you know, and that kind of stuff. But I never expected that. I just wanted to be working. I wanted to be working. I wanted to be working with people I wanted to work with. I love doing musicals. I mean, I was splitting my time between Wicked and doing this play that I won the Tony in. The night of the Tony Awards, I was so hot in Radio City, and it was muggy in New York. I was like, oh my God. And you know, they want you in the hair and makeup and and you're like, okay, all right, okay. And and it's huge. It's like a big barn, Radio City. Any of you have been there? I mean, it's just like, oh my God, I'd never been in there. And, the opening number was The Lion King, and they came down the aisles, and I had never seen it. And I was like crying because I was like, oh my God, The Lion King, oh my God. Because the performers, and they were like walking right by you. And so I was just like, it was like I was about 8. And then I was sitting there, and I was with my friend Michael, and he said, honey, how you feeling? I said, I'm doing okay. It's great. I'm so glad I'm here and able to sit down, and I wore low-heeled shoes. That's what I'm happy about. And this camera guy, the guys, back in the day when they used to have it on their shoulder, excuse me, came up, and he was in the aisle, and it was a break, and they cut away for commercials, and he said, how you doing? I said, I'm doing good. Oh, my God, it's so exciting. And da-da-da-da-da. He said, good luck. I was like, oh, yeah, thanks. And then the next thing I know, they were calling my name. I'm not exaggerating. And I was like, and I'd been to, when you're nominated for a Tony, they make you go to these lunch, well, they don't make you, but, you're up with all these other, Patti LuPone was at every lunch and cocktail party. I was like, Patti LuPone. I lost my mind. And so you go to all these things. It's kind of like being in a graduating class. And I understand why people say it doesn't matter if I don't win, just to be nominated, because I was seeing everybody across the spectrum, these incredibly talented people, and dancers, singers, everybody in this category. And so to be there in the midst of that was shocking, and what it did do for my career was catapult me out here. Yeah. I just got a job a couple years ago. Rondi, so-and-so saw you in August Osage County and da-da-da, and that amounts to a direct offer. So I'm riding the Tony train. It'll be 20 years, wow. But, as somebody said, overnight sensation. It only took 25 years, so.
Yep. It's so true. I will say, for someone who wants to pursue this industry, I think a lot of these dancers, they see all of these accomplishments that these other older dancers and performers are making, and they want that exact thing. And I think it's reminding the dancers and reminding even just these parents here that are today, it's the journey. And if you're not on it for the journey, they're not going to enjoy the destination as much, because it really does shape you as a human, and it makes you appreciate those big moments so much more, knowing all of the Chicago plays you did, all of the things that led you to that moment.
But I'll be honest with you. Everybody else is getting wow, wow, wow reviews in Chicago, and I'm like, they didn't even mention my name. I guess I must be really bad. I did. I went through years of that, and everybody went off to New York, or all our bigger stars went off to L.A. And I was in Chicago. I had a very nice life. I did a lot of stuff, but I was like a worker bee. I just kept chipping away. So, and I think that's hard to say, because kids' personalities are very different. And the parents have to grapple with all those late night breakdowns and early AM driving to dance class, and the commitment you have for getting your kids into a program like this and supporting them. That's a big deal. And I thank you for all of your kids, whether they thank you or not. But it's so special that you're able to do that for them. And it's important. It's really important, I think, in this day and age. I really do.
Absolutely. Do we want to open it up to some questions? We have a handful of minutes left. Go ahead and just raise your hand. Yep.
Steppenwolf, Chicago Theater Company. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary. That tells you how long ago, we were there. We're a regional theater. It was a bunch of college kids sitting around. And when we were in school down in Bloomington, Normal, Illinois, that was the name of the town, we all came from small towns around there and had gotten there via speech contests, basically. A lot of us had done that. We'd been recruited for scholarships. And so we were down there in this very sort of, the teachers were all kind of hippie. Well, hippie. Nobody uses that word anymore, but it's like, they were kind of counterculture in the middle of a cornfield in this school in Illinois. So it was sort of like we had freedom. We weren't under a real restricted thing, and they just sort of let us go to a certain point. So that formed, and when we all graduated college, we were varying ages, but they said, we're going to go up to a northern suburb because 2 of the guys' parents lived up there, and we can rent the basement of a church for $1. And we're going to start doing theater. Do you want to come? And I said, I just fallen madly in love with my boyfriend, and he's going to grad school in Minnesota, University of Minnesota. So I went up there, and then they asked me to come down. It was like 4 years later, and I joined, and the rest is history. But let me tell you, there were so many times, because we had a board of directors, but we were basically self-generated. Everybody voted on the colors in the brochure. Everybody voted on what plays we did. Everybody, and then everybody was like with each other. You know, we had more couples and more weddings in that group. I think there's a couple still remaining. Because we were so insulated and we're so kind of like, we're going to do it for whatever, we're going to do it for ourselves. And that's what we did. So we were brought up in that kind of environment. We didn't know any differently, and we just did it. It had an independence to it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Short answer.
Any other questions? Yeah.
You are talking to the original girl. I don't read music. I bullshitted my way through band in grade school. Till I got to a certain level, advanced level, and I was in private lesson with my band guy, and he went, "What notes are you playing?" And I was like, "Mr. Bowman, I don't know how to play music." And I was like with my little clarinet, and I was banished. Banished. I don't think they do that so much anymore with kids. You know, but it was hardcore back in the Stone Age when we were doing that kind of stuff. So I would say I'm a character actress. There's always a part. I played every character, you know, the housekeeper in Sound of Music and the mother in Funny Girl. Twice I did that. The landlady in Cabaret. I did Madame Morrible in Wicked. And I would always seek out these little, you know, niches where I could go in. I think my conductors on Wicked sort of gave up on me at a certain point. Because they're like, "No, Rondi," I said, "I don't read music." "Yes, I know, but let's pound it out on the piano." So, you know, and I was surrounded by incredible singers. Do you know who Anna Gasteyer is? She just was up for a Tony in Schmigadoon, the new musical that's on Broadway, and I did Wicked with her. And I was sitting beside her in a circle at the first rehearsal, and she was sitting in a metal folding chair, and it got to that song, The Wizard and I was shaking because I was so nervous. I'd done my 6 bars. And she lets loose with this song, and the floorboards vibrated. I'm not kidding. I mean, but she's Northwestern trained. She's very musical. She's all of that stuff. There's room for everybody. I say, yeah. Now, I did take voice lessons while I was in Chicago because I was getting a lot of auditions for musicals. And I'm going up against people who are musical.
Yeah.
So I had to get my head in the game and go a little bit further. But it was also very fun. It was so fun to do. And that's why I wanted to do it. So don't give up. Don't give up. Or don't let your kids give up. They always need somebody to do those parts. They'll work forever.
More questions? Sure.
Speaking of the audition process, not all of our kids have those big, huge personalities. Some of
Yes.
our kids, you mentioned quiet confidence.
Yes.
Say that's more aligned with probably a lot of the girls in here are kids. Would you say, what are those qualities that people are looking for when people walk into an audition?
Great question. I also directed for a very long time. I never directed little kids, but I taught little kids. And I think to make them comfortable, and you know, if they're shy or sometimes I would say, well, can we just talk for a little bit before you get up to audition? And then I would ask, I had some acting teacher that said, ask somebody 3 questions about themselves. And that was a great icebreaker because then you saw who was behind there. And I mean, they may be real shy in real life as well, you know, but there's something you can do to yourself. And if your child is shy, I would say they don't have to be, they don't have to be that. Many times they don't want them to be like that.
Yeah.
And if they're going up for a movie, you know, the Billy Elliot movie was a case in point. You know, they got to have this kid who's very sort of shut down at the beginning, and he's living in this hardscrabble town and all of this, and then he just has to bloom. So, you know, I think that's an asset, quite honestly.
Yeah.
There's so many show busy. You know, I used to see that on commercials, kids that would come in and they, you know. And I'd be like, oh, boy, I don't know if I could handle that. I mean, I'm all for confidence, all for it. But, you know, trying to pull that out of a kid, I think is really difficult. And I think it can be heartbreaking for them if they feel they're disappointing, not you personally, but if they're disappointing their parent.
Yeah.
You know, like, come on, go bigger, smile, do this, do that. There are other ways of doing that and approaching that, and some other roles are like that, and you can talk to them and say, now, how is this person different than you? And what do you think about this? And could you think about why, you know, just a gentle sort of thing. There's a lot of shy people in theater, you'd be shocked. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're shy terminally. Laurie Metcalf is one of them. She's like shy to the point of people are like, is she mad? I'm like, no, she's been shy her entire life. I mean, once she steps into a part or she steps into a TV show, it's a whole different ballgame. But you get her one-on-one and she's very shy as a person. But she loves doing it. If that makes sense.
We'll do one more.
How important would you say it is for kindness and when you treat others when you're working in the industry? Can you tell us like success stories or maybe how you've seen someone's career go in a different direction just simply for maybe how they treated others?
Yes. Yes, kindness. It's important. It doesn't mean you're weak. It doesn't mean you're not competitive. But I've seen horrible things. I've experienced things on set that or backstage or whatever. And 9 times out of 10, it's people that are overcompensating for whatever reason because they've been guided that way, because, you know, maybe their parents have a lot of pressure on them. We don't know. Maybe they put pressure on themselves. We don't know. I think it goes a long way. I remember being in kindergarten and we were all sitting on this rug and I was like doing this with my feet, you know, and there were 4 or 5 of us little girls and I said, oh, we look like a big spider. And this girl turned around to me and she said, if you don't stop doing that, I'm going to tell Mrs. Weber. And I was just like, I mean, I remember it. I remember it clear as day. I felt like she'd hit me, you know. And so there's something about trying to, again, not a parent, trying to instruct your kids. It takes so little to be nice to each other. Doesn't mean you don't work hard on your own stuff, but it's a question of, do we support each other? Do we hold up each other? Do we do this? A young dancer in the back. I hear you. And so it's that. Did that answer your question? Because I think it's really important. Really important. There's so much cruelty in the world today. I feel so much for young people all around. And social media, preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
Social media is hard because a lot of kids want to be on it. Australia has banned it in schools completely. So, you know, it's really, really hard. It is a method of doing stuff, but at the same time, it can overwhelm the wiring in their brains. Just my opinion.
Yeah, the dance world and Broadway and everything is such a small world. And
Very.
you talk about all of these friends that you grew up with and they're still in the industry today. And you guys all sit down over coffee and share your experiences. So, I mean, even just this week, you heard Nancy on the mic this morning. Make a new friend, make a connection. You'd be surprised. Someone from Idaho and someone from Minnesota ends up being college roommates in
I
10
love
years.
that.
And that happens.
I love that.
It happens. And that's like the community
Yeah.
and the family that we're building at HDE. So thank you, Rondi, so much
Thank
for
you
coming
so
and
much.
Thanks for
joining us
having me.
today. And you guys can follow her more. And she has many classes available. She's...
Me? No, I don't teach anymore.
Oh, I thought you said you did.
No.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I got out because it's so competitive out here in
Okay.
LA.
That makes
And there's
sense.
a lot of teaching methods I don't agree with.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, where can they find you if they want to follow your story
Oh,
more?
I'm on Instagram, but I post like it's just under Rondi Reed. That's it. I don't have a blue check mark. Sorry.
Following right now.
I was like, I'm not paying for that. I'm not that interesting. I'm not that big a star. You know, I'll post when something I'm working on or something I'm doing. I have a lot of pictures of my cat, some other pictures of my dog who's long gone. But, you know, also occasionally stuff that's on television that I've done and stuff like that. You know, I'm very big on flowers. Nancy when I sublet her house, there was a driveway rose that I would post multiple pictures of because it was so beautiful. But listen, keep the faith. Keep on keeping on. It's not easy to have a kid in this day and age, number one, and in this day and age who they love what they're doing. And thank you for supporting them. Thank you for staying strong. There's bumps. There will be bumps, and they may go up and down. And also, too, some kids will leave it and then come back to it. Yeah. So let them do it. Yeah. As soon as it's not fun or not where they want to be. Let it go. Yeah.
Thank you. Make some noise for Rondi Reed. We'll be back with our next interview in the next 10 minutes. So go ahead. I know there were some questions about where bathrooms are. If you go out this door right across the way in the other building, there are bathrooms in that way. So we'll be back in the next 10 minutes. Thanks so much.
Hey, listen to what I say. We won't tell nobody. Yeah, we won't tell nobody. Listen to what I say, let's get to it and we won't tell nobody, yeah, we won't tell nobody, Listen to what I say, let's get to it and we won't tell nobody, yeah, we won't tell nobody. We won't tell nobody, yeah, we won't tell nobody, yeah. We won't tell nobody.
Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Turn this room, turn it to an ocean. Let me float around. Eyes closed, like we're dreaming even when we're not. You and me got a whole other meaning, I don't know how. You and me just know how it feels when we're falling in love. Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. We can do nothing at all. So what if you're stupid got a whole other meaning, I don't know how. But you and me just know how it feels when we're falling in love. Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Something fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Something fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning.
Looking on my blunt tattoo, not here. If I stay alone, I will feel better. Looking on my blunt tattoo, not here. If I stay alone, I will feel better. When I go outside, I'm speechless. When nobody's home, I feel great. Looking on my blunt tattoo, not here. If I stay alone, I will feel better. Looking on my blunt tattoo, not here. If I stay alone, I will feel better. When I go outside, I'm speechless. When nobody's home, I feel great. When I go outside, I'm speechless. When nobody's home, I feel great. Looking on my blunt tattoo, not care.
I'm seeing shimmers in this long-lasting dream. A made-up image, bringing back memories. Yes, I've been wasting like most of my life, watching paintings dry. I wanna take back the hours we last singing lullabies, lullabies. No one's tough when faced with time. We waste our lives lying, we're fine. We step on knives to pass that time. We waste our
Sometimes I think about myself. I wish I was somewhere else, far from my fear, anxiety, far from my weakness. I could be gone, but I'm just afraid. I refuse to fix the problem, and I think I can carry on. You can lie, you can try, but you'd like to leave this feeling. We got to breathe, to dig, to leave the life we are dreaming. It could go wrong, but I'm just a nest. You must be lonely, but you could be crazy if you keep looking down. Don't you cry no more, no more. Tears is in mine. Sometimes I think about myself, and I wish me the best, but I just think I'm missing my voice and skills, I must confess. I'm speaking in English, but I'm just French. I would like to speak better, add a better fine rhyme to my letter on time like a watchmaker. You can lie, you can try, but you'd like to leave this feeling. We got to breathe, to dig, to leave the life we are dreaming. It could go wrong, but I'm just a nest. You must be lonely, but you could be crazy if you keep looking down.
blunt, I did not care. If I stay alone, I will feel better. Looking on my blunt, I did not care. If I stay alone, I will feel better. When I go outside, I'm speechless. It's home, I feel great.
All right, friends, we're back. How are we feeling? We got some snacks, went to the bathroom, checked in on some kiddos. We're feeling good. Love it. Okay, well, our next guest here at Hollywood Dance Experience is someone who has been so incredible both on and off the stage. This dancer is actually born and raised in Brazil. Very, very cool. And she fell in love with tap at a really early age, and that led her to some amazing opportunities. You may have seen her on screen in the movie Spirited, next to Ryan Reynolds. She also served as the dance captain for Chloe Arnold's Syncopated Ladies, which is an amazing tap group. I know we have some fans out here. And she's performed at the White House. Anywhere you can imagine, she has done it. Please welcome to the Hollywood Dance Experience stage, Miss Giselle Silva. Woo! Come on over, friend. Take a seat. We're excited to chat with you. She also just finished class with the teens. Amazing. How many of you guys have teens here this week? Okay, so she just had all your babies. Amazing. So tell us a little bit about how this first class went for you. This is your first time at Hollywood Dance Experience.
Yes, I was so excited. Hi, everyone. My name is Giselle, as I should say, and I have a thick accent because I'm from Brazil, so if you don't understand what I say, I'm happy to repeat. The class went well. I was so excited to be the first class for the day. They had so much fun. And I had so much fun with them, the energy. And some of them was expressing that tap is not the strongest art form, but everybody did it amazing. And they learned something new. That's the challenge that we love. So I'm really excited. Amazing. Yeah, it was great.
Okay, so obviously I gave a little bit about your resume, but you have done so many wonderful things.
Thank you.
So first, I think it's what's so interesting about you is that you're from Brazil. So talk about kind of your childhood growing up in Brazil, falling in love with dance, and then ultimately coming over here to the States.
Yes. So I started dancing in Brazil when I was 5, doing all the art forms. First, ballet was my first dance, and then I went to tap, then jazz contemporary. I started dancing. My mom was the cleaning lady for the dance school. And she was like, my daughter be dancing at home all the time. I want to know if she can have an opportunity to take a class. And the teacher said, of course, bring her. So I took the class, and she was like, she's so amazing. She's so happy. I did not know anything. Didn't know, 5. We were so young. I was just happy to be there. So I was dancing. She said, oh, she has talent. And then, just bring her. I give her a scholarship. So I've been, a scholarship my whole life. When I was 15, I started teaching. I started teaching tap first. I have a lot of, musical and drum influence. If you know Brazil, it's big for carnival. And my dad was a drummer, and he played for Carnival in São Paulo. So I've seen rehearsals. I was already around music so much, especially percussive. So I started teaching tap first, and then I started teaching jazz. I went for college. I'm a dance major. in Brazil, and I was doing all the dance festivals until I decided that I want to focus in tap. So Brazil, I don't know if you guys know that, but we have the biggest tap fest in South America that is in Brazil called Tap in Rio, is in Rio de Janeiro. And Chloe Arnold, she's the teacher. It's like the international guest that brings to tap to the festival, and we were so excited. I have never been here before, so I was very excited to have like an American teacher. And I was taking her classes. At the end of her class, I did not speak English, and she was like, "Come here, come dance in the front." And I was like, So my friends helped me and say, "She wants you to be in the front," like helping her. I was like, "Okay, if I don't have to talk." Hey, I'm okay. If I have to tap dance, I got it. Universal language. So I know what she was doing. I didn't know what she was saying. So that's how my relationship with her started. From that festival, I got a scholarship for DC Tap Festival. That is one of the biggest tap festivals here in the U.S. in DC. I got a scholarship, and then there, she was like, "Have never like crossed your mind that you want to like come to the U.S. and train tap and be like focused on this art form? I think like you're gonna be amazing. You're gonna be like an amazing representation for Brazil."
Yeah.
And we already had some other successful stories of Brazilians dancing in New York and all around. So I say, no, thank you. I was afraid, and also having like my whole life there, I was set up. I was dancing and teaching workshop around Brazil, and I was a little bit scared of just doing this jump, come to a country that I don't know the language, and I have like to start over with my career. Like nobody knows who I was, and I was like, okay, maybe not. That was 2013. And it took me, and every year in January, I was in her class, taking class, and she was very persistent. Have you changed your mind? And 2017, I told her, yes, I will give like a year. I'm going to prepare myself and talk to the dance school that I teach and everything, and I will try for 6 months. I say 6 months. And then I see, that's what my visa also allows me to be here as a tourist. So I was like, I'm going to be there for 6 months, teaching and performing, and then I will see if like I can adapt. It's a big jump for me. It was a big jump, and I was like, came in February 2018, and I was an understudy for the Syncopated Ladies. But like 1 month here, I already performed, and my first performance was at the Lincoln Center in New York.
Wow.
And I was like,
Wow.
Chloe, thank you for trusting me. But I was so nervous. But the girls was so amazing. It's like such a like a welcoming group. So that was like my first introduction to the group and to performing here in the U.S.
Amazing. Wow. What were
Thank
some
you.
of your first inspirations or things that inspired you when you were a young dancer? Like, who did you look up to, or what inspired that spark? And when you were little, did you see yourself one day being on the stages that you were on, or were you just kind of going with the flow of opportunities?
I will say, so in my house, I love to dance. I never have the desire of become a professional dancer at first. I did not start like going to the dance competitions and that role that normally people here in the U.S. I find out that this is one of the trajectory that you can go and be a professional dancer, being like seen.
Yeah.
So in Brazil, I was more like happy to dance and happy to express myself in a way that I didn't know I could. So they give me like, my dance teacher in Brazil, I'm so grateful to give me that space for me to just be myself. And of course, there's some rules that I have to follow, but I feel so free. And that's my main thing, like the freedom that dance brings to me, it's so important. And that's why in my classes, I always say, just be you. I just told them, I was like, I need you to not be me when you're dancing. I need you to learn my steps and be yourself. So I think this was what inspired me the most, is just to be free. I have like not much access to. I came from an inner city community, and I did not have internet when I was maybe 11. So I did not have anybody that I was looking up to besides my dance teacher. She was my first inspiration. Like I want to be just like her, but a wild version. I was wild. I was like, and then it was like I couldn't wait for the introduction for the ballet, the music. I was already like doing something. I was always like this, and she was like helping me understand that it has time for everything. Now is there time for you to breathe and understand that. So I think that was my first inspiration, was my teacher, and then also my dad. I was having this call response that we say for tap, that I go, you go. He was drumming for me to just do anything with my feet, and I didn't know that this was tap dance. I wasn't called tap dance. My dad was like, ta, 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 ta. I did not know that I was doing that. I did not have that click. I was already dancing when I was like jamming with my dad, and I didn't know that was. So that was like my big inspiration. It took me a little while to see outside of my box. But not because I don't want to, I just did not have the access.
Yeah. Wow.
So coming from more dance background, how did you transition into film and television? Like, how did you make that jump and decide, okay, I love performing with the Syncopated Ladies, but now I want to try new opportunities?
Yeah, that was amazing. Also, I was guided through Chloe, and Chloe, she works, if you don't know, her name is Chloe Arnold. She's a tap dancer and founder of the Syncopated Ladies, but she also a choreographer, like worldwide, and she's been doing everything, different styles. And my first introduction was actually Chloe saying, you have a dance background, so don't limit yourself doing only tap with us. Just go explore, like go audition for something else, taking self-tapes. And also she has a lot of friends, influence from the industry that she was introducing us every time that we were performing. So my first opportunity, is crazy to say that, and because it's still like processing that I couldn't make it, but I was in Brazil because I went to see my family and I went to the Tap Festival. Got a call from Chloe saying that Giselle, like my friend Jamal, he wants to have dancers for this performance at the Grammys. I don't know what it is, but he needs ballet dancers, and I send you your video. And I was like, okay, I haven't put a tap point shoes in like maybe 5 years, but that's fine. And then he DM'd me on Instagram and say, hi, you have like agent? And I say, yes, I'm with this agency. And he was like, can you be here tomorrow? Because we have rehearsal for this performance that we're gonna do at the Grammys. And I was like, I can't. I was in Brazil. And I couldn't make back in time, because I don't know if you guys know the whole process for the visa.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah. So I have the artist visa, and that visa, it lasts 3 years. But the relationship between Brazil and the U.S., it's like every time that I leave the U.S., for me to come back, I have to go to American Embassy in Brazil or any country, like Japan, if I'm in Japan. I have to go there, get a stamp to come pay, very important, pay, and get a stamp to come back.
Yeah.
So that process is like, it takes normally like a week for 10 days, so I could not make back. So I missed the performance for the Grammys with Lizzo. She was doing a ballet dancer. She had ballet dancers, all black ballet dancers for the Grammys. And I couldn't, it was like, whew. But I was happy also just to be considered, I never thought about it. So as you say, that was a big jump for me. I have never had that desire of being on tour with a big artist. I want to just showcase my art form and make my art form being the guest for somebody, not actually just be dancing behind any artist, which is amazing and I love. I have so many friends and I support all of them. But my desire was to make tap dance, be the guest for everybody's performances. And then when that opportunity came, it was like a ballet. And I had done a video clip, a musical video for Travis Scott and Schoolboy Q at the Los Angeles Theater, dancing ballet. He has all ballerinas, the music video. So I have done that before. And also was just my friend. She was like, do you dance? Do you have point? Do like? I say, yes, I'm a dance major. Like, I can dance. And then it's also the importance of like social media, because that's how they found out that I do more than one art form. So through my social media. And then she invited me to do that music video. So from that music video was something that I could show that Chloe sent to him for me to be cast for doing the Grammys. Unfortunately, it did not happen this time. But hey, I'm here if anybody needs for a next opportunity. I'm gonna be more than happy to do it. But it was something I think was like, there's some bumps sometimes that, and also some things that you have to go through that you don't understand. That was something that I had to go through it. So I'm happy the way it is. I would not change a thing.
Talking about social media, that's something that's very relevant right now, especially as parents, and finding that comfortability between allowing your child to put themselves out there, because it is important, right? You just said that's how you were seen, that's how people saw what you do. For a lot of us dancers, social media is the new resume. We don't even give out resumes anymore. What is your advice to parents to how they're able to cultivate a page or a social presence for their child, to put what they can do out there, but also protecting them and keeping them from seeing everything else that you don't want to see, comparing themselves to others?
That was a big challenge for me, because Sync Ladies became popular and well-known because of the video that Chloe put it out. She rented a nice space, choreographed music from Beyonce's musical, and then she put it out there for social media. She put it on YouTube back then because it was a thing. And that's how Beyonce's team saw the first video, and they shared on Facebook and the website. If you were like Beyonce.com, first thing that you will see on the homepage was Sync Ladies Press Play. So that was the power of social media. And it's still those days, we're still making those videos and going viral. And then we get called to do all the different gigs. And also we got our own tour. Now we were touring everywhere because people saw us online. And I just got one mom that is stopping me right here. She say, I saw you in Phoenix. You guys asked me to come on stage and dance with us. And I was like, yes, I love that. That's like the power of social media. But I'm not a mom yet. But what I can say is like use your social media to also be the private as you can for protecting your kids of what they're gonna see, but also public for people to see what your kids can do. Because that's the main thing. We're gonna, as you say right now, I got the DM to do that performance on social media.
Right.
So it's like that's type of casting right now. Yep. You have to send your social media. One of the first things is like send your social media. So your social media has to showcase the art form of your kid, but not what your kid do privately, if that makes sense. And I believe I'm not a mom yet, but as an artist, I love to go on a social media and see the kids like taking classes and with the teachers, like more the day, what they can do, especially like in a young age, like a teen, like younger than 14. Also, you guys should be the one posting and watching the video first before going there. And I'll protect your kids because unfortunately, it's crazy out there for social media. But I think like DMs, they don't open DMs. You open the DMs. And they can want to see, oh, I want to see the Hollywood Dance Experience Instagram because I want to see who's the teacher is going to be or something like that. You always with them, showing the teacher, showing the videos. But I think like there's time for everything, and there's going to come the time that they can control their own social media. But right now, I think like public enough to showcase what they can do, but also protect their privacy.
Yeah. Absolutely. So obviously we have parents here. We're mentors to all of these kids. What has it been like going from a student to now a teacher role and being able to use all of your wisdom and experience to pour back into these kids? Tell us a little bit about that transition.
I started teaching super young at 15. And I remember having this mentality that it has to be perfect. Like, that was my first mentality. Like, I'm going to show my choreography, and it has to be perfect. And the transition for me was to understand that dance is not perfect. And, like, I don't know which was going to be perfect in life, though, because, you know. But dancing for me is like find a safe space for you to express yourself. And then you're going to teach the technique. You're going to teach everything that they need to learn, but also you're going to have the patience to say it's a process. It's not today. Some kids are super talented and they learn today, and tomorrow they're going to perform. It's going to be, rah! It's like, wow. But some are going to take more time. So understand that in your classroom and have them to feel welcoming to make a mistake, because mistakes will happen. And it's okay, because they're there to learn. I just say that. I was like, you're in class. Yes, I'm going to stop and say, you did the wrong foot, so it's the left side. Not right, okay? Okay. And that's okay, because I'm there to teach them, but I'm also there to embrace, because it's not easy to come, especially like these big stages, like conventions and all the things. And you have never seen the teacher. One thing is like the teacher that you have every Monday and Wednesday, that it's your home and it's your safe space. But come on, this big space for me was like give them the confidence to make a mistake and be okay with, but I also feel very embraced by my class. In my class specific, I say, feel free, be wild. I prefer to come and say, turn down a little bit, than actually taking that rah out of them. But also if I have to, I will. I will take that time to have a one-on-one conversation. I think is important too. Hey, what is the process for you? How do you feel? Talk to them is really important. I think also this talk is really important too. I'm so happy. Thank you for having this space for us to like just exchange informations and how how do you like to see a teacher dealing and treating your kid is really important. So for me, in my class, that transition was like, it's okay to not be perfect. And it's a process. And then they're going to get there in their own time. And you have to have the patience inside the classroom to see it and also help them to get there. So I want to be like a step for the next step. Yeah. So use me as a step to get where you want, and I'm there to support you all the way.
What was support like for you growing up in Brazil? How was your family? How did they feel when you started to earn these scholarships and start to leave and go to another country when you were a minor? You weren't even old enough. Did your parents go with you? Your mom? Did you travel alone? And how did you build that trust with your family to be able to take on these things at such a young age?
Yeah, I think like my mom was just so excited for every single opportunity. And every time that I got a scholarship for something, even like we go to a small little competition in my city, and I get like not even first place or not that placement that was important. It was just like how happy I was when I got home. And I told her, Mom, it was amazing. Yeah. Like I was on stage, there's so many lights, and I was so happy. You know, like that happiness of just to, like I was really happy to just have the opportunity, especially my background come where I came from. I was just like, woo! This is amazing. This is my Disneyland. It was like, I was so happy just to be there. And then my family was so supportive. When I was 14, I got called to do a circus. There's a version of, it's not the Cirque du Soleil, like the big one, but we have a really famous circus in Brazil. And I got an opportunity to audition for when I was 14. And then we were like go around Brazil, touring Brazil, only national. But it was my first time, like, my teacher has to be my guardian, has to sign for me to be responsible because I was 14. And my dad was like, she's too young. She's going to be out. Like, I was leaving on Thursday night, and then come back on Sunday night. And she was like, she has school. She's going to miss school. My dad, I don't want him to, like, it's too early. She will have more opportunity later. My mom, no, she's going. I'm an only child. So it was like, my dad was like, let's protect my little kid. And my mom said, let her fly. And I ended up going on tour for a year almost. We have some breaks in between, but I was 14 and I was living with, I was the youngest. It was two of us, 14, and then we have some 18s, and then everybody was 25 up. So we were the younger cast members, and it was so fun. Like, first time that I was traveling, it was my first time traveling outside of my city. And I was with like all these people that I admire, and I didn't know because it was an audition. So some of them I have seen, but some of them I was like everybody knew. So making new friends were so amazing, and they were like so careful. And I was like, come with me. And I was like, just this guidance that I have, such a in a young age, helped me a lot. Professional-wise, like I don't have my mom to fold my clothes or like doing laundry, like all this small little stuff that I had to learn as a dancer when you were on tour. And I was only 14, but I have so much help and the support afterwards. My dad said that was good for you, because when I came home, I started doing things on my own.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, that was a girl. Like he can see that that opportunity was special for me. But I also understand how he was trying to protect me, even though I did not have social media back then. But he was like, just like, I don't know if it's the time. And I see as a parent that question can pop up so much for you guys. So is that the time for me to allow my kid to be on this big project? Or is that the time for me to allow my kid to do this show? Because I don't know if it's going to be good for them or not. So that was like a balance in my household, was between my mom and dad. Dad was saying, she's too young. Mom say, this is her opportunity. And if we right now do not allow her to be, I think we're going to regret that later.
Yeah.
And I was in a safe space with my dance teacher. I was doing anything alone. So I have such a like support system in the cast. So that's also really important for you guys. You know, who's going to be there? That kind of question is also really important, to be who's going to be around your kid. Because if your kid is the only one kid there, but all the people there is going crazy, maybe it's not the environment that I want for my kid. So I think that's the main thing, like, who's the cast, how it's going to be, how my kid's going to be protected. Like, there's time that they, like, I need to be in bed by 9. Like, in bed, sleeping. By 9, and my dance teacher was coming to the hotel room. And she has a key, and you know the hotel that is like together, that the door opens to go connected. That's how we were. So she was right there, and making sure that everything was like. I don't remember. I didn't have cell phone back then. Oh my God, I didn't, and have to call my mom from her phone. So everything was very different from now, because right now it's like easy access to your kid, even better because you can follow them and see locations and all the things. But I think that's like my experience was really good with the support that I have around me.
And obviously, LA is such a crazy world. And I think all these parents are from all over the country. So some of these kids are signed. They're going to auditions. They're doing those award show background dances. They've already had those opportunities, where maybe some of these other dancers are hoping to move out here when they turn 18, or doing some summer internships or whatever it may be. How would you advise them to keep their circle around them a good community, and one that's going to pour into them? Because LA is crazy, you guys. We can vouch for it. There's beautiful parts of LA, and then there's the communities that maybe you don't want your kids falling into. So I think from the parent perspective, what can they do, or how can they set their dancer up for success out here in LA, making sure they have a Syncopated Ladies type of community? Because you have, and that's a beautiful sisterhood, and what Chloe and them have been able to create. I mean, we have some dancers that are not competing this weekend, but participating this weekend, who are now already taking classes with Chloe and them. So how did you find that? Obviously, Chloe came to you, and that was such a rare rare thing. That just doesn't happen every day. But once you're here, how do you continue to ground yourself and keep your community tight and supportive?
Yeah, I think for me, I got really lucky to have that system around me to protect me, and for me also to understand. Coming from Brazil was such a different experience, and the way we say here, like, people are going for your neck, okay? The competition here is constantly, and I came from like a welcoming and a warm environment, and I get here, and there's some places that it's not like that at all. And I can tell like about my experience. I have such a really good support system and someone that I can go to when things got rough or tough. Like I can say, I went to the audition and something was off. I feel like the energy and people are like stepping on your toes and everybody just want to be, because it's like it's the only opportunity that you have to showcase. So I understand that everybody was like just trying to do your best, but also not having that consideration. And they will not have it. So that's true. Like that's something that it's very selfish at that moment. You need to be the best version of yourself right there. And if you're next to me and I accidentally hit you, I will say, sorry, but I'm going to keep going. And for me, having this, like, kind of, have a shelf. Like, I have a people that was taking the heat for me first before I put myself out there. But I also have to go around different communities because I want to dance different styles. So I was like, okay, going to Chloe, have you danced with this person before, or have you worked with this person before? How was it? She was like, I have this experience, but I need you to go there and see for yourself. Because also it doesn't matter because her experience can be different than mine right now. Or also in 10 years or 10 years ago, that person was different. And everybody has, the freedom to just be a different person and learn from bad experience or good experience. We don't know. Or when the person wasn't that successful, she was different, and now she's right here. Maybe she's like treating people differently. So there's a lot of different perspectives that you can also experience with a different person. But I would say, first, if your kid wants to come to LA, it's an amazing opportunity, and it is the place if you want to go for television and movies and all the films and like scene. It is the place to be. Most of the auditions happening here, and the prepare to get there is like taking classes. For me, taking classes with the teachers that you look up to or the choreographers that is doing all the things is such a way for you to see or for your kid to experience that teacher and say, I really want to work with him or her. Like in the classroom, you're already going to see it. If the dance class experience wasn't good for you, why are you going for? There's so many other ways for you. Yeah. There's so many choreographers. It's been beautiful how many. There's the same choreographers that be doing a lot of stuff, but there's so many new opportunities for new choreographers. So, for example, come to LA for summertime, and say, I'm gonna let you take class with these 10 teachers, and then you're gonna see how it goes. Different styles, different approaches. And different choreographies. And like I can relate more. It's bring me home, this kind of style. So where that person's going to be. I'm going to take class with that person. Oh, she's going to do a workshop. Mom, can I go? And you see if it's possible for a kid to be in the class. Because also for me, it was like, Chloe have seen me for 10 years almost. And after 5, she make the invitation. But she have seen me in her class. Even after she invited me to be part of the group, I was helping her at conventions, being her assistant. She was like, you need to be seen. So just be around me. Let's go around. And then I was taking class with other people and getting to experience different, because I also was like, you don't want to be so attached that you don't know anybody else. Right. So the way was like, she was like, go fly. And if you have any questions, come to me and I can help you out, but go find out for yourself. Mm-hmm. So I think that this first jump is like, yeah, you want to come to LA, but how? Just come to LA for come to LA? No, let's surround ourselves first. Let's come in and spend like a month in LA first, and taking class with the choreographers that you look up to. And then from there, we make a decision. I think for the parents that where your kid feels like safe or even challenging, even though it was so hard. Oh my God, I was so hard. It was really hard dance, but I feel so good. Mom, I feel so good. It was hard, but I can work on it. And that's something that it's okay to be hard. But if they feel safe and protected, and like the teacher make like the environment really fun, and that's something that I think for me, it's where you should be, where you feel safe. If you don't feel safe there, why am I there? Just to be on the television or whatever? But what cost? So it has to be a safe space.
What has allowed you or been the factors to keep such a level head? I think a lot of times when kids start working very early, they experience burnout, they experience negative things sometimes from the industry, and a lot of times they experience being put inside of boxes that aren't necessarily themselves. And what I hear from you is that you've been able to keep such a strong head and such an identity of yourself and who you are. So what has been the things that have allowed you to stay true to yourself and not be swayed by all of this outside noise in LA and all the things?
Yeah, one of the things that I say, I like to do everything that is outside of dance. I love to be out and like hiking. I love to be doing everything that makes me happy, and I don't have to put my tap shoes on. And that's okay. And that's really okay. Because when I'm back, I'm so excited to be back. And the excitement, it's something that you need to keep. Because when that goes away, what is the purpose? So I do everything outside. I have a really strong family that supports me a lot. It's really hard for me still those days because I'm in LA by myself. My family, all my family, blood related, because I have my family here, but they are in Brazil. So for me, it was like I FaceTime my mom every single day. Every single day. We talk. I taught her, like, oh, you have rehearsed today was tough, Mom. And I talked to her, and also I talk to people that is outside of the dance world. So I want to know what they're doing, how exciting school, or like, oh, you're going to start college. Or I like to have like a time that I turn all the noise off, and I go just be Giselle. That it is just like experience LA and just go out and know. Like I have never been to the Grand Canyon, so let's go there. Let's like do a hike and go there and experience that. And just like the normal people, because we consider ourselves like this dancers mentality that we have to be on our best behavior every single time. Allow yourself just to be on the couch all day watching a TV show that you like, and just like having fun with your friends at the pool on a summer day. And I think this balance for me was really important. That's what I say. Sometimes you see your kid in the studio, or they ask, I need to train because I'm going to do a solo. And I was like, I have to go there. Take the day off, go to the pool with your friends, have fun. You're going to come back way more energized and with like your mind clean, like, oh my God, I just have an amazing time with my friends. Now let me focus. And I think this balance is really important, especially for the parents. I know we want the best for our kids, but that pressure is not good sometimes. We got to like, okay, she needs a break. He needs a break. So it's important. That's, I think, for me, what works was that balance. Like yesterday, I want to just watch the World Cup. I want to just go somewhere and just like, And I know I have, in the morning, I was like, let me see what music I'm going to use, what I'm going to work with those kids tomorrow. But like afternoon, I want to see the game. And I was like, seeing the game. I love sports. So I was like, okay, let's just go do it. I think this balance, you got to find something also to balance with the love that you have for the dance, because I still love it. And I think I'm still loving because I have those breaks.
Amazing. Yeah, I think so many times dancers, our first identity is I'm a dancer.
Yes.
And forgetting who we are outside of our craft and outside of, obviously it's our passion, but that doesn't make you everything of who you are. So I think just finding your personal goals and your social circle and all of the things. So it's incredible.
That was for me. Like I was watching the game and nobody knows I was a dancer, a teacher. I was in a movie. Like nobody knows. Like nobody knows, and that was amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Giselle. You like the game? Yes, I'm here rooting for Spain.
Yes.
I'm so happy. You know, like. Oh yeah, I'm Giselle. I'm a dancer. I'm a professional dancer. No, I'm just Giselle. I'm just here enjoying the game.
Amazing. Do we have any questions for Giselle? We have a couple minutes. Sure.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I don't like to talk like you guys. I know you do all the different styles of dance, and they all have different kind of pathways and trajectories, like you said. I'm wondering, as a tapper, what advice you would have for those of us who have dancers that have a special love of tap amongst all the styles, because it really is sort of its own little path and its own animal. And thank you for being a role model with the Sick Face Babies.
Oh, thank you.
You give us someone to point them to, as they don't see tap everywhere the way
Yeah.
you see other dance. So what advice do you have for young people who have a special interest in tap?
Oh my God, thank you. First of all, I'm right here to change the narrative.
Yes.
Okay, I need to put tap out there with all the dances style, like the style of dance. It's just this is a challenge for us, and I think for I can speak for most of the tap dancers that I have seen. Like tap is the class that people want to skip. And please, parents, do not. Like encourage them, even if I told that I'd really have this conversation, say tap is not your strongest. I'm right here for you to learn something new. If you leave learning one step today, and they did, because I asked, and I was like, that's what gonna make me happy. And to know that there's kids out there that wants to pursue tap the way I do. I do all these times, but tap is my love, my like, it have a special like place in my heart. And first, I think like there's so many tap festivals happening here right now, and that's really important. So we can connect, and I can give you some names, especially, I don't know if you're from LA or your city. Since with Sync Ladies, I be traveling a lot, so I get to know dance studios everywhere. So I can tell you that, and also I can just talk to you about the tap festivals that we have. It's like a weekend of convention, but only tap. So it's tap with different teachers, with different styles of tap, because tap is so open. There's so many different styles depending of the teachers. Like Sync Ladies, we have our own path, and we have our own style. And then we have so many others because we open. I also dance with Sync Ladies, but I also dance with Dorrance Dance in New York. So we just did it. We were about to do it again. I want to invite everybody. We're going to do the Nutcracker, but a tap version.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes, we did 2 years ago. We went on tour, and it was really fun. And I played Clara. It's really fun, and it's all tap and vernacular jazz. Yes, so it's amazing. And it's our experience. We did New York City Center for a week, and the feedback was amazing because they never seen that. We have the tap, the traditional Nutcracker, and then they have the hip hop that is there, but now we have the tap. It is a tap version. We're going to be in New York for the Christmas if you want to come there. We're going to be performing. And it was like such a good opportunity also. That's why I'm saying like we still have like on the West Coast, we here strong and trying to bring this tap, the respect the tap deserve.
Yeah.
So in New York, we're like there too. Hey, let's go. Let's do like a Nutcracker. Michelle was like, yes. Michelle and Josette, and she was like, yes, let's do it. We're going to do it. We're going to put tap and vernacular jazz with Duke Ellington's version. We're going to do it. So, and it was amazing. The turnout and all the feedback was great. And that's why they give me the opportunity to perform at the White House. Like with Biden, we perform at the Kennedy Center. The administration saw our show and invited us to perform at the White House.
Wow.
For the Nutcracker. Yeah, so that was, and also was all tap. Like, was the first time that has an all tap performance at the White House.
So cool.
I became the first Brazilian to tap dance at the White House.
Wow.
So it was like, that tap, that was tap. So that's why I say I need people to respect tap and have the same love that I have for tap. So I'm gonna fight for the rest of my life for people to not skip tap class because tap can as the other art forms too as well. But I just want to tap to be in the same shelf that all the art forms because tap can give you the opportunity. Like I'm right here right now through tap dance. And that's like something that we really need to respect and knowledge and just say, yes, you can get to places. So I'm more than happy to exchange information so I can give you all the tap festivals that happen. Even if I'm not involved, I know one person that is involved and I can connect with that person. Yes, tap communities, it's really strong and we help each other. So I'm more than happy to help.
So cool. Okay, one more question. Yes.
For tappers, do you think it's better in LA or New York, or is there not really a difference?
Not really. It's more about like what is your goal? You want to be a great tap dancer, you have to have a great teacher. It can be in Charlotte, South Carolina. Like Michelle Dorrance is from Chapel Hill, and we're gonna perform there. We just performed there. So we have so many amazing tap dancers here in LA, but also we have amazing tap dancers in New York that also do, like we have Michelle, we have Dormisha right there. We have here in LA so many other tap dancers, and like, we have Melinda at Coburn, and Melinda is part of our family too. So we have different styles and different teachers. It's more about what your goal. You want to tap, to learn tap. Your home, dance school home probably has an amazing tap teacher. And then you can ask. So do you want to take tap professionally? And then from there, what do you want to do? You wanted to be in movies. So it was kind of like a challenge for Chloe, for example, to put tap and Spirited. Because there's so many things that goes behind the scene, guys, for tap, because we make on our own music on top of a music that exists. Some people don't like that. It's like you change the identity of my music and say, no, I'm just helping you with your music to be better. And put some extra instrument, But there's a lot of challenges. So I would say anywhere that has a great tap foundation. And then if the goal is be more commercial, here in LA, it's the way to go. I just did it I can't say much, but I just did it a commercial that is going to have tap, and they were having a hard time cast male tap dancers here in LA. So they found it, but it was I thought that I was watching the videotapes, the audition with Chloe, and we were we know there's more tap dancers here in LA. Where are they that did not send the videotape for this audition? There was I need more people. And I would say both. I would say New York, for example, if Broadway is something that you're inspired by, there's a lot of Broadway's workshops in New York as well, so you can just have a little more time there in New York and spend the summer there. I think you had to experience all. Come in LA, take tap dance here in LA with different teachers. Go to New York and take tap dance with the New York teachers. It's different. They have different styles. So I think when you're a kid, do all. Experience all. It's too early for you to say, I don't like that. No, you do. You're going to take it. It's just too early. It's too early for you to make a decision. You need to be there. You need to be in those rooms. And then later on, you're going to say, yes, maybe that kind of style is not for me. I can appreciate, but it's not for me. But until I still like learning and I dance with so much different teachers and style and choreographers, and that is good for you. Also, if you want to be a professional, you need to be able to adapt. Diverse. You need to be able to do what the choreographer wants, not what is good for you, because maybe what the choreographer is doing, it's not in my body yet, but I'm going to make work. Yeah. Shake it off and I'm going to try it again. So I think that's important for you to take class with different teachers.
Yeah. And then if they want to follow your journey, do you have any upcoming classes you're teaching or anything that they can follow and look out for?
Yes, I will be teaching the residency at DC Tap Fest for Labor Day weekend. We have like a 4 days intensive with me, and then we perform at the gala of the event. That's like my main right now. And then after that, I will be in New York for a little while, a rehearsal and being prepared for the Nutcracker. So I will hope you guys, we have a Sync Ladies tour coming up. So keep an eye on at Sync Ladies on Instagram. We have a fall tour. I know we're going to be in Texas somewhere. I don't know exactly all the dates, but we're going to be around. So I hope to see you guys. And we always do like a workshop when we travel. And it's so cool because different cities, different lady. Yeah. So we have also Kylie, that she's part of the family too, and she be teachings around here. So we dance together. My sister, love her so much. So different cities, you got different teachers from the ladies. So I hope to see you around.
Let's clap it up for Giselle. Thank you so much for joining us here at Hollywood Dance Experience.
Thank you so much for having me and be listening to me with my thick accent. I also like be so nervous to speak in public, and it was something that I have to work on it. So I'm really happy. Thank you so much, you all.
Thank you. And then it is time for lunch. So if you guys want to go find your kids, Studio 10, and you guys can leave your things here if you want to keep your same spot. Feel free to drop your things. You don't have to go back and forth. But we will start back up as soon as lunch is done. So our next guest will start at 12:30. So you guys have about an hour and a half to enjoy. Make some new friends. We'll be back.
come to New York to see us with the Nutcracker.
We absolutely will. I already have. I'm not gonna look it. I didn't want to miss anything that you said, but I was like, as soon as I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
I will look it up too. Because trust me, the date right now, I do not
That's
know.
okay. That's okay. You don't have to.
But I know it's the week of Christmas.
I don't care. We're going.
Yes. Because I was like, I'm going to be there. And I forget.
It's so hard because there's so much less than everything else. Everything else is like right in their face for dancing all over the place. There's so much. I know you and Kylie.
My daughter plays it sometimes it's like downplayed, and and
But like,
it's hard to play. My daughter got third over or second overall. That's true too. It's true.
They don't understand it.
Our teacher watched one of the critiques, and all they were talking about was the arms, and she's like, I'm just turning this off.
Yes.
You know?
Because they never seem to be that. Like, oh, nice costume.
Right?
Great.
You
That's
know?
what I think. And I thought I was studying for mod and S.
Oh, okay.
And then I had to judge. And I was like, that's so, it's like still their foundation. They're actually a staff teacher there.
Or tap mics.
Or take mine.
Oh, how many videos we bought that you can't hear them tap? Yeah, just watch her moving her feet.
Right?
I'm like, she did great, and I'm like, that's awesome. The video stinks because I'm posting that. You can't even hear it. It's percussion.
Well, and sometimes they're delayed, and I'm like, how do you even? It seems like you know how like the mouths don't match up on the TV sometimes.
Yeah,
the Mac, that has to mess with you, right?
Yes.
My son was a dancer and he quit after he can't find boys and girls. Oh, he quit after he's 9 now. He quit dance.
Why?
He was so fun. He moved from Ohio where there was a lot of boys to the Louis area. There's no boys dancing. And we traveled to Cape Girardeau for my daughter. Then we put him with us because he was missing any of the boys, and so he was,
You'll be right here. Okay, we are back from lunch. Are we feeling good? Nice little hour and a half break. We love that for our dancers. Enjoying some nice Cali sun. How many of you guys got some Italian ice? Yeah, game changer. We love that. Awesome. Well, thank you guys for all sitting and joining us this week. Obviously, we have so many incredible teachers, choreographers, all of the things within this industry. And I think first and foremost, it really just shows there is no correct path for your dancer. I hope that you guys take away the fact that everyone has a different path, everyone has a different journey, but ultimately there are so many opportunities for your dancers within this industry, even just what we're doing right here. We grew up competitive dancers, and who would have thought now we're hosts. So it's just, again, still being involved in the dance community in some way, shape, or form, I think is what every dancer dreams of. And maybe it's not necessarily them up on a stage. Maybe they're more behind the scenes. Maybe they're directing the show. Maybe they're choreographing the show. So we just want to be able to show all the different avenues and all the different opportunities that your dancers can have. So I hope you guys enjoy. So our next guest is world-renowned choreographer, has taught from India to Japan and everywhere in between, and really does it all. World tours, national commercials with Coca-Cola, they've worked at Disney, and it's really just incredible to see, again, all of the opportunities that the world of dance can bring for an amazing choreographer. So please put your hands together for Mr. Ray Bassa. Welcome, welcome.
How's it going?
It's
Hello,
going good.
testing. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ray.
Yes, Ray. We are excited to have you.
I'm excited to talk to you.
Hollywood Dance Experience.
That's
This is your
wild.
first time
yes,
here.
My first time at this event.
Yes.
This space is not my first time.
Yes. We were just talking about center staging is one of the most popular places for auditions and rehearsals. So
yeah, I've like many memories of, battling it out with hundreds of dancers, being that like one person in the crowd, being like, am I gonna get it?
Yeah.
I remember booking a job here and then getting debooked from that job, things like that.
Yeah.
Like, we're not using dancers anymore. And I'm like, oh my God, I just spent the whole day.
Yeah.
And we rehearsed. Just kidding.
No, literally, we rehearsed. We're ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. So talk a little bit about kind of your journey and how you fell in love with dance. I think it's always really inspiring. Raise your hand if you have a male dancer here. So a handful. And we want to make that 1 million. So can you just talk really quick about kind of growing up as a male dancer in such a women, girl dominated sport?
So this is very on brand with me because I'm very the unconventional way of coming to anything. Like I never take the easiest route. It's always like, dance is already a hard route in general. I didn't grow up in the competitive dance world. I've never went to a dance class. I've never went to a convention. I grew up playing sports. The only exposure I ever had to dance was like doing our musicals, where we had to like sing and dance and do those things. But I played volleyball and I played football throughout like junior high and high school. And I started freestyling I would say, I started freestyling at a young age because as long as I was with my my cousins, I was allowed to go anywhere. And in Los Angeles, where I'm from, we had underground clubs. Yeah. And as long as our parents didn't know, my high school cousins were letting me tag along, and here I am, this kid in 8th grade going to an all-age club like in downtown LA, house music. I'm like, what is this world? And I loved it. That's where I fell in love with the actual dance, house dance. So throughout, my junior high, throughout high school, that's where I would just get down in the club. And then it wasn't till I think really after I knew how to dance. I knew how to pick up choreography because we also performed for shows. We performed whatever it was not like, not professional shows, but your high school, whatever it was that we had going on. So that's where I got the exposure of understanding what counts were and things like that. But it wasn't till after I graduated from high school where I took my actual official dance class. That's when the pop explosion happened with like Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, all of that stuff. And I was like, what is this? On TV, everything was dance, dance. You had like a million backup dancers, and it was just a cool, I'm sure you were with me in that world where we're like, this is what it's about. So then I was like, all right, I was going to college for business administration, but at the same time, I had a group of friends who loved to dance. A lot of them started going into fashion, but I wanted to do something creative that wasn't fashion, so I chose dance, and that's why I started taking dance classes in a small studio in Pasadena. Then we had like a little, a sub, and that sub introduced me to Debbie Reynolds. Yeah, and it's crazy, as a new dancer, someone who didn't really know how to dance, jumping into classes with professional dancers really elevated me, and like that's what pushed me to go and be like, all right, this is what I want to do. So I was learning how to dance with professionals from the jump. So I was at Debbie Reynolds, I would go to the Edge. I was taking classes and classes and classes until like one day I booked a job taking classes. It was a Vietnamese show that was filmed, like it was called Asia Entertainment. It was filmed in Canada, and they were like, hey, we want to book you for this show. And this guy was like, I was like, are you joking? I thought it was a joke or a scam. He's like, can I book you for this job? And then so I said, yes. I gave him my email, and then he gave me the sum of like how much I'm making. I was like, this is the most money I've ever seen in my entire life. I was like, is this a scam? I was like, are you going to kidnap me? And then so that's how I was feeling. I was like, what is this? So I do it, and it's a real thing. Yeah. And from that point on, I was like, I want to be a professional dancer. This is like my calling. This is what I want to do. And then that's how I found my way into the dance world and industry. I think the following month, I auditioned for an agent, and I got signed. It was called Kazarian Spencer and Associates, KSA. They're no longer with us. Rest in peace. Well, I don't know what happened to them. Then I switched over to MSA and yada, yada, yada. Then I switched. And long story short, this is where I am. Yeah. I also left the dance industry for a bit to focus on community work. I joined a nonprofit organization, and then I joined I think a nonprofit hip hop group called Culture Shock Los Angeles, where I was able to get experience art directing and doing choreography. So I didn't even know I wanted to do that. I just wanted to dance. It wasn't in my cards to be like, I'm gonna be a teacher, I'm gonna be a choreographer, I'm gonna spread dance. I just wanted you tell me what to do, I'll do it. But then once I started getting involved like with Culture Shock and nonprofit and understanding how to become a leader for our community and within the community, I understood like how many youth needed this form of, I think, artistry. That's what really pushed me to be like, I want to inspire the next generation. I want to be one of those who help, cultivate this art and also the house culture. Because then people were like, what is this dance that you're doing that no one before believed was an art form or possible? Yeah. So I was doing this on the side. I was like, there was always a part of me that was a club kid doing house dance, but I would always do it. And people are like, why are you doing this style? And I was like, because it frees me and I love it. Yeah. And it was that one thing that I held onto that really opened the door for more opportunities for me. It's because I believed in it so much and I loved it so much. And that's what,
No, I love that. I mean, for those of you who don't know, obviously HDE is a part of CAR Productions, and within that we have Dancers Against Cancer, which is a nonprofit. I know a very influential person over at Culture Shock San Diego just passed away from cancer, and they did a whole beautiful show for her. And I think it just... Anna Sorrell. Yes, Anna Sorrell. And I think just showcasing to the youth in this next generation that dance is not just an art, but a form of therapy, and being able to give them that safe space and having educators who are going to pour into them in that way is so incredible and so impactful. And I think reaches generations beyond us. And I think it's just, I love hearing that you worked with them. So I'm curious, because I think a lot of these dancers love to play the comparison game of, you know, this person's already booked with an agent, or this person's winning all these titles at a competition. Did you ever deal with the comparison of, well, I didn't have all this background training, or I wasn't raised in convention competition? How did you stay focused and stay motivated knowing you were going up against some dancers who had been dancing 15 years longer than you?
That was always like a comparison because I didn't understand how everyone already knew.
Right.
Like from the first 5 minutes, I was like, how'd they pick that up so fast? Yeah. I was like, this is wild. I was like, what is going on? That's what pushed me. Yeah. But also speaking from comparison, like it was not like I wasn't comparing myself. It was more so like I was using that to catch up as motivation of like, this is where I could be. But I came from, I'm Filipino, so I was raised in a family where you're supposed to do other things. I was constantly being compared to cousins and things of like, your cousin is this, your cousin is that. So I know in that sense of how that, I think, took or made me feel mentally, and I didn't like that. So I used those things to just be like, you know what? That motivation to just be like, as long as you follow your heart and your dream, you're going to be okay. And so that's what I use. I started developing the tools to cope with comparing and not comparing to succeed in life. I try to compare in a positive way as opposed to a way that really tears me down. And I think that's what separates me from falling down that rabbit hole. I also, in a world, I give a lot of my propers to dancers nowadays because I wasn't raised in a world of social media. Yeah. So imagine having social media in front of you and trying to silence that. It's really, really difficult, especially for an artist who now it's kind of like, now when you go into auditions, you don't even bring a paper resume. It's all about like what's already in the system and your Instagram. So as a person who has to still keep up with Instagram, I try to use those tools as well, of being like, don't compare. I also stay off of Instagram as much as I can and try to keep it balanced as well. I actually turn off my Instagram, like there are quiet hours where it turns off. So like if you want to reach me through Instagram, you won't reach me from like 9 to 10 in the morning. That's when it turns off. So I wake up, I still have 2 hours for my well-being and myself, then I go for it also. But it's just tools I guess what I'm trying to say is I've learned to deal with this through falling so many times, through a lot of tears, a lot of pain, a lot of heartbreak, and comparing yourself and breakdowns, which isn't good for anyone or anyone. So think of that also with your kids about like how that affects them and like what they're going through and what they actually want. You know what I mean? Because my parents wanted something for me that I didn't want. Yeah. That was not my dream. My dream was not to live their dream. My dream was to understand what is my path and what's right for me. And because I felt that, I was able to succeed. And it opened up my parents' eyes. And they were like, you know what, you're right. Yeah. You were right. I'm sorry. Yeah. And sometimes we don't see that. Even like me, I don't see everything. But I hope that answers.
Yes, no, that's beautiful. I think obviously all these parents are here for a reason, and they want to hear all of these different perspectives of what they can do to help their kids' dreams come true, you know? And obviously every kid's dream looks different, and it's tailored to their favorite style or whatever it is, but that's the whole goal of this, you know? Yeah.
I think one of the best things too about your story is the fact that you were sort of a late bloomer and that you didn't spend all this time in the studio, yet you've been able to cultivate this incredibly long-lasting career, not only as a dancer, but as a teacher. And I think sometimes in the competitive world, we kind of get caught up in, did my dancer get first place? Did they get this title? And if they aren't winning these things right away. Does my kid even have a shot? So I think it's really great for parents to hear that and allow their kids to sort of take their time and stay happy and do what's meaningful rather than being pushed too hard right away, because there's always time to learn. I know community has been a huge role in your upbringing in dance and being out here in Los Angeles. And unlike a lot of people out here who come to LA, you were born here and you grew up here. You saw the industry before you entered it. What was it like kind of seeing the industry in a place that you lived in, seeing everybody kind of come and go, and how did the community aspect play a role in your overall success?
I like that. The community played a huge role.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about the dance community, I'm talking about my community here in Los Angeles, because that's what I use as an advantage for me. That's the advantage of being native or local to this city, is because I could escape the industry. The industry sometimes isn't the best place for someone who isn't mentally stable or healthy or grounded. So I relied on my friends who weren't dancers to give me that breath of fresh air, give me that balance. And then also understand who is my community among the dancers. And if I couldn't find it with them, I would just keep it professional and also just be with my people in my community, those who help uplift me. And you are probably that to your child. And so I think that's what they probably need also when they do move out here, is you visiting them as much as you can, or keeping contact with them, making sure they're okay. Or even if they have aunts or relatives here, I think that's very helpful. I know a lot of friends who, when they moved here, they relied on their family also, not just like being in the dance world. What I notice, sometimes dancers can get caught up, and then they have a hot career, then they're gone.
Yeah.
It's because it's just done, or they're over it, they're burnt out, it wasn't sustainable for them. You have to find a way to make it sustainable as well. And community plays a big part in that, having a village, understanding like what that is to you, and how you could use it towards your advantage. Because they can't do it just by themselves. And I am where I am not because of just my hard work, but because of the people who believed in me, friends who pushed me, teachers who were good mentors, things like that. I owe a lot of that to the surroundings and understanding and weeding out and accepting in it. And it's always going to change, and it always changes. But there's always like a foundation in that little community or circle.
You mentioned mentors. Who were some of your biggest mentors here in LA as you were stepping into this industry space and kind of learning the ins and outs? Who were the people who, pushed you and played that role for you?
Oh, okay. For me, because mentors come and go. No one, I think, because I was training here in Los Angeles, I never felt like I had a person who was like, I'm going to take you under my wing. Because classes weren't like that. Studios aren't like that. You just pay for a class single, then you pop up in whatever classes you want to. I took a lot of that, and I would take bits and pieces from what everyone said. But I think my biggest mentor, and this might sound like cheesy, but it's the city. The city is my biggest mentor. Watching LA develop, it's always been there for me. It's my foundation, it's my ground, because I'm from here. Understanding like how it moves, the inspiration of not just dance, but art in general. You have artists, you have writers, you have producers, you have everything. The entertainment industry was here. So that was what was raising me, seeing all of this. Like nothing was new. Like I would go to like Starbucks and I would see like celebrities. Like after high school, like it was a normal thing. So then I think growing up in LA, I was never like, oh my God. Because like in my school, Leonardo DiCaprio went to the same high school as I did. Like there were like people that you see, like Tyra Banks went to high school like up the street, like things like, I don't know. These are just like, yeah.
For sure. As far as your travels go, so you born and raised here, obviously work here, but your work has been able to get you to go all over the world. Can you talk a little bit about the different projects you've done traveling to India and Japan and all these incredible places?
Oh yeah. So mostly I travel a lot through, of course, through dance, which is really crazy because I never consider myself like world renowned. Like when you said that, that felt that's weird. Because like I'm so in like my work and like what I do that I'm just working, and I love that. I think it sounds glamorous that I get to go over places, but you really have to make an effort to see the actual world, because a lot of times you see the hotel and then you see your venue. It's not as glamorous as people make it out to be. But in order to understand life and whatnot, you have to really put in extra effort. Nowadays, sometimes, like, I admit, like, I just stay in the hotel room because I'm so burnt out.
That's us.
That I'm like, all right. But some things, like, I was able to judge a competition, like, in Spain, like, things like that. A lot of teaching has led me to travel. I think... this is really cool, because I stuck to my freestyling and my aspect of like, it's not just about counts. It's not about just like my dream that I was putting into the universe after hearing stories of friends going on tour. I was like, I want to book a tour my way, and I want to be with nice, positive, like-minded people on that tour. My first tour was with Tove Lo. Her Sunshine Kitty tour, and I was hired to just freestyle around her.
Wow.
And it wasn't even, I didn't have to learn choreography. I was just like on the stage, and then she would introduce me as her friend, Ray Bassa. It was never just like, here's my backup dancer. It was always a moment. So that was one journey that like I love, that took me around.
Yeah, you manifested that.
Yeah.
Yes. I feel like we always say, yes, no, it's so true. I mean, growing up, like, obviously, competitive dance, all the things, it's like not always the best wins. And sometimes it's not even the most talented person that books the job. It's, there's so many factors that go into it. And my mom always used to say, words are weapons or wishes. Choose them wisely. And I think it's just so powerful. Like, your tongue and what you speak and what you put out into the universe is so powerful. And that's why we always preach here, like, kindness, be that amazing human. Like, I don't care if you can do 50 million leg hold turns if you're a snob in the dressing room to your mom and your fellow dancers. And I think that's like people that are sitting on this couch, and I hope you guys can feel it too. All of these people, it does not matter how successful they are, they're still just humans at the end of the day. And I think that's, honestly, when it comes to what it takes to be successful, that truly is what it is. Because at the end of the day, we've known you for 15 minutes and we would love to work with you anytime. And I think that just speaks volumes to who you are and why my friend Ray, not, here's my background dancer coming out. You have a presence about you and you make people feel comfortable. And I think people want to be surrounded by that. So if your dancers can embody that and bringing out the best, and I know you've done cool collaborations as well, we would love to hear more about kind of working with other artists and learning from them and kind of playing on your choreography.
What's really crazy is this was my, being in this industry, I think I've been in it for a little bit, you know what I mean? But I've never choreographed for a tour until this year. This is my first time, actually, being able to set house dance choreography. Because a lot of times, pushing the culture of house is it's not a new thing. It's old, but it's new to I would say, to the industry. They don't really understand what it is yet because it was underground. But being able to put it on stage, I was able to, because of Ava Bernstein, she hired me to do one whole set or a piece for Khalid's Summer Everywhere tour, which is to me a big deal. And I didn't have to change anything. It was straight up real house dancing. And the dancers did that for about 3 minutes straight. And that was wild. And it just goes to show, sometimes you won't book that thing till later on, way later on. I've been in this a long time, and I didn't book my first like choreography job on a tour till now. You know what I mean? I'm appreciative of the things that I've done and the other things that I've done, but there are some dreams that don't come right away. But it was a dream. And sometimes it comes true like 10 years later. Sometimes it'll come true 15 years later. I would love to still do this when I'm like 60, 70 years old. Like art directing or whatnot. Not even maybe dancing, but just being there. Sometimes sometimes I feel like I'm hired for just the vibes. Or just people wanting to be around like my energy. Or they'll be like, we call it movement coaching, and you just help like artists relax and understand how to perform and move. Or it's training them to just be comfortable in front of a camera, things like that. I've trained, I think like, I don't know who I've trained because sometimes like when it comes to like, I think certain groups like K-pop groups or boy bands, there's a lot that come through the door that don't even make it yet or debut, but they are training. And I think that's another crazy world that we should also touch base on, like the mental health effects of that and how much they're grinding, but they never see the light of day. Or people are like, oh my God, they came out of nowhere. No, they didn't come out of nowhere. They were grinding for 10 years and you just see them now. Like a lot of times with dancers are grinding for years. And then you finally see them book everything. And we're like, they never came out of nowhere. They were just grinding for years, quietly, waiting, and believing in themselves.
One thing that I think HDE has done an incredible job at is cultivating a staff that is really excellent at dance education and fundamentals. There's a lot of teachers out there who have huge followings, and their classes might look great on Instagram, but what actually happens inside the class is very different than what might happen in a Ray Bossa house class. Can you tell us just a little bit about the importance of fundamentals specifically and like the different types of dance and styles and how important it is for dancers to learn and understand that as they develop their training?
Yeah, fundamentals are the building blocks of life. And you have to understand without fundamentals, your foundation that you are building is not as strong. And that's what it is. When people say foundation classes, what are they talking about? The building blocks. Like in order to have a magnificent building, you have to have a strong foundation. In order to have a strong foundation, you have to work at it and build it. And they're the most simplest things that, in the mind, simple, but very effective. Like grooves. Dance is dance because it's dance. It's social dance. It comes from us sharing and exchanging with each other, not lines. Lines is technique. We have to understand the difference between the technique and also what dance and groove is. And I think a lot of times people don't see the beauty in just pure movement and dance. That's why when you watch salsa dancers, when you watch like Afro, bachata, like anything that's very social where it comes, play music and your family, all of them do it. That's the foundation. That's what I try to express with my class, and that's why I think it's built off of. And foundation is the soul, the culture. And we have to understand what culture is for each style. And that goes with also researching the style, understanding who did it, why I do it, how do I put myself in this culture without taking away from the culture, but adding to the culture and helping it progress.
Well, I think it's really interesting because obviously we're in a world right now where I'm sure your parents can relate. Convention, competition, another convention. Now they have master classes. Now they have privates. Now they have, and they're doing so much. But how many technique or foundation classes are they fitting into all of this other stuff? Because you can take a combo class every week, right? And obviously you're working on movement quality, you're working on those things. But if you're not still watering your foundation, you're not going to grow the way that you want to. You're going to at some point be stuck in a way. So what would your advice be to all these parents? Because they are here at Hollywood Dance Experience. So I'm guessing this is not your first convention style or intensive. They probably do 50 million a year. How do they really prioritize what's important and what's going to give their dancer those foundations?
It's also having, like, I would say, a good balance of understanding what your weaknesses are. What do you need to improve on? If you're already great in contemporary, why do you need to take 10 more contemporary dance classes? Put them in something else that's new. Let them take that contemporary dance so they could build confidence, but there's a difference between training hard and training smart.
Yeah.
Dancers take the same class over and over and over, but are they really growing?
Right.
So you have to understand what you need to work on. Like, I think, like, right now, like, people don't know, I train in different things. You won't see me in the studio, but I'm taking salsa from a group called MG, and they're teaching me salsa and bachata because that's something I want to grow in again.
Yeah.
And then before that was tap. I want to improve more on my tap dance. So this year I'm going to put that into, my curriculum. But it's also understanding that. What's going to help your dancer grow? What do they need? And I think understanding, when you watch other choreographers, you'll get a sense of what foundations each choreographer had. And then you could pinpoint that, be like, all right, this choreographer likes to hit. Okay, maybe my dancer needs to take popping classes to understand how to stop, to understand how to wave, things like that. Oh, maybe my dancer's not good at moving hips. Take bachata, take hula, things like that. Think outside the box.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's also, that's up to you, because once you let your dancer out into the world, they're not going to have that guide of being like, all right, this is my schedule. They have to build it themselves. And it takes that discipline and openness to understand, I need to take different classes as opposed to taking the same class over and over and over and over again. Was that the question?
Well, yes. I was going to say, well, I know Miss Brittany has taken a class or two from you. Yeah. So, yes. So I'm just curious, like, as a student, what do you look for? Because I haven't taken class in 5 million years. But what do you look for when you're going into a class and you know, like, okay, do you look up all of his Instagram? Do you look up what he's been doing? Like, how do you prepare smart as a dancer?
The first thing, well, when I moved out to LA, I was a competition kid too. I started at 3 and I trained. I could give you turns, leaps, all the things, but I had no foundation. I couldn't groove. I couldn't do house. And that's what I was able to gain, specifically being out here in LA. And I had no idea what foundation meant. So I got into classes like Ray, Bossas. I got into, popping with Anthony. And I got into Kenneth. And I got my grooves together. And I trained and trained and trained. And I kept doing those things. And I was able to, even now I can tap into all of those things because I trained. But what I look for is someone who's going to guide me, someone who's going to give me the attention in class. And I think that's what someone like Ray does. That's one of the reasons I loved taking your class and some of the other classes. And I feel like classes like that are overlooked. I used to take Lindsay and Craig all the time, 2 huge working choreographers, and their classes would always be empty. And I am like, why is no one taking their class? They are incredible. They're working. So like Ray said, doing your research, understanding the background of these teachers and what it is that they do, and not just, going with the mainstream followers and these big names, because if they're not giving your child the time of day, we want to put our kids in front of people who are going to nurture. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're the highest followers or the, teacher with the most clout. So I'm really grateful that you are here and that the kids are getting this and they're getting house. I mean, that's not something that a lot of kids are taking. I mean, I had a couple parents come up to me and ask me what house is. So I think it's great because kids do need to step out of the box. They do need to do something other than jazz and ballet every day, because that's what is going to push us out of our comfort zones. I mean, we all know that, right? We know what makes us most uncomfortable is what provides the most growth. So yeah, I always look for any opportunity to get out of that comfort zone. You know, anytime I feel uncomfortable in a class, I'm like, okay, I need to go back like 3 more times because I'm not going to excel in the classes that I'm just dominating, you know?
Yeah. How do you approach different ages? Because obviously we have 7, 8, 9-year-olds, and then we have some amazing seniors that are some signed already with agencies. So how do you kind of explain or break down those foundations you're talking about to a 9-year-old versus an 18-year-old?
I think I give it to them in a way that they could digest. I try to relate music with them also. Music is a big factor in the style. So they might not know like a song from the 90s, but they will know a song from now. I play like K-pop songs because like there are some songs in K-pop that uses the foundation of house music. Even though it's under K-pop, it's still electronic and it's house. You hear the BPM, it's all, this is house dancing. So I use that towards them and I explain to them, this is a feeling. It's based off of feeling. I still do it in a way that's social and I just show them. So that's how I deal with the little ones, to get them an understanding. I lead them with, why did I choose this dance? You know what I mean? It's because it was fun. So I give them fun and excitement, and hopefully that will give them the feel to like want to do it even more. When it comes to older kids, that's when I dissect it more. I mean, like, this is where it comes from. This is why I do it. Hopefully you understand how this relates to your journey or your life, and you could put yourself within that style. I give them more questions that help them to understand. Or I make them question themselves, also challenge me. I give them the opportunity to be like, ask me questions, figure it out. You have to figure it out yourself. It's not so much of a guide, but it's more so of like, you're just gonna figure it out. With the little ones, I'm really guiding them along the way and be like, this is called a farmer. This is called a jack. What is a jack? It's a groove, things like that.
Yeah.
And my personality changes also. In a way, it's the same, but it's a little bit more, let's go. Yeah. That's how I approach but oh my God, I have the best time teaching to juniors because they're very like, I want to go for it. The seniors are the ones that are like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I want, so I know they want it. The teens are the ones who are just like, do I want to do this? Or they're kind of like figuring it out for themselves. Sometimes they're even questioning, is dance for me? That's that age. So sometimes they'll just stare at me and I'll be like, all right, I got it. I get it. You're being pushed. It's okay. You're going to figure this out. Yeah. So that's how I deal with each kind of age group.
Love that. So obviously you said you just booked your first tour. I'm curious.
Oh, first choreography
tour. Sorry,
yeah,
that's what I meant.
Yes.
So my question is, do you have any more goals or kind of things you're putting out into the universe for like the next couple of years?
Okay, my main thing as I'm putting out in the universe, and I think as we get older, we try to understand what we want. And what I want is peace. I want peace and calm. So what I want is anything that allows me to feel that way also on a job where I'm not so stressed out that I want to pull my hair out, but I also understand how to have fun on it and still be challenged, but to have a good time. So that's the kind of projects that I want in the universe. And it's leading me to things like this. Like, this is something that, like, I think a few months ago I didn't have on my radar that I'm going to be here. You know what I mean? But it just pops up. Next week, I have an opportunity to go to, like, CLI, things like that, travel. I never know. I get notifications every day through my agent. And it's like, do you want this job? You have to get it if you want it. Things like that.
Yeah.
So
how do you decide? Say you have like 3 different projects.
Mm-hmm.
Do you normally try to do the one that's most challenging to you to try to get outside your comfort zone? Or do you like to be more in front of the camera versus behind?
I like a mix.
Okay.
So if I'm able to get a mix, then yeah. But I think because of how I think, carrying myself as an artist and individual, I'm starting to get jobs more like this, where I get to educate the youth, I get to teach and travel, and I love this. I love being able to just do this for a few hours and then head home.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Sometimes that's amazing. Sometimes it's just like, if I travel, it's like you go there, travel for a day, and then go back. And I kind of like that work ethic. I mean, workflow. So whatever works with my workflow. Of course, I like, doing things in front of the camera, but I won't always. It comes and goes. It's always different every time. So I don't know.
I'm curious to know your thoughts on social media. Our first guest had come up before social media. Our second guest kind of had her run on social media. We came up in an era kind of before where we were still giving paper resumes, and now we've transitioned to Instagram as your resume. How were you able to make that transition professionally? How did it make you feel? And what is your advice for parents as they navigate their children in that space to be an advantage rather than a disadvantage for them in their growth and putting themselves out there?
Yeah. I think I was able to transition because we had this thing called YouTube, which I used to upload all my videos on a weekly basis from the classes that I taught. So understanding, okay, I just have to take that concept and put it into Instagram along with a few just still photos of just me being like, hey, how's it going? You know what I mean? So I did that. That's how I'm able to, I guess, transition into like, all right, I guess this is what it comes to now. And I keep my Instagram strictly my business. It's not like I don't really share anything of my life on it. Like you only really see dance, which keeps my life sane and private and for myself. I have something for me. You know what I mean? That's how I'm able to keep that balance, and that's how I'm okay with it to sometimes post. And it helps now too when people like post stories. All I have to do is just click repost. Yeah. And I'm not like, before I used to be like, I have to post, oh no. Yeah. And I still get that I have to post. Yeah. But I'm fortunate enough and I'm very appreciative to understand that Instagram is not my life. And I could still have a career even if I don't post every single day. And, the world's not going to leave me behind. Yes. I am where I'm supposed to be in the moment. And I know my life, and that's all I need. And it's okay. It's my own race. Yeah. I understand that. Yeah. Like, it took me a long time to just be like, it's your own race. Why do you feel like you have to catch up to anyone? Yeah. Or why do you feel like you have to beat anyone? Yeah. I'm already in my head all the time that I don't need someone else to like compare myself to. Yeah. Right. It's hard enough to just deal with me. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm just like, all right. Yeah.
Love that. We want to open it up to some questions from parents. I'm sure you guys have been awaiting. Is there anyone who has a question? Sure.
Yeah. So I've had 3 different agencies. I also, for me, it was a feeling of who I connected with. So every agency is basically very similar. Also, do your research on the agencies. If the agency is a well-known agency and they have a huge roster, like your kid will be with that huge roster. If there's a niche agency that's a little bit smaller, maybe your kid will get more attention. I don't know, but it depends on what feels right for you. Just because you have an agent does not mean you're gonna get work all the time. That's up to you to also make your own connections and to have your own hustle and understand that you could get work without an agency. Yes. Some of my work I get through my own hustle and my connections with other people. People that I rehearse with, people that I have worked with before. A lot of my jobs, my other jobs, is because I've left an impression on them. So for instance, your daughter or son dancer. Okay, your dancer. For instance, if I were taking class and I notice your dancer and then I see them at an audition, I'm like, oh my God, I remember you. Then I would probably more likely hire. I don't know if I don't know the answer, complete answer, but it is not, nothing's never necessary. It's only up to you what works for you and what doesn't work for you. I know some agencies work for dancers, and I know some dancers who don't have agencies, and they're working also.
Yeah.
Some agencies have a manager and an agency. Some dancers have like an agency and a manager. Some dancers only have like a commercial agent or an acting agent, and then they deal with the other dance themselves. So it's up to, it's your own, I would say, you know, your own, it's up to you what works best for you, is what, I hope that makes sense. Or it helps you. But just try it out. There's no harm in getting an agent. Just get an agent. If you don't like it, just be like, we don't like this. Yeah. And then that way, and also, you know, yeah.
They shouldn't ask for a bunch of money up front, though. That's
Yeah.
a red flag.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing.
No.
If they start asking,
Hold. Can I say something?
Yes.
When people get this confused. You don't work for the agency. The agency works for you. They're not going to get paid unless you are getting paid. So they want to put you out there as much as they can so they could also get paid. It's a partnership also. Yeah? So don't feel like, oh no. Yeah. Like, it's up to you. I hope.
Any other
I don't get in trouble.
no, it's true though. It's true. Especially if a lot of these families are from not California. So if they're signing and they're flying out and they're spending money and doing all of these things, like, that's just my number one thing. You shouldn't be shoveling out money. I think we had one over here. Yes.
So how did you break out of the kind of cultural norms of your style of dance, and from that kind of box go into the more mainstream and start putting your views?
How did I do that? I think I just consistency and focus. I just put my stuff out there, or put what I wanted to put out there, and I started sharing it more. That's how I broke out of that norm and into different spaces. I said yes to certain things, which opened up doors. Also, building my network of people that I worked with really helped me in, I think, breaking out of that as well. It's my work ethic and being consistent, knowing that they knew I did house. But let's say I did like a job and I was only doing hip hop, but on the job I also would play music and I would freestyle and be like, this is what house is. This is what I like. And they're like, ah. Yeah. Or even at auditions, I would just always freestyle and like, you know that kid who always smiles and he freestyles, that one. That's how I broke out. It was just like doing what I wanted to do in the moment. And then finding those spaces and showing them again, this is who I am, this is what I am. Yeah.
And then I think we had, yep.
Oh, hobbies? Like, you mean a skill?
Outside of dance.
Oh, outside of dance?
That helps with dance.
Oh, you know what helps me? Style and fashion, like understanding art, because your brain is working in a different way, but it correlates with your artistry of dance. So you're using that also. So anything other than dance will give them a balance, any skill. But skills to help them with that go hand in hand with dancing is like martial arts, any way of acrobatic skills like flipping or whatnot. That's crazy. That's wild. Gymnastics outside of dance. If like, I have a friend who's she's great at Taekwondo. So she uses that discipline with her dancing. If you have any knowledge on like healing or, you know, stretching, therapy,
I would also
goes
say
hand in hand.
Yeah. I would also say public speaking. I think so often dancers are used to relying on their body to communicate.
Acting.
Yeah, you need to be able to slate who are you? Where are you from? Why should we hire you? You need to be able to feel confident and selling yourself basically to these agencies or to these directors of this is me, this is who I am, and this is why you should hire me. And I think so often dancers are so used to not speaking on a stage or even holding a microphone. This hi. Yes, right? They get so stage fright when you see them on stage and they have this giant personality in their solos or their groups, and then you get a microphone in front of them and they get so intimidated. I think that's a huge one. And I know Nancy and our team here at HDE really does work on that with these dancers, because we need to be able to hear you and communicate, and you need to be able to advocate for yourself.
I have one more thing to add to piggyback off of that. Learning how to edit your video, shoot your video, light your video, because you're going to have submissions. And if you know how to do that, that's going to help. It also will help you to put your own videos and not hire an expensive videographer to post your video onto Instagram. I'm sorry, videographers, but like sometimes, you know, we want to hire you, but it's hard all the time. As a dancer who's trying to make it, you won't always have the funds for that. So I would suggest understanding those things. That's what helped me also. Editing my videos, I'm like, oh my gosh, that was so hard. But once I learned how to do that, then I was able to just post and be like, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. One more?
Oh, sorry.
Piggyback off of that. So I've been trying to learn how to like edit and do all this stuff. So what platform do you recommend? Like for editing?
Like an app or?
Oh, I cheated.
Like what apps do you
I say
like?
CapCut.
Yeah.
Give us
if you're
give us the tea on the
Because my
apps.
partner's in TV marketing, so then I just use their editing apps, which is already professional.
Yeah, I would say
Editing, I was like,
CapCut, honestly, especially if you're strictly social. Obviously, if you're putting it on LED screens like this, you need something a little bit more Adobe or OBS, whatever it is. But if you're just shooting class or shooting comp and putting it direct, CapCut's great. You can clean up audio. You can do voiceovers if that's your goal. You can adjust lighting, but it's very user-friendly.
Video Leap too. I think
Yes,
Video
that's a good
Leap
one,
is
too.
also very user-friendly for people who aren't super familiar with those types of apps.
And then the next stage, like outside of that, you would say probably Adobe.
Yeah, I mean, people still use iMovie, believe it or not. Like, it's really not about the platform. Whether it's a $40 subscription every year, whatever it is, it's not about the platform. It's about the quality of your content. So where he's coming back to,
The
lighting, the audio,
Yeah.
what you're wearing, the backdrop, that matters more. Because if you shoot it right the first time, you don't need to fix
You
a
don't
bunch
need
in
all
post.
the edits, right?
Yeah.
It depends, because like I'm not gonna tell you how much to post because I don't do it. So I'm not gonna be like, you should post. But before, to grow my following, during the pandemic was when I had so much time to just learn how to edit, learn how to film, and that's where I think I was allowed to grow my following. And I tested this theory out because they were like, you have to post, like, I posted 3 times a week, but I also posted like 10 stories a day, and that helped with the algorithm. Now I don't know what it is, but it's doing your research of like fighting the algorithm. That's your beast, and that's your enemy, because now everyone's doing it. So I don't know how that's gonna affect it now, since I don't do it as much as I used to. Because I'm just gonna live. I'm at the point right now where I'm just like, I just need to live my life the way I need my life. This was stressing me out, and I'll get to Instagram again when I need to get back at it. But it's because I am where I think I'm fortunate enough to say no. I have the privilege of doing that, which I get like not everyone has. So I'm just saying that now. Thank you, universe, because I'm able to say no to things or live how I want to live.
Yeah.
But that's up to you also, you know what I mean? Like, you could still do that. Yeah, if you don't like it, don't do it. Me too. Yeah. Or, you could also find like someone who likes to do it. And some people hire people for social media. Or you could just like, if you have like, you know, a niece or nephew or a young person who's like, hey, you want to make $20? I don't know. I don't just hire
You'd be
them.
surprised.
Or just like, or just ask them for help. And
Yeah.
sometimes they might want to do it. Or if they're bored during the summer,
Yeah.
if they have nothing to do, hey, you want to be my content manager? I
For
don't know.
sure. Oh yeah, it's a little side hustle. Speaking of Instagram, where can they find you and follow you so that they can hopefully take a class?
Yeah, it's at Raybasa, Raybasa. Yeah.
Are you teaching anywhere currently?
Yeah, I'm teaching down the street at Movement Lifestyle and also Team Millie
Yes.
Dance Studio.
If you have extra time,
If you have
send your
extra
kids there.
time.
Love it. Well,
This
thank
was
you.
so fun.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing. I love chatting
Yes,
with all of
absolutely. Give it up for Ray one more time.
you. Thank you for allowing me to be a human being and let me tell my story.
Yes.
That means a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll be back with our next one in just a few minutes. Thanks, friends.
We need some outro music.
Like this is never gonna get old.
Test, test. Oh, there we are. So that was fun, huh? Are you being entertained so far? You guys, the kids are crazy in their classes. Even in tap, it was like a concert. It was really, really great. They're doing a good job. Everybody is. Ready? Are you guys enjoying these two fairy tales right here? Yes. I know, inside and out. So that's how we are. Oh, speaking of beautiful inside and out, we have another one. Let me just tell you a couple of things about Mr. Do you guys know anything about Gil? Mr. Gil Dodolau, you don't know anything about him? Who? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Well, he's amazing. Most people call him a dangerous man because when he walks in a room, he's not going to just start talking to you like I would. He kind of like looks at everybody. He takes his time because he's actually a genius is what I'm trying to say. He has been Janet Jackson's dancer, choreographer, and now creative director for years now. Who do you think I was going to bring some dum-dum up here, guys? He's also the creative director for Kehlani. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. You're gonna stay, huh? Yeah. He has so much wisdom and has so many. He knows so much about the business because he's done all of it, and he also knows about people that you sort of walk away from because they could be kind of toxic for your kids as well. So he just has so much. There's just so much to offer. So I really hope just sit back, relax, and ask questions. We're so lucky that he's here because he actually lives in London now, but then he comes back to LA to do things with Kehlani and Janet sometimes in the same day. I mean, he's really, really accomplished it all. So ask questions and listen and enjoy. And he's also one of my best friends, so don't say anything negative. Honestly, please, please enjoy. You're going to love this.
Thank you. We'll take that.
Hello, everyone.
Amazing. Well, once again, Gil, thank you so much for joining us this week. I think it's so inspiring for these parents to hear all of the different journeys, and there's no right way to do things within this industry. So take us back to the good old days. Where did you first fall in love with dance?
I trained in Hawaii. And I actually trained in 2 studios. One was hip hop. Then I was just like, I didn't really feel like I was growing. So I was like, I want to try jazz, ballet, and everything. So I went to a dance studio there. Then eventually, there's a program here where this dance studio isn't open anymore. But does anyone know Edge Performing Arts Center?
Yes, we love Edge.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to audition for the scholarship program. So my mom allowed me to go at 16 to audition, only if I finished my school, obviously. So I did that at the same time. So I came to LA, completely immersed myself. Well, I got the audition and I made it out of 30 of different students from all over the country, and trained there at Edge Performing Arts Center. And a lot of really important people come and take classes as well at that time. And so the creative director of Janet saw me in Helene Phillips' class, and I guess she saw something in me, and she told me to come to the audition, and I got the job. So it's just been a nice journey because I obviously started as a dancer. Then eventually I just felt it was over for me, not in an inspiration way. So I decided to choreograph, and obviously that dwindled into directing and visualizing performances and tours and everything. So yeah, that's kind of a short stop of what my journey is.
And I love to hear so much about people transferring from the stage to behind the scenes and creative directing. I think so many dancers visualize themselves as being the star or the one in front of the camera, but there really is so much opportunity and so much growth within this industry to be able to become a choreographer or a creative director. Can you tell us some of your favorite memories of putting together a show? Because obviously from the production standpoint, it can be really crazy. There's 5 million different moving parts. So how do you really keep it all together to be that leader for your team?
I mean, there's different types of leaders. There's some that operate out of chaos, and that's how we react to it. But for me, I like to be zen about everything. And even if I'm going through a really, really chaotic time trying to get a project together and off, and everyone around me is in chaos, I'm usually the one that is just zen. Yeah. But what was your question?
Just like how do you kind of start putting together a giant tour? What comes first? Is it,
Oh,
you
God.
know,
Well, obviously, you speak to the artist first, and you have to know the artist and what their project or their music or what story they want to tell. And then I think my job is to sort of sit with the artist individually and kind of dissect their brain, you know? And then we come together for an idea. And so therefore, the production manager or tour manager brings key people, key lighting directors, content as well, style as well, stylist. And I then take the idea and sort of share with them of what's going on, and the choreographers, and then we go off into the world of choreography. And then, like right now with Kehlani, it's like choreography is always changing because the musical director wants to change.
they all just saw JoJo. That was the JoJo reaction.
JoJo reaction. Yeah. My life is definitely boring than hers. No. And then you just speak to all departments, and just in a few months, you just really make sure we're all on the same page. And then we go off into production rehearsals and create a tour, and it's always ever changing until we get it right. So I think we have a show for Kehlani. So I'm happy about that. Yeah.
Now, Gil, you are probably one of the biggest names in interviews that we have here. I mean, the credits, the experience, going from a dancer to choreographer to creative director is the dream, right? A lot of us stop as dancers, aren't able to progress that far. And it sounds relatively easy, your story. Oh, I just, Janet's people saw me, I booked it. But I know that there were so many qualities that you had and so many things that you did that made that moment possible for you. What do you think it was that made it possible for you to have this long, incredible career and step into these elite places that so few of us have the opportunity to ever do?
Yeah. First off, I also want to say that you have to sort of also listen to your children. Do you know what I mean? If they keep telling you that they want to create, they want to visualize, and they're more of that type of artists, or they're dancers, and they want to dance. But if you ever, only because one of my assistants, I was like, yes, I'm pushing you to dance. But then she all of a sudden told me, she goes, I see myself behind the scenes with you. So I'm like, oh, great. That's another career. But I think adapting to the room you're in, I definitely worked hard. I sort of, as a dancer, someone told me, they were like, just show up and shut up. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And so as a dancer, I just made sure that I went there to do my job respectfully. I'm always in the mirror as a dancer, sort of going over my dance steps and dance routines that I learn. I'm never sitting down unless I'm told there is a 5-minute break. But, I think it just respect. Mm-hmm. Respect for the dance floor, respect for the artist or for the authority or the choreographer even. It all works hand in hand. So I just made sure that I did my job and I showed up. And I was constantly growing from a dancer to a choreographer, creative, and I just kept myself open. And there were times within those transitions I wanted to quit. There were times where I was like, okay, instead of quitting, wholeheartedly, why don't you just take a break? And I feel like that's also the key to success, is making sure that as artists, your dancer, children, or creative, sometimes you can't create if you're overrun. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you're going, how am I as a dancer to produce great work? If I'm being pushed too much, or you gotta do this, you gotta do that. You have to sort of pay attention to your children and their spirit. And if their spirit is telling you like, hey, maybe I should take a month break and
Yeah.
just be a normal person. And, but anyways, I believe in that. Like after this Kehlani job, I'm going to Canada and be there for 6 weeks and shutting off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think it's finding the balance. It's finding the balance of life and being an artist. And I think you have to sort of try and find that balance and mold of it together instead of going, or I'm just not inspired, or so. I'm open to questions, by the way.
Yeah.
But go ahead. What-
Well, we'll do some questions in a little bit. I would love to hear more about tour life because I think a lot of dancers love the idea of a tour, and I don't think they realize, the work ethic, the discipline, the long hours, the lifestyle that a tour is. So how have you seen dancers adjust to that out on the road, traveling, being a part of a world tour?
It's really a tough world. I mean, you love what you do, and once you're on stage, you're just so happy and you feel so complete. But there's other things that come with it of like sometimes 18-hour rehearsals a day, and with tours I create, I make sure the dancers bring notebooks and we just go through notes. And I'm like, you gotta read them notes before you go to bed and just visualize certain things so we can move on in the show. But it's a really tough life. I think everyone thinks it's glitz and glamour, but once you get really deep into it, it's how do I get rest? Can I get rest on the bus? How do you keep your body healthy? How do you keep your mind healthy? There's a lot of egos. There's a lot of moving parts. So, you just have to find your place. But it's not glitz and glamour. But once you find that lovely flow, your kids will enjoy tours. Because I think every dancer hopefully can experience a tour sometime because it's beautiful to sort of give your energy out and get your energy back, right? So, yeah.
I was going to just ask, how is it working with artists who are not dancers? Because obviously they have background
Yeah.
dancers, but if they're having to execute choreography, how do you work with them and make them feel comfortable? And
Yeah, and I think that's important because, yes, I was a dancer, and then when I became an educator, maybe you guys don't know me, but I was at the original Pulse, you know? But, yeah. But, what was your question again?
just how do you work with artists?
Oh, yeah, that's
obviously
key.
Janet is an
No,
amazing
no,
dancer,
yeah,
but
key.
others
Yeah,
necessarily.
key, I think being a dancer, understanding movement and seeing how I was taught, and then when you go into choreography, you teach, and sometimes people get it, and sometimes people don't. So in that phase of my life, I perfected, especially with the Pulse and teaching, how to sort of teach my stuff and for how I can make them understand my movement. And so now when I'm into creative, and when I get an artist that can't move, either they're lazy and they don't want to put the time in, or they're open, which thankfully I've had artists that are open to, hey, listen, if I want to put this type of movement on you, do you want to spend some time in the dance studio for months? And I think that's what my job is in picking what choreographers to work with artists that can't dance, and then spend time teaching and looking at the body and how it moves. And it's possible because I have worked with non-dancers. Yeah.
What was it like working with Janet? I know you booked a Janet job tour very early in your career. What was it like the first time being in the same space as such an icon? And I know you guys are very close now. And how did you transition from, just being the backup dancer to the space that you are in now with her, and how she's helped you with your creative journey?
It's just a natural growth. If you mesh well with an artist, you kind of go through, like she goes through her, valleys, and I go through mine, and somehow we just keep meeting that way.
Meant to be.
Huh?
Meant to be.
But it's just dancing, and then all of a sudden she saw me freestyle at a club, and she's like, "Hey, I want you to do my next music video." And I'm like, "Okay." So then I had to push myself to that, and then just getting into creative because I know her so well. So I just know where, like, right now she's preparing for an album, but it's taking a slow time. So I'm like, "Hey, stay with it, and we'll go through every piece of music, and I'll let you know what I feel, what your journey should be, and what you should sort of give to the public at this time of your life at being 60.
Yeah. And it's thanks to you that we had Janet Jackson at our Gala of the Stars this last year.
I
That was all you.
No,
we
but
were,
I just said, I was like, hey, if you're not busy and this is a great cause and charity and great event, and she was like, sure.
Yeah, it was wonderful. And I will speak to just, obviously, there's a million things going on at an awards show, but what spoke volumes to me is that she is the name of all names. And she sat there with the whole table was all of her
Past
original
dancers.
past dancers, like
And
Jenna Twan,
choreographers.
all of these incredible performers who, in my opinion, I really think Janet Jackson was one of the first artists to showcase her dancers in a way that the public could point them out and know their names. That was not common for a really long time. And I think seeing her relationship with her dancers, she stayed almost the entire show. I thought she was going to come up, accept her award, maybe, watch a couple things and leave. And she sat there and watched our show for Dancers Against Cancer. And she enjoyed it. And that to me meant everything, because I think obviously we're a different kind of artists, but when doing an awards show of that caliber and trying to get people to see the mission that we're doing, having someone's name like Janet Jackson be in attendance really brought in a new audience for our nonprofit. And I think it just was an incredible opportunity for all of these young dancers and inspiring choreographers. A lot of them are winning awards themselves, right? But they still look up to you guys as kind of paving the way for a lot of them. What is it like seeing kind of this next generation of choreographers and creative directors come up within the industry?
I do dig so many different choreographers that I see sometimes. I'm not a social media person, but when I do, like my algorithm, I'll be like, oh, that's interesting, or wow, that's great. So I try to always sort of, even if I don't know them, to sort of comment and be like, great work, Times have changed, right? Social media, so you have more of a, if you know your voice fully and you know how to operate your life in that social media world, it's a great thing for dancers to do. I didn't grow up in that world, but I respect how times are changing. But if they do it, it's a brand, right? Yeah, you are your brand. So I try to teach, because I have a program myself that someone told me, who's Lorianne Gibson, which you'll meet here. She's just like, you are your brand. So whether it's dancers, choreographers, or creatives, what you put out is who you are, right? And so the kids just have to really be smart and know, like, why am I doing these things? Why am I posting these things? And this is my audience, or this is the type of people I want to reach, right? I think it's much easier to get yourself out there. But I also think, apart from if you are or you have such a great following, if you still don't do the basics of 101 of respect and working hard and sort of being a team player, and then what I've also seen, because I know casting directors, and they're just like, I just hired someone off of YouTube, or I just hired someone off of Instagram, and they look great in their choreography or in their classes, but they don't have the tools. when they're hired for a job, they don't have, they're like deer in headlights. They're like, what do I do? What next? How do I speak to a casting director? How do I speak to a director? How do I interpret his vision for a music video that I can understand and therefore convey? So there's so much that goes into the business, and I think also people need to be mindful of the hard work and whether it's the fame or what you want to put out on social media, right? So I think it's a much easier time, but it's also crucial for people who want to be in the business. Is not only you can create something great for social media, but you are your brand, so you have to be that in a room setting, in a job. And I think if you don't know that and you still have a following, then if you want to be in the business, it's two bridges that can't connect. Yeah. So I encourage connecting those bridges of social media and hard work and respect and being a great dancer and always being so hungry to be better than I am today, right? Yeah.
What is something that you look for when casting a dancer for a job? And do you use social media to cast? And if so, what do you look for on a page?
Yes, of course. I just casted a dancer recently, and it's word of mouth, you know? And I think what people don't understand is that I may teach here and there, or I may, you know, work with CAR or do jobs, but before we hire someone, we actually call each other. It's a small set of group of people. Hey, Charm, what was it like working with this lovely lady? I know she's good, but and then there's agents who's like, I have to be honest, one of them was like, she's a disaster. You know what I mean? Like, you know, because of their reputation on jobs, you know? So like, and then I was like, so I told a friend of mine, I was like, are you sure you want to hire her? But then again, it's our job. If we see talent, and even if they are messy people, all we have to do is have a talk, you know? And maybe her other jobs, there weren't honest people about, hey, you know, you could work on this. Sometimes you need to shut up. You know what I mean? And do your job, you know? But yeah, we talk to each other. And then a friend of mine was like, you should look at this guy. So I looked at his world and his social media, and I like performers, you know, not like forced performers or taught performers where you have to be a certain thing. Oh, you should show this face, or you should be this. I think people that are sure of themselves really perform and can relate to an audience. So you don't have to be the strongest. I actually hired someone who doesn't have technique, but I had the right group of choreographers on Janet to teach them, to get them, you know, technical in a 1 month span, you know? So I like performers. I love natural performers, and I love any dancer that can sort of execute in all styles, you know, because yes, you're good in hip hop, but can you give me a triple turn or a triple inside turn, you know, landing to the ground, you know? So I like all around great dancers as well, like trained in every style, where if you're creative and creating a show, you can use so much of that one person's talent and their library of talent and what they trained in. So yeah.
When it comes to a career in dance, obviously we hear have a backup plan, or, you know, don't quit your day job, whatever it is, when people move out here to pursue the industry. As someone who's been in it for so long, you obviously go through ebbs and flows as far as booking jobs and not.
Yeah.
How did you pull yourself out of feeling, you know, those moments of despair of like, am I choosing the right path? Should I be trying to do something else? How did you get yourself to continue the motivation? And persistence,
Well,
really.
At a young age, I just wanted to go to Edge and I wanted to perform and I wanted to work with artists. I wanted to be in music videos. I wanted to do tours and then I wanted to be in movies. And yes, it wasn't easy because you'll see Marguerite, she's also speaking. And there was a time where a lot of people were hiring tall and buff guys. And, you know, there was a time where I was like, I'm not that at all, you know, but I happened to go to a Marguerite and she hired me for some reason. And I wasn't the most technical, but she obviously saw something in me. What was your question again?
Just like if there was ever moments where you
Oh,
know
yes,
you go multiple
yes.
weeks with no
You
job.
know, there was sometimes I was just like, do I want to do this? Or, because not only you have to be so present in LA and you have to know exactly why you moved here, but the dance scene is so big, so everyone goes and takes everyone's classes, and then we get sucked into, oh, hey, let's go to that person's party, and from the most talented dancers that I know that moved back is that they couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
They couldn't handle the groups of people that they met. Then they got into some mess, or whether it be drugs, or whether it be, you know, anything else. And so I've seen a lot of talented people move away. Yes, I've had struggles, but I knew this is what I wanted to do. But do I believe in dancers knowing themselves and say, I don't want to do this, but I still want to create in this world, in this entertainment world? So, of course, I wanted to quit a couple of times. I wanted to move back a couple of times. But then now that I'm an older person, I wish I took the time to have a life outside of dance. Yeah. So that I didn't get burnt out too much.
Yeah.
And then I'm just like, you know, you don't have much to give, right? If you're burnt out. So again, I now feel like I found a balance, and I wish dancers more could find that and not get so stressed out about getting somewhere. Because if you have the passion, I always told myself, like, I'm going to keep going even if I get turned down. That's just me. But sometimes I will take a break, and yeah.
For someone who's accomplished so much, what are some future goals or aspirations of things that maybe you haven't checked off your bucket list?
Well, I moved out of LA to London 3 years ago because I felt like my soul needed that.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I was just like, oh, I love it here. But then obviously work calls me back here. But like, that's when I decided to apply for my global talent visa. And then I was like, God, if I get it, then I have to stay in London, you know? And I got it. And so I think for me, I'm happy and content of what I've done here in LA and in this industry. So my now wanting, like coming from Hawaii or now going to London, is like, I wonder if I can be great in London too. Or I wonder if I can make so much of myself in London, and if I have to start from the get-go and no one knows me, great, you know? So that's a goal of mine, to be able to say I made it in 2 continents. Yeah, but there's a West End show next year, and you know, I want to get into Broadway, so thankfully there's a show that is preliminary, so I want to touch other things that I have before. You want to be able to say you did it all, right? Yeah.
You mentioned doing other things to keep you balanced in this world of entertainment, and you've been doing this for a very long time. What are some things that you do outside of the industry or outside of LA to keep yourself creative or fresh or decompress?
I love architecture. I love angles and buildings, so if ever I have a time to go and walk or go to a museum, great. I like to cook. I love I don't like listening to music for some reason because I feel like music is my life. So I love reading. I love Netflix. I love, diving myself into some show or something. But I do love Pilates and yoga as well for keeping active and making sure my 47-year-old body still can stretch.
What would you say is the biggest piece of advice for a dancer coming up in today's LA? As far as we've been talking a lot today about community and surrounding yourself, like you said, there's some dancers that kind of get lost out here because they don't feel like they have that community or they fall with the wrong crowd. What's a piece of advice for sustaining a career out here? And it doesn't have to be dance. It can be personal as well.
It totally just times to remind yourself, like, why am I here? And try not to get so swept into who's who, what's what, where I need to be. Because even my agent was like, you need to get out more. You have to meet people. But, if you have a strong sense of self as a dancer, as an artist, nothing can stop that. It's the surroundings and people and the community could sidestep you. But if you're so serious and you love what you do, and sometimes, even yesterday, I'm dealing with a lot of crap and people on this job. Oh, I hope it's a podcast?
It's okay.
We're live.
It's okay.
Just a lot of big personalities,
No. It doesn't even have to be a part of the job that I'm doing. But you always meet egos, and you always meet people that say, no, you can't do that. And then I have to challenge myself and be like, why? Why can't I do that? Why can't an artist do that? Let's try it. But a lot of people are set in their ways and like, no, this is how we're gonna do things. This is how we're gonna do things. So like even the last 3 days, like, I'm in the mirror and I'm like, you can do this. You can do this. But I love what I do. And I'm never not going to show up or not finish what I start. And everyone that moves to LA, has to remind themselves why they are here, why they started, and to really protect your space. And not let that many people in that can infiltrate my goal. Your child's goal. Do you know what I mean? And so you have to also check up on them and just be like, how are you? How are your friends? Who are your friends? Okay. But your question again? I hope I'm
perfect.
answering.
It's just finding that sense of community. What's a piece of advice of coming out here? And it really just sounds like
it's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy, and it will never be easy, but you have to, again, strong sense of self, who you are, and really, and if you fail at an audition, there will be another one, and you have to have that mentality of keep going. Have your 2 hours of soaking, okay, but there will be something else for you if you know who you are. But if you're here lollygagging and don't have a sense of direction of where you want to go, then these little things or people or community or that'll knock you down, your character will get knocked down. So remembering why you move and why you love what you do, and nothing can ever break you, but it's a matter of who you are and what you see for yourself and what you love about yourself. And I feel like even when I meet kids, they're just like, I just performed and I just got this. And I was like, you have to be kind to yourself. You know what I mean? And I think there's so much pressure to be, but, people aren't kind to themselves. And that's all I'll spread to kids from now on is sometimes you have to take a break if you need to. And you also have to be kind to yourself. And the next day is the next day, and we can move on into the present, and yesterday was yesterday, So it's a strong sense of self, mentally, healthy, spiritually, in every way. and being around great people, good people.
I wanted to ask you a little bit more about networking specifically, especially out here in LA. A lot of times you hear the phrase, it's not what you know, it's who you know.
Yeah.
And I would love to hear your experience of networking, whether you found that to be useful or not super necessary, and how are our parents able to sort of facilitate these relationships with and for their children and find the balance of being, you know, a pushy parent or someone who's like way too involved, but also knowing when to take advantage of opportunities, shake a hand, make a contact.
Yeah. I mean, LA is a huge vast of opportunity, right? I never was, I'm shy, so I never was the one to go to a party and like be like, hey, I'm a dancer. Right. You know, but it's really important to be in a community, to go support shows and let people know you exist.
Yeah.
So whether it's a carnival show or I love that a lot of dancers are going to take different people's classes, you know, and I think that's the networking.
Right.
That's the networking, is you don't stop taking classes. If you hear someone's doing a workshop and that they work a lot in the industry, go and take class, you know, because eventually people are going to be like, hey, you know that Oregon girl? You know, everyone's talking, but you know, you have to be seen. So whether it's events or taking a lot of class, and people eventually will be like, that person, have you seen that person? Oh yes, I think I'm going to use her for a job. You know, it really happens that way. Then you talked about parents. So 2 questions. What was your parent question?
How are they able to, because I think as a parent, you know, you want to help facilitate relationships, especially when your kid is, you know, younger.
Yes.
Should they be going up to choreographers and shaking hands, exchanging social media? Should they take a step back? How involved should our parents be as their child starts to move closer and more involved in these specifically like working spaces?
Yeah, I know parents, obviously we want to protect our child, right? But sometimes you just have to listen to them, and then listen to their goals, and then listen to them as they're going through the process of being here. But I don't see a problem in, you know, if you have a child and be like, hey, you know, my child just took your class. Thank you.
Yeah.
Then there's a lot of, because sometimes I teach a class of like maybe 500 people, and then there's a parent that says, hey, did you see my child? And I'm like,
Girl.
you know, what critique do you have for them? Right. And for me, when I teach a class, I look at everyone as a whole. You know what I mean? And then if there's someone that I feel like that got the step, I don't pick people because they shine or like, oh my God, or if everyone says, you got to look at that girl, she's like the it group of this room, right? I don't really do that. I think it's the heart, and if I feel they executed something differently, or not differently, the way I wanted it to teach it, and maybe the whole class isn't getting it, I'm like, hey, can you show them? You know, or hey, you that. But I've been around pushy parents before, but the one thing though is that they'll never change. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. When you're a grown woman or a parent, you know, it's like, this is who I am about my child, okay? Yeah. You know what I mean? But sometimes I think pulling back when you need to, and just listening to your child, and just, they're great where they're at. Yeah. Can they get better? Yes. And then will they get better? Yes. Will you harping down their throats to get better gonna make them better? No. Yeah. So you just have to support your kid where they're at now, at the moment, right?
Absolutely. I also think at the end of the day, each child only has 2 parents or 1 parent, whatever your living situation is. And There's going to be a million different teachers to give them critiques. There's going to be a million agencies to tell them their headshots need to be fixed. They only have you as their parents in this lifetime. So I think lean into that. I think it's really easy for dance parents to want to put in their opinions or, like we said, be a little bit more pushy. But at the end of the day, you're their safe space. So be that
Yes.
safe space for your dancer to come back home to when they are having a difficult time in LA because they're getting all these critiques or
You
they're
kinda-
not
yeah,
booking the
you
jobs.
kind of have to separate right away. If kid is calling, how are you first?
Yeah.
How did you get here? Okay, and then we talk. How does it relate to your business and why you're out there and what do you want to achieve or, you know, just listening.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you just have to sort of when to know I'm going to be a parent that wants to protect and love my child, and then when to be that person to push them in a loving way. Yeah.
Absolutely. Speaking of parents, do you guys have any questions? Yes, right here.
Sorry, my voice is raspy. So I'm a huge fan of you. I've been following your
Thank you.
career. You are amazing.
Thank you.
I have a three-part question.
Okay, girl.
All right. Here we go.
Okay, so part one is, when you were a dancer, what routine do you remember performing that made you feel the most alive?
That's a good one.
A performance he did that made him feel most alive when he was younger.
That I was in or that I know and watch? Just being on stage doing certain songs that you've listened to all your life and you're like, wow, I'm actually doing it, you know? So I love performing If as a dancer, or I love performing Rhythm Nation as a dancer. I also love performing Doesn't Really Matter as a dancer. So then there's other gigs that I love dancing in, like Tina Turner, you know, or Prince.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Icons. Part two.
As a choreographer, what's the piece of choreography that you created that you're the most proud
When I create something, I don't ever watch it again. So I don't go and critique myself.
Yeah.
Because I know that I gave my all into something, so I don't want to see it.
Yeah.
And in order for me to move on from it and not critique myself, because I know I'm always going to critique myself, or people are going to critique you in the comments, and I'm like, moved on.
Yeah.
You know? But choreographed. It was nice choreographing. You know J-Lo's Waiting for Tonight video?
Wow.
I loved choreographing, obviously, my first music video for Janet, which is All Night Don't Stop. I have a bunch of nice memories, but I don't ponder upon them. Okay.
Okay, third question.
creative director? Yes. What are you most excited to create?
More West End and Broadway. Maybe films. More films, or maybe directing an award show would be great, or a movie. Maybe directing music videos, but because I know as a dancer how long these music videos are, and I'm like, hell no. Because you could be on a set for 24 hours, you know, for 3 days, and they're, hey, go to bed, sleep for 4 hours, and come back. It's tough, but yeah. Most proud of your creative directing? I love the, is that what it is? Oh, excited is great. Yeah, exactly what I just said.
Beautiful.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? Sure.
Okay, so in the beginning of your career as a dancer, while you were training and going to casting calls and everything, what did you do to help support yourself while being in LA?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Financially.
Yeah, I think everyone's different, and I think everyone's start to the career is different. Someone can plateau quickly, someone it's just going to take some time. But I do believe that if that's the case, everyone should help to support themselves. So I'm not opposed to someone training and booking gigs but has a part-time job or a job, you know. I think it's important because having a job is also training you to be on a job as a dancer or a creator. So for me, thankfully, I moved when I was 16. I got the scholarship, and my mom was like, I'll take 3 jobs, you know. And thankfully, I mean, because when you're on scholarship and taking 75 classes a week, you have no time to work. So thankfully, I have a mother that believed in me. And then once I started working, which was a year in, thankfully, I didn't really have to get a job because I started working at a young age, thankfully. And I was really good with money. You know, important. I think people get their first gig and they just spend it, or they get their first tour and then they spend it, and it's just like, whoa, what did I just do? Which I learned the first tour. Yeah. I just went through that money, but being smart business-wise as well.
I was going to ask about that too. And how did you learn to be smart business-wise? Because my parents were amazing, but I didn't really know a lot about finances and, you know, how to make my money stretch and last. And I do see that happen a lot with dancers who come out here and make a ton of money and then it's gone before they book again. How were you able to, like, what tools did you have that made that situation different for you than a lot of other dancers?
I think it's having a group of people that have been in this business, like Nancy. You know what I mean? She's always talking about being great in finance for your career, and she's good about that. But I think our agents, you know, I relied on my agents to like speak about finance and like, okay, what should I do? Do you have someone in mind? Or just being around people and asking questions, because it is a tough thing. You want to spend so much money on your first gig or first 2 years of working, and then, you know, you come home and you just have maybe 2 months of rent, and you're just like, what am I going to do next? So there's a balance in finding money as well. Have to be smart about that. And I think, obviously, parents is a big deal, too.
Yeah.
You know, that they can rely on and ask about, okay, what did you do? Or what would you think I should do? You know? But, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Any more questions before we let them go? Yeah?
Yeah. Dancing, I just wanted to learn all different styles of dance and to perform different things. And if I wasn't good at it, I'll go in and train at it. But then it all works hand in hand, because the more and more you work as a dancer and you see people create or choreographers create, you're like, I wonder if I can do that. Wait, you know, you think in your head, I wouldn't have done that. You know, and then I think the more and more you get creative that way, and you're just like, wait a minute, I should choreograph. And then I think now choreographing, you know, it was great to create for a project and you saw the visual, but then you had another creative director creating the big visual on what you choreographed. So then I was like, I see that as well, so I should do that. So I did both at the same time. And then eventually, I think when I know I don't have it in me to choreograph, I'm like, you know, you find great choreographers for a job. And I like collaborating with people and being like, if I hire a choreographer, I'm just like, this is what I see. What do you see? And then we come together as a group. So I think it was beneficial for me, my personal journey to dance, then choreographed, and to creative direct. Did they all lead to that? Naturally, it did, because your soul isn't meant to stay somewhere for so long. You know, you have to go through that journey. And so if your spirit says, I'm done, I want to move into something else, I'm done, da-da-da. So yeah, it was a long but wavy journey, but I love every journey in getting here.
Well, thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here. Let's give it up for Gil one more time, sharing his knowledge. And we're just so excited to see all the things that you accomplish as we move forward. Thank you for joining us at Hollywood Dance Experience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we've got a quick little break after this one, so we will be starting back up promptly at 2:45. So we'll be right back. Thank you. See, not too scary. Just chill. Just chill. Now you get to chill, right? Oh, stop. I forgot.
check. So how was Gil, everybody? Yeah? Pretty special, huh? And it keeps getting better. Did you guys ask him questions? Yeah? I think he was going to stay, but I think he had to run to rehearsal. He's usually pretty busy. So we have other two people that are coming up that are just as special and talented. It just keeps getting better and better that they all said yes, especially these two. They're better and better every hour. So I'm going to let them, they're actually backed by popular demand. These two were from the kids, the biggest ones where we have to have Travis and Stacey again. They couldn't stop saying it, and so they're back. There's so much that they're going to want to talk to you about, and you can ask them about, but one of the things that I know that the kids they work with Michael Jackson. They've danced with Michael Jackson and danced with Janet Jackson and so many people, and they were the choreography team for This Is It before, unfortunately, Michael went to heaven. So they were in it, there to do all that. And again, everybody is super talented and kind and humble, and that's what we strive to do for you. So I hope you enjoy Mr. Travis Payne and Stacey Walker.
Welcome. Hello, friends.
Test.
Welcome. Thank you.
Are you sitting down or are you leaving? No, I'm leaving. Oh. My boss doesn't let me sit down. Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
You're
you
welcome.
very, very much.
All right.
Okay, so hey, families.
Oh
How
my
are y'all?
gosh.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay.
We had so much fun. Can you hear me? Okay. We had so much fun last year. Actually, it was one of my favorite moments talking to the parents.
Absolutely.
Because you guys had the best questions. And where do we want to start? Do you have questions for us?
Oh, we are ready.
Oh.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
However you want to do it.
Absolutely.
Well, I do know that we saw some young people from last year, and some of them are so busy, and I've been able to, recognize the work. And since we were here last year, I saw a few of the faces on Instagram, and they're just so busy. So it's working. Whatever you're doing is working. Do more of that.
Amazing. Well, we're so excited to have you guys back. Obviously, Nancy said the kids were just floored to work with you last year, so we knew we had to bring you back. My question is, what was your takeaway from this experience last year? You said you've seen a lot of dancers come back, but what did you leave with as far as fulfillment, inspiration, excitement for the next generation? How did you guys leave this event?
It's first of all, I'm always amazed by how much the young people still love Michael Jackson. Yeah. It makes me emotional. You know what I mean? And because Travis started working with him much longer ago than I did, but I started, I guess, in around '96, and so we grew up with him and we worked with him and all that, and it's been 17 years. Wow. And the little ones still are doing their solos to Michael Jackson, and that blows me away. And it just,
really
I don't know,
does.
like for us, it's very touching and
It
it's
is.
very moving.
It is. And we know Michael has fans that haven't even been born yet.
Yeah. Yes,
Right?
absolutely.
So it's such a pleasure to see the young people get it, right? Because many decades ago, not many decades, decades ago,
100 years.
right, land before time. The idea was always to inspire the next generation of performers, all the way back to Bad, all the way back to Thriller. That was the point, that the movement needed to be, just enticing enough that it locks them in and they want to learn it, and hopefully open them up to a life as a dancer or a performer or a singer or a music producer or a writer, whatever it is creatively. That was the point of all of that art, to, inspire the next generation of young artists and put them in position to be able to do the same thing for the people after them. So being here and having experiences like this where the parents are involved is so amazing. Because, of course, we had parents that supported what we were doing, but my father was not going to sit at a convention and ask questions. He was just not going to do it, right? So to see this and to have you, even the ones returning that we've gotten to say hello and we recognize your dancer from last year, that means parents are doing something great.
We've gotten so much better.
Yeah,
as
because
well.
your dancers
it's like
are
we already
getting
see in a
better.
year the growth. It's really cool.
Absolutely. One little bitty was just in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
from last year, and working and booked. And I love seeing that, right? Because a lot of times it takes a few years for a performer to find their groove here. It can take up to a decade before you get your big break. Some of us have been very fortunate that things happened right away, right? And even more fortunate that we were prepared, because sometimes when it happens too quickly and the dancer isn't prepared, you can implode just because it becomes so overwhelming, the amount of responsibility as a young person. It's a double-edged sword. Those are your earning years because you're young, you got your beautiful body, you got your facility, you have your support, you don't have any injuries, but you are also young, so you've never really had to manage business, deal with personalities, deal with corporate, deal with this, and still manage to show up and do your job professionally and get enough sleep and get enough rest, and for girls, look great, all the things, right? So it's a balance. So to see that these dancers have such support from their families is amazing. So that was one of my big takeaways from last year.
Amazing. I will ask, so a lot of these parents are new. They were not here last year. So we have a lot of new dancers joining us. Take us back to how you guys became the dynamic duo that you are. How did you guys first find each other and decide, okay, we're gonna do this together?
Well, from Atlanta, Georgia. Well, we met in Atlanta, Georgia. I was born there. And we grew up in very much surroundings like this, where we had different dance homes, different dance schools, but we would show up at conventions,
or we would do like professional jobs as kids together.
And so I had a big crush on Stacey Walker because she had the cutest little bob cut.
We thought we'd get married, but
we
it didn't work out.
Right. And so we've known each other since we were that age, like 14, 15. And so, long story short, I moved to LA to start working. I had gone to Morehouse College for about a year in Atlanta because it was expected. I come from a family of educators, so college and all that was expected. Stacy went to college in Florida because she thought being a dancer didn't make sense.
I thought it was not realistic to be a dancer, so I went to college. Like, our stories are completely opposite, which is cool. Actually, that's why we are such a great team, I think, because we really cover all the bases. We're so different and so the same, But I wasn't going to be a dancer. I loved it, but,
No, she's very responsible. She's a September 1st Virgo. So if you know anything about that, if you can't see the whole plan in front of you, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Whereas I go blindly and very quite innocently and naively at that time into whatever. I just walk right into the middle
He left college and moved to LA and was going to do it. And
because in my mind, I only knew that Michael Jackson lived in California, and that's where Soul Train was shot. That was it. And I knew the Jacksons lived on Havenhurst, so what apartment can I find that's close to Havenhurst? So I wound up in Studio City.
So you really had your sights set on Michael.
From the time I was 5 years old.
Wow.
That was it. Literally. So when I say that dreams come true, they do.
Yes.
They really, really do. The thing
Even
is,
when you're not manifesting it.
Correct. But the thing is to not get in your own way. And the thing is, as a younger person, have the nerve to dream super big. Because a lot of times as older people, we get more cautious, we think things through, No, it's that kind of reckless abandon, I think, that got me here. I did not know better. I did not know better. No, I did not know any limitation. I thought I was the best in the room, but not in a dumb, egotistical way. It was because, growing up as a dancer, a boy dancer in the South wasn't very popular. But when I got here, it was celebrated.
Yeah.
So that was when I finally was like, okay, I can actually do this. People say I'm good, not just in my home school. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I can really do this. So I had to have the nerve to believe that it was possible, right? So I think that young people innately have that. They just do. They kind of grow out of it. I encourage young people to keep that. That's what Michael had. He was, well, of course we have to do the biggest show in the world. It hasn't been done. Of course we have to have an airplane on the stage. It hasn't been done. Of course we're doing everything in 3D. It hasn't been done. You know what I mean? Responsible people wouldn't get there. You have to think big. You have to have your you know, sort of your manifestation, your wish list, your hit list, you know. And so that's kind of what I did. And that's how we met. So we were doing, I was doing some, it was HBO One Night Only, a special that was supposed to happen for Michael that did not. One of our dancers said, "My girlfriend knows you." And I was like, "Really? Okay." He said, "She's gonna be here in New York. She's coming to visit." And I was like, "Okay, great." So I went to the room and she opened the door. And that was my surprise. We hadn't seen each other since we were children. And so we've been inseparable ever since then. And so now she's married.
Not to him.
No, the other guy, we hate him.
Yeah. But you know, Travis and I, we're just a good balance. It's great to have a good balance in your life. You know, where a yin and a yang, a dreamer and a reiner in, you know, and that's how we've learned, like, we both are capable separately, but together it's so easy because we get to do what we both love to do, you know. So it's just been such a nice partnership, and we've known each other since we were kids. So there's like a real love there and a real trust there, and we finish each other's sentences, and we're always so grateful when we get to spend time together.
Yes.
You know,
because that's not
after all
always.
these years.
Yeah,
you know?
and it's not always. And also too, when we started, there were much bigger budgets, much longer timelines. We got to work together a lot, travel the world together a lot. Now things are different. You know, things happen quicker. Budgets aren't as big.
The industry has really changed.
The industry has really changed.
Especially in LA.
Because now even with the whole system has changed, right? The agents used to accompany you to important meetings and do things with you and kind of were like babysitters. But now they don't. It's really up to the performer and the performer's network to make sure and sort of manage that performer's career, right? The agent is really there to negotiate.
And all this really happened because of the internet, I
Right.
think, you know, and now dancers are, can you hear me? Yeah. Now dancers are really getting discovered through YouTube and all that kind of stuff, which is great and not.
Yeah.
It's both. Like choreographers that are hired from YouTube, it's great that they get that opportunity, but they don't have the knowledge of working on a set and knowing who the gaffer is and what stage camera right is and camera left is and you know, the etiquette and all that on a set. Like you know, it's a very different situation now where we're just having people kind of like fly by the seat of their pants.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, and what it is, it's a double-edged sword because it has one connected us in a way that we've never had before. You know, a young person can look at traditional Chinese dance, traditional Japanese dance, traditional African dance, hip hop, and salsa in like an hour. Right? You can ingest so much now. Whereas for us, we used to have to go to the library, find the book, go to the magazine store, go look at the thing, go look at the microfiche,
Oh, yeah.
right? We had to do research and look for things, you know, or you'd have to go buy that VHS tape to see Bandwagon. Whereas now you can just type it up on YouTube and see Bandwagon and see what the inspiration for Smooth Criminal was. You see.
But your kids are like having to do Instagram and all that stuff now, right? It's very important for their careers to be a part of that. And if you're not, you know, you may be left behind. In fact, I think a lot of auditions ask you how many followers you have now, which is like, wow.
Insane, which means that they're using the followers that the performer has to market their product. Right? So the dancer is now becoming a very, very, well, always has been, but it's becoming a more obviously critical part of the whole economic chain of things. We did a commercial years ago for The Gap, which was called Khaki Swing. And not only did it start a kind of 2-3 year run of swing dancing for us, we never swing.
We never knew how to swing dance.
We'd never done that. Director we worked with was like, we're doing this thing, this is the style. It's like, okay, great. Old school, go research, figure out the style. Okay, Lindy, okay, great, all right, got it. My mother was gonna tell me some stuff. Okay, great. You know, the music I was familiar with, but not necessarily the dancing. All of that to say, we pulled it together, did that. That commercial campaign pushed their profits to over $1 billion that year.
Wow.
It was a series of commercials in that style. Their bottom line crossed $1 billion. That was directly related to dance and music using to sell their product, which was pants. You see. So that let me know that, okay, it's not just we're good at it and we can make some money at. No. It is driving economies. Look at BTS and the sort of sensation they've become because of dance and music, way from the East, right? But now we're onto that, and they're the biggest thing in the world, right? So the times have changed, the temperature, the capability, the capacity for young artists to really earn a great living at this has increased exponentially since we started.
And decreased.
Yes.
I mean, it's
You got to figure it out.
because there are more.
I was on a set
There are more people.
last week, and one of the dancers that we had, it was so difficult to book her because her social media career pays her 10 times more than a day job as a dancer on a music video. She can work with us for 12 hours for like $700, something like that. She could spend 2 hours doing a TikTok video that will pay her $10,000.
Yeah.
You see, so it's different now. So your kids, it's their turn to figure that out. So if you can find the balance between the agent and whatever the brick and mortar, the pound in the pavement stuff is, and balance that with the social media that you control, that I think is the way to do it. And then that will kind of answer a lot of your questions, or is it worth it or not? Because you're going to get out of it what you put into it, of course. But now the rules have changed. So it's kind of the Wild West again.
Yeah.
You kind of got to figure out your own way, but you know social media is a direct market to the fans of your child, the brands that want to employ your child, you know, and just the exposure, the safe exposure that you can control. A whole bunch of go-sees aren't necessary anymore. Go to the social media.
It's just funny because it's like, do you want to just be doing TikTok videos, or do you want to work with Lady Gaga? Like, maybe you don't make as much money, but I don't know. I would rather work with Lady Gaga.
You know, because there's a big difference between someone who's on TikTok and dancing that way versus someone who's working as a professional dancer. And in some people's eyes, there's a difference in how we view that person and respect that person, right? So as someone who maybe isn't necessarily interested or doesn't want to brand themselves as a TikTok dancer, how do they differentiate keeping authentic to who they are but still being visible on these platforms?
I think that, well, two things. And I feel like this young lady encapsulated it perfectly. You can do the TikTok dances, which are pretty simple, which is great, which will get the eyes, but also throw that your own thing, your technique, whatever your forte is, whatever your strength is. I mean, if you're the best baton twirler in the world, then you will want to do that too in the midst of your TikTok dancing. You find the entry point, which is that one, whatever they're doing. But then, you know what I'm saying? You like that? Yes. But then you go and then you show your technique, you show your variety, you know, and for God's sake, I cannot stand, and it's not you guys' fault, but when we're in the casting process and someone sends a video of them in a dance class with other people on the floor, it's like, first of all, which one are you?
Yeah.
Then secondly, you're in your dance, you know, you're in your dance wear. You're not really auditioning for anything. You're in sweats, no makeup, da-da-da-da. I don't think you think this isn't landing like you think it is. But anyway, to my original point, make it work for you. Go in the entry point, but then do the other stuff. Show the variety. Your social media, your dancers' social media should really be a resume. You should be able to go through it and it makes sense. Get rid of the stupid stuff, or have two. Have one for play and one for work, right? So that as creators, we can go there and be like, oh, yes, Jalen's amazing. Yes, oh, she can do this and that and this and that. Great. Now, to the point, Paris Goebel was found on social media. Right? Yep. So it worked for her.
Yeah.
And it got her all the way to Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
You see. So there are these, sort of case-by-case basis. It can work for you, right? Or it can stifle you. You've just got to find the balance. Everything is a balance.
Because people are casting through Instagram sometimes. I think that's a mistake. But,
Yeah.
if people don't want to hold a casting or they're not in town, they'll just look at, the Instagrams and see. So that really does need to be used as an audition tool.
I agree.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Unfortunately.
Because a lot of times, what are they saying? Send me their IG.
Yeah.
And so you can base your whole opinion on that person in the first 3 frames at the top of that page. So that better be pinned things where you are amazing.
Yeah.
Not you in a class next to 3 other girls that I might be more interested in because she actually has on high heels and shorts and I can see more of her body because this artist has very specific, specs for the types of dancers. I was speaking with one of the moms earlier, and I was letting her know that here in Los Angeles, a lot of it is looks first, right? So you can spend, your dancer can spend all this time training to be proficient and technical, but here it also needs to go with a brand, a look, a vibe. Whereas in New York, a little more forgiving,
Yeah.
right?
New York's a little more technical.
Yeah, a little more technical, company-oriented, suffer for your art. Here it's like quick. It's like quick. You can walk out of here, get a call, go to an audition at 5 o'clock, rehearse the next day for a tour that starts this weekend.
Yep.
Like it's that immediate, So those dancers that stay ready for those types of things are usually the ones that, rise to the top. Because it is a lot of pressure in the moment, and to manage it, and to keep up with it, and to keep yourself healthy, and to stay on top of your bills, and to stay on top of everything you got to do as a working performer, because you become the brand. And a lot of dancers don't get that
Right.
in the beginning. I didn't. I certainly didn't. It was just fun. It was going to always be forever. No. Start your plan, and I think we said this last year. Before you even go into this career, you need to have a 1, 5, 10-year plan, an exit strategy, an alternate strategy. What if there's an injury? What if I just don't like LA? Think about it. Don't put all the eggs in the one basket, right?
And obviously, the more versatile you are, if you're just a hip hop dancer, you're only hired for hip hop jobs. But if you do swing, and you do partnering, and you do African dance, and if you do, then you open up the doors of so many other jobs. And also along the lines of having a look in LA, if you're lucky enough to go to a casting, you need to dress for the part.
Yes.
Producers aren't good at saying, oh, I could see you in a blonde wig. We could make you look like, we want you to look, right? No, so you have to go looking the part. If it's a disco number, you need to go with the whole disco garb. If it's a sexy thing, you need to go with your heels and your fishnets. You know what I mean? You kind of need to dress the part and help them realize you are right for that part, if you're lucky enough to go to a casting.
Yeah. I mean, that's the really cool part about holding this event here at Center Staging is this is where those auditions happen. This is where those rehearsals happen.
This is where we rehearsed with Michael.
Exactly. I was going to ask you to speak to that because our goal here is having these dancers come to this event. The next time they get called for that first audition, they can walk into Center Staging and not be overwhelmed. They can say, oh, I'm comfortable here. I come here every summer. I know where the studio is. And it's just adding an advantage to their audition process right off the bat. So can you just share a little bit about your history here within these walls of Center Staging?
Well, Center Staging is an institution. I mean, I've done so many jobs here with different artists over the years, but it wasn't until we started doing work with Michael Jackson where he'd rent the entire space, not just a studio. So your cafeteria where you're eating lunch, that was his studio. Right? And then next to that, the dancers had a studio. The band had a studio. You know what I mean? Everybody had their own space. So we were a little community over here on Winona.
And then I think across the street, we built the big stage.
We built the big stage.
Because these studios are so big that you can actually build your stage, and have the lighting and the rigging and the all that stuff. So you can really rehearse on the appropriate stage.
So Center Staging always has, held a near and dear place in our hearts because it has been it's been the location of so many projects. We can come here and you know, you get sort of lost in these rooms because there's no clocks, there's no, you know, everything is very conducive to creativity. So we've come here in the daytime and left in the middle of the night and not even realized it. You know, that time goes by so quickly. But it's a wonderful space. It has afforded us a lot of great creativity and helped us launch many projects from here. There's even across the street, there's smaller rooms in the front, the gigantic one in the back. One of the days that we were here with Michael, there was this huge white limousine across the street, and I was nosy, and I wanted to know, because it's like, I thought we were here by ourselves. And so I kind of was walking, I was like, who's in there? And then somebody told me Prince, so of course I ran right back. I was like, guess who's in the room? And he said, who? And I said, your buddy Prince, we should go say hi. He's like, no, he's probably busy, but invite him to the show, though. I was like, okay. But anyway, so that's the kind of magical stuff that happens in center staging. You never know
Center
who you're
staging
gonna
is
see.
more like, it's usually more geared towards artists.
Yes.
Where
And they're-
instead of like TV and film.
Yeah.
I mean, not to say you couldn't rehearse here for TV and film, but you know, it's more artist-driven, bands, music, that kind of thing.
Yeah. And they have, you know, backline people who can help with electronics, your setup, the whole thing. These spaces are not cheap either, you know. So just to be able to have your dancers be in this kind of location this early in their careers to learn is a huge deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is a huge deal. And it does not go unnoticed because a lot of conventions are either at a hotel, in a ballroom, on the parquet floor, right? Or you're in a dance studio. You know, you don't really get this type of experience, right? So this is a blessing. So for those of you who are here for the first time, just know it's a big thing. It's a big, big deal, right? And a lot of care has gone into making sure this experience gives your dancers what they need. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. She said it's worth going back home broke.
Yes. It is. But here's
Thanks
the
so
thing.
much.
You get out what you put in.
Absolutely.
And I feel like making this step, taking this step for your dancer, or this sacrifice, if it's that, puts your dancer at a different level because they come here already with an understanding of a little bit more than the next person who didn't get this kind of experience.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I will ask, so obviously working with Michael, that is just a magical human, right? And you knew him famously already, but how do you spot star quality when it comes to dancers and performers in that way? Because obviously he already had a machine behind him, but up and coming new talent, how do you spot it and know this person has something extra that's going to make them successful?
Well, I mean, I always say, you know, everybody that lives out here is good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's, you know, everybody could do it. Jobs aren't that hard. I mean, you know what I mean? Any of the 500 people in the audition could probably do it. It'd be fine. But it's about, I don't know, I think a true pro is one that can connect the dots, the stuff that's not choreographed. Meaning, you do 4/8s here, and then you've got an 8 to change formations, and then you do another 4/8s. That 8 in between, those people that can act and tip their hat and make things cool and, you know, connect those dots, those are the pros. It's about way more than the steps. Steps are like talking to me. It's like, stop talking so much. What are you saying? You know what I mean? And the dancers that can really act the moment, do the steps, but get the point across, that is the difference. You know, all the technique, we got a lot of robots. We got a lot of dancers that can do everything perfect and jump really high and do a switch leap.
13 turns to a split.
Yeah, and there's no switch leaps in Michael Jackson choreography. There's no triple turns. There's no splits. There's no, well, we do that one thing.
Yeah, we do the one split.
But you know, but you know what I mean? It's not, there's no really technique, what you think of as jazz technique. It is all style, and it's all a story. So if you have to be that person that can tell that story. And it's a really different thing. It's way beyond steps, I think, to be a working dancer. It's way beyond steps. That's the ground level.
And I just like to feel it, you know what I mean? Because like Stacy said, anybody can really do the job, especially if we have enough rehearsal time.
Yeah.
Right? And enough time with the dancers to actually communicate what the vision is to them. Not just, okay, we have 2 hours, okay, go. Which those jobs happen too, you know. But I just kind of, it's something that you just feel. Because yes, it's great to have natural facility and all of that stuff, but how do you use it, right? Just because you've got the bendy legs doesn't mean that that has to be all you
Right.
do, right? Who does London belong to?
Ooh, is London's mom in here? No, I don't think she's in here right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
but even for her, there was something in her performance. It's a confidence, first of all. Technical, yes, but there's a confidence and a comfort that she has that I don't think it's very hard to train people to
teach
do
that.
that. It's
Yeah.
very hard to
Yeah.
teach that. That's just a natural thing. And I looked at her last session. I was like, I remember her from last year. She was just as cute, just as little as last year.
She
You know what I mean? Just as cute. Who reminds me of a dancer here named KK.
Okay.
Do you know KK?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's kind of tiny. She looks like a little bitty Dinah Ross.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She puts me in the mind of a KK.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? So it's that. It's people say it's the X factor. But I also think it's every child has a special thing. It is just up to the teachers and the support system to pull it out of them. You know what I mean? So they feel confident enough to shine. You know, especially with boys who aren't necessarily sure or if their friends think it's cool or not. We tend to dim our light so that people will leave us alone. But coming into LA, where it's like, we want you to be amazing, da-da-da-da, do that again. Gee, it gives you permission, right, to think big, dream big, be good, be great, right? So that's kind of what I like to do. I just feel it. I don't judge the dancer because I know that they've only been working with what they've learned thus far, right? It's up to us to pull something special out of them. And seeing young people that you remember or who are not afraid. I look at who's standing in the very, very, very back of the room as dancers. Those are the ones that are afraid of something. They don't necessarily want to be seen yet. So I'm like, yes, all of you, come right to the front. Join us, right? Because it pushes you. Because we also don't want to waste time either, or money either. So we got to let's get to it. If this is going to be for you, you need to be up here in the front trying to get this job. Because your parents have spent too much for you to stand in the back. You see? So that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's just not all about the steps. Like you want to see them do the steps, but you want the dancer who makes your steps look the best, the coolest, right? You know, that's half of it. And like you said,
trust.
Yes, and that you can trust with, yeah, exactly. So that's why so many times in an audition, choreographers like to use who they know because it's easy, you know, you can trust them, you can trust them. It's very scary to hire a new dancer. So if you're a new dancer, it's always great to go up to that choreographer and say, hi, I'm Stacy. You know what, I met you at Hollywood Dance or, you know, whatever the story is, or say something, because it's scary for a choreographer to hire someone new unless they are so blowing it out of the water. And another thing about confidence, we've talked about this a lot, but think about Michael Jackson, think about Madonna, think about, they have confidence.
Even Gaga.
Oh, of course. But I mean, like, think about Michael Jackson. And this is a funny thing, okay? But I'm like, you know, he wore short pants, he had sparkly socks, he kind of walked like a girl, he sang really weird and high, right? He believed it, and so did you.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, I love all his choices, but I'm just like taking it out of context. So you go, all those weird choices, all those unusual, risky choices, they were original. No one else did that, sang like that, moved like that. If he was at all trepidatious, that would not have worked. But he would stand there for 5 minutes and you would all lose your minds and he would be doing nothing. Nothing. We'd be off stage going, oh my God, hurry up. You know what I mean? No, we would. And Madonna, I'm her biggest fan. She's not the greatest dancer, She's not the greatest singer, but she thinks she is, and we all bought it. So it's not always about the best dancer. You know, the best dancer doesn't necessarily get the job.
There's so many best dancers that don't get the job.
Yeah, it's the dancer that has that unspeakable, undeniable magnet. So you look at them, you're just drawn to them, and a lot of it is confidence. So
and nerve.
Yeah,
You have to have the audacity to imagine you're
Yeah.
going to be the biggest selling artist of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, who does that? Who says that? You know, you have to be a little delulu, right?
Yeah.
To go there. I had to be a little delulu to think, oh, I'm going to move to LA and work with Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Blinders. But if it didn't work and you weren't telling me nothing that was getting me closer to Michael Jackson, I wasn't interested.
Yep.
I just really wasn't. So those are the kind of things, and as parents, you teach your child to be convicted in what they want and da-da-da-da and believe in themselves and da-da-da-dee, da-da-da-da, but sometimes it doesn't match what you think should happen. Ugh. So that's what my parents had to, you know, sort of rectify. It's like, well, you just told me to follow my heart. You told me to trust myself. You told me to believe in myself, da-da-da. And my father was like, "Arr." You know, because I was right. And I had to show them, right? Because they didn't necessarily get on board all at once. My mom was always the cheerleader, you know, but my dad, it took a while until I could prove to him I was earning enough to support myself. And he was like, oh, you go do that dance thing, son. Yes, you know. But so it's a thing. So to her point, I want them to dream big. You know, there was a reason for the tape. You know, there was a reason for the fencing outfit, which was not my favorite from Dangerous. I was like, why is there a leotard outside of the pants? He was like, it's a fencing outfit. I was like, but why? Because from the far in the back, with this little piece of fabric right here, you'll be able to see my right leg and my left leg. It won't look like a blob. I was like, oh, okay, got it. Makes total sense. The socks, yes, they're short so you can see the feet. The tape so you can see the hand. This had a practical purpose covering vitiligo, but it became a signature. You know what I mean? The hat, other thing, you know, Fosse was covering his bald spot. You know, Michael kind of adopted that to his thing. You know what I mean? So everything came from somewhere, right? But somebody had to have the nerve to think of that idea. And so we are now sitting and witnessing the next generation of performers come through the ranks with their ideas and their delulu. And we celebrate it.
So we've talked a lot about the yin and yang of the two of you working together. We've also talked a lot about dreaming big, which is amazing. And I think, you know, kids, especially today, get a lot of instant gratification from what they see on Instagram. They see something and they're like, I want to do this. And when it doesn't happen right away, they burn out, they switch, they want to do something else. And what we often see is just the tip of the iceberg. We don't see all of the things, the sacrifices, the work. Some people hit it in a year. Some people it takes 10 years to book. So what should people have a realistic expectation that goes alongside of dreaming big? What does it take along with that big dream to actually see that dream pushed into reality?
Being ready and being prepared. Because yes, you can want to dance with the biggest artist in the world, but if you're not the best dancer you can be, then you can't be upset when that doesn't happen, right? You can't go onto a stage and grab a mic and sing I Will Always Love You with no vocal training. You just can't. You have to be realistic about your expectations and prepared for it, right? And it's hard to quantify, but as for a dancer specifically, the more styles you're versed in, the more sort of awareness you have of your body, the better care you take of your body, you know, all of those things that are in your control. If you do those things, I think that sets you up for a better chance. So when the opportunity does come to you, you're ready and you're not playing catch up, right? So for the girls, bless you. So the girls and guys too, you know, sometimes our weight fluctuates with the seasons. Sometimes we don't feel like being camera ready, but it's Hollywood and you never know who you're going to meet. You can bump into Spielberg, Jerry Bruckheimer, Debbie Allen. You can bump into people, and your dancer will make a lasting impression. You know, just like the ones we remember from last year coming here, right? You never know. You are always making an impression whenever you've left the house. But I think for just the reality of things, you know, and having realistic expectations, those need to line up with your ability.
Yeah.
You know, so stay in class, keep the machine well oiled, right? You can't just sort of sit around all day until you hear about an audition and then rush to get there.
Right.
You need to be in a process that's already in motion. Then you hear about that audition. Okay, great. Then we'll just go over here. But you should already be in motion. Your dancer should already be having a schedule that is either building or perfecting or doing something. And then, too, we as dancers have short shelf lives.
Yeah.
We have to, almost as soon as we start planning what is the exit or what is the pivot or what is the plus. For us, our plus got to be choreography and directing and producing. Some people's plus is camera work. Some people's plus is script supervision, wardrobe. You know, some dancers go on to be like international music pop stars, Paula Abdul. You know, so always have your plus. You know, your 1, your 5, your 10, even your 20, if you can, your plan about what it's going to be, right? And about the saving, you know, that's got to happen too. Yes. Because the jobs here, unless you do like a cruise or you get into some sort of thing that pays you weekly, there can be months without a job.
Yeah.
Months.
Or without the paycheck.
Yes.
Waiting on production.
Oh yeah, sometimes you don't get paid for a month or whatever.
Oh
but
yeah, like a net 30, which I hate. Yeah. Hate that. What do you mean? Well, then you can get to work in 30 days.
Right, I know.
What do you mean?
I know.
Pay me.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm gonna go back. I hesitate to do this, but this is just me. As far as being realistic, there's a way for everybody. But you know, if you're really being realistic, if your child is not shining and getting all the leads at home, they may not get all the leads and shine and get the jobs in LA, right? So that doesn't mean it won't happen. I'm not saying they're out. I'm just saying until they get to that point in the smaller pond, they may not want to shift to the bigger pond because, you know, all the studios across the country, their best people come here, right? So that's just like a real harsh reality to think about, you know.
Like little boys want to be football players.
Because it's expensive to live here. It's expensive to move out here. I mean, it is expensive.
Yeah.
So I think you should balance some reality with the situation. Doesn't mean you're never going to be a dancer or there's not the right thing for you, but you know, it will be harder if you're not already shining at home. Yes. Right? Yeah. And then there's just a whole, like you were talking about financially and all that, there's a whole nother side to the business where you really have to be level-headed and know that, hey, I just toured with Michael Jackson and now I'm staying at the Motel 6 doing this industrial. Like, you know, you're famous and then you're not.
Yeah.
And you're great and then you're not. And you're cool and then you're not working. And you made $10,000 on this job and now that $10,000 needed to last for 8 months because I haven't worked and I'm out of money because my rent's $2,000 a month. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of reality involved in this. It's great to dream big, but if you want to stay out here, you have to figure out how to do that realistically.
Yeah.
You know, and there, you know, being a dancer, we have a very short shelf life, and there's so many directions you can go after that. Yeah. So many. So, you know, you just have to think about that. And I also think, again, I don't think I was ever the best dancer. I mean, I think I was very good. I did the job. I think I had a great career because I showed up on time. I was pleasant to work with. I thought ahead. If they were reversing it over here, I was over there reversing it. If you know what I mean? That made me trustworthy and people hired me again and again. I was good enough, but I mean, I'm not, you know, I never had the mentality of thinking I was, oh my God, I'm the best dancer ever. You know, I was really good. I was really good. And you have to be to get certain jobs, but Also, I remember one time working with someone I would say was maybe one of the best dancers I've ever seen, who I will never work with again because they didn't show up. 2 hours late. So it doesn't matter if you're great. It doesn't matter if you're that good. If you're not there to do it, it doesn't work. If you make us look bad because, you know, you were even 5 minutes late or 10 minutes late, it doesn't work. So all that stuff is equally as important as the actual talent and the acting. Like, there's so many facets to this world. And you need a certain kind of level head to stay healthy in it.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Yes, because also too, a lot of people don't talk about the mental health of the performer, right?
Yeah.
We see the good stuff. We see the final product of the job. We see the video. We see the tour. We see the thing, but nobody knows what it took to get there and what that dancer or performer has endured to make it through that situation within production, within the dancers, which can be sometimes difficult to manage the personalities because now we've got all the big fish from all over the country in one place, all wanting the same job, right? I think there's enough for everybody, but I definitely think that sometimes it doesn't feel like it. So your dancer needs to realize that it's not the end of the world. There will always be another opportunity. Yes, you didn't book this one. That just means you're getting closer to the next one. Because on average, we have to go through 10 no's before we get a yes. We just do. Even still, we do. You know.
I still call my mom every single time I get a job.
Yes. Yes, because it's so...
I'm so relieved.
It's so relieving. And it's so... Because you know, we have to be realistic and know that, okay, the body's only going to do this for so long at this level, right? So you got to plan for when that doesn't happen, okay? Or what does that mean? For me, that meant double hip replacement surgery last year.
Ooh.
I think I was talking about it last year, about to do it. You know, but yeah, it would... Best thing ever. Love it. Love it. But I suffered for 10 years before getting it done because I didn't want to take myself out of the game because I'm going to miss that gig. They're going to think I'm injured. They're going to think I'm this. They're going to not call me because they, you know. So I suffered. She knew, you know, but I could not imagine. And then having everything happen with Michael in 2009, you know, which we're still not over 17 years later, I was just like, yeah, I can't afford to be out. Because in my mind, that was my retirement job. That's what he told me it was. He was like, oh, you can retire after this. We gonna make movies, da 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 da. I'm like, okay, great. Woo. Ready to sit down. But no, we got more to do. You know, so that it can change on a dime, you know, and so we just have to be ready for it. That's part of the fun, though, too. It's because it is an adventure out here every day. You never know what the day is going to hold. You know, you just need to show up for it, you know, and be ready for it. And sometimes it's harder. Sometimes you just need a beat. Sometimes you need to detach, you know, and care for your mental health, you know, because a lot of us just are used to grinding and you don't know when it's time to take a beat, you know, until you've got those around you who can say, hey, you need, or hey, why don't you, you know, she's done that to me too, you know, when I've gotten off the rails. So I feel like those kind of things, if you can get your tribe and you as the family can surround that dancer, support that dancer and the dancer's friends, because every dancer doesn't have a support system. So many of my dance friends call my mom because they don't have the same sort of, they're not as fortunate as we are to have our parents as close to us as they are. So it varies, but everybody's experience is different. What I will say about LA is you can create your own energy here.
Yeah.
You can meet so many people from so many different walks of life. The opportunity is here.
Yeah.
And those who go out and are bold about finding it and have the nerve to dream big usually are rewarded.
Yeah.
If they're prepared and ready.
Yes.
You know what I mean? We can't buy that 4 if we know we're 8.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get the 8. Look good in the 8. You know what I mean? But be realistic about what it is you're going to achieve.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and open it to some questions. Do we have any questions? Yeah, we'll start right here.
I was furious.
When he passed.
When he
She
passed?
was asking your
Oh,
kind
when he
of
passed,
thoughts,
everybody
reaction.
crumbled. Everybody crumbled. There was tears. There was rage. There was fear. There was lots of sorrow. Lots of guilt. And it is a daily reprieve. It is something that we will never get over because hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah.
You see, and but yeah, as you can imagine, it was devastating.
We were at the Staples Center, and after we got the news, we were just walking around, acting in a movie is what it felt like to me, because it's not real. And they started taking our stage down within an hour. And I was pissed. I was furious that he died.
Yes.
I get emotional.
Because it was just so much wrapped up in it, not just for us, but for him.
Yeah.
This was really so important to him, not because of the concert, because of the condition of the planet. That's what he was harping on. So, like a prophet, he was talking about all of this stuff that we're dealing with now, the fires in the Amazon, the outbreaks, which we would know to be COVID. He was talking about this back then. He's always been talking about it. He's wearing a face mask in the 80s, you see. So this is it, was really a culmination of his life's work. And it was a bigger thing for him. It was the biggest platform he could find to remind us of our song, Heal the World, We Are the World, all those things. Yeah. That was his point.
And really, it taught me my biggest life lesson was that, the show was done. We were days away from going to London. My mom had her plane ticket to go to opening night. And I was pissed because I was like, I did everything on the list. And now it's not happening? And I was like, oh my God, this is when I realized I'm not in charge. I always thought I was. And I realized I'm not in charge. And this is when I realized it really is all about the journey. Like the journey that we had on This Is It with those dancers who I didn't like at first, but then I loved them. And I still love them today. And all the tears and the hardships and the joy and the fear and it was that job was like this. And it was really about that. So I'm thankful for that, but you got to let go sometimes and just enjoy the journey.
Yeah.
Because we're not in charge of the outcome.
No, we are not. And for somebody like me who literally ordered his steps to get to that position, and that was, I felt, the culmination of my life's work too, it was like, okay, what now? There was no plan B because this was plan B. Because if you remember, there was a time when Michael was not very popular. I was advised to take him off my resume. I was advised to take him off my reels. I was advised to not really do the Michael Jackson thing, as they would say. And I would be like, well, no, because I know who I am, and I know why I'm here, and I know what he means to me, and I know what he's done for me, and I know how much I've learned from him. So that would be a disservice. That would not be honest. That would not be my truth. So I kind of had to go into the world again, but I always held out hope for him to return. Yeah. And when he did, it was like, okay, whoosh, now we can really get to work. Now all this over, okay, y'all will be okay. Yeah. So for me, it was like, okay, we're back. We're so back, And then we weren't, but we've gotten to work with so many young people since then. We've gotten to talk to so many audiences like you since then. We built, relationships with the dancers, with all those creatives and that experience that are going to last forever. It brought us closer, because after a while, there was really like, the cup was empty. We were emotionally, mentally, physically drained. And it's like, okay, now what? Oh, really? We have to actually do a global funeral service? Okay.
next job.
Yeah. So, all right, we just learned, will you be there sign language so we could do it so great and that we're going to be so cool. Oh, well, now we're going to do it at a funeral? Okay. So that was, and I think I stayed numb for about 5 years. I didn't even grieve. I didn't even realize it. I didn't even acknowledge it, right? So it just was a thing, and it was a big, big thing, and it continues to be a big, big thing.
Yeah.
But, you know, now with the movie out and things coming and next generation getting it and seeing it and, you know, celebrating the work and all that, it is a little concession, you know.
But it's a good lesson. I know we're almost out of time, but it's a good lesson.
And Janet's still here, though.
Yes.
Because I got my start with her. And I got to see her last month and thank her in her face again for everything she has done for us. But for her, I don't know if that would have happened with him. But I think working with her first gave him, like Stacey was saying, it's hard to pull in new people. You will always kind of go for the folks that you know how they're going to deliver. So because of her, I think he took a chance on me. So I always thank her and celebrate her for that.
And the final little message and thought on all that was, you know, the dancers on This Is It had gotten rid of their apartments, and they were moving to London, you know, for months and months and months. And
from their home countries.
Yeah, and from different countries and all that. And they never got, they had the engagement, they never had the wedding, right? So you have to be ready to pivot. Even if you get the job, even if you're being paid, it can change at any second. And this is a life lesson, not just a dancer lesson, right?
Like HBO, where we reconnected. That job didn't happen. We'd rehearsed for weeks. And it just went away. It just went away.
And so many things can. So we just got to enjoy the journey, stay present, and be ready to shift however we can. And, you know, yeah, my greatest life lessons kind of came from that. So anyway, I know we're out of time, I think.
No, you're good. Thank you so much, Travis and Stacey. Absolutely. So inspiring. Your guys' career has been so inspiring. And I think what's cool, too, is you guys said you started on convention kind of just taking classes, and that's what these kids are doing. So who knows? Maybe we have the next choreography dynamic duo in our midst.
You do.
Amazing. Well, thank you,
You
both
do.
so much, and
Thank y'all.
just bless you guys.
Thank you so very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a great, great time. Thank you. Of course.
shut it off? No, hey. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me? Because I feel like I can't hear myself, yeah? He's like, yeah, you're loud without it, Nance. How is Travis and Stacy? Right? And I have, but the people that I have in my life, like a Gil and a Travis and a Stacy, that are also really good friends of mine, I just wonder what kind of taste they have, really. Because, you know, it's just, come on, how can I have those incredible people in my life all the time that are willing to share all this information with you guys? So I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it. Took a while for Nurka and I to really put the specific list together, and I'm going to finish it off with a bang. You know who the next two people are coming up, right? Yes. Let me tell you something. Social media, this and everything else, really have gotten to know Jess, her mom, over the past couple of years because they're a huge part of Dancers Against Cancer. Huge. The amount of generosity these two give to people, they are the kind of people that would give you the shirt off their back. It's absolutely incredible. And then getting to know JoJo a little bit more, she's the same way. She would do anything, and just watching her teaching and giving her messages to the kids, and you could hear a pin drop aside from her screaming when she walks in the room. But it's just, again, to have the knowledge of them as, you know, mother and daughter and separate things. And I don't think either one of them ever really stopped working, but they're just two of the kindest people that have ever come into my. Turn that phone off. So I think that you're really going to enjoy it because they're just so incredible. And even for you, you can see something on TV or social media, you're like, what is that? And then you really get to know them. And I'm just excited that they're closing it out for us. You can ask questions and just listen to their stories and how they go about things. So I just told them I was going to come out here and start talking about them behind their back. So eventually, they're here. Okay, please give a nice big round of applause for Jess and JoJo.
Welcome, welcome.
I get my own.
Wherever you want.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You can. No. You want that? What do you want?
Yes. Let's do a mic check. Just double check.
Mic check. Double check.
Check. Beautiful. All right. Hi, friends. I've been looking forward to this all day. Wow. Okay, so you've been in class all day, first and foremost.
I actually was gonna say really quick before we get into it, all of your kids have been awesome.
Yeah.
At least I'm assuming they're your kids. Hopefully.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I really mean this when I say this. Every age group has been wonderful. The littles were adorable. The teens were really focused. The seniors worked really hard. So, yeah, everything today has been wonderful.
Amazing. Okay, so let's take it all back because we've watched you grow up in front of our eyes.
Oh, yeah.
So tell me a little bit about what it's like stepping into a convention as a masterclass teacher.
It's so weird because I feel like I'm still a mini. Like, I don't know. There's no part of me that's like, yeah, example, I was playing golf the other day. And this was, 4 months ago, very recently. And I was playing, and there was this group of, high school boys behind me. They were on a high school golf team. There was only 2 of them, and I was playing by myself. And they were like, hey, do you mind if we, group up with you so we can all move a little quicker? I was like, absolutely. So I'm chatting with them, and I'm thinking that we're the same age. And I was like, oh, so, what do y'all do? And they were like, oh, well, we're in high school. We're on the team. We're on the sophomore. We're sophomore. And I'm like, oh, yeah, cool, nice. Oh, my God, y'all are 15. I literally just assumed that we were the same age. Yeah. And not because I thought they were older, but because I thought I was 15. Yeah. And so teaching the kids like that, I feel the same way. I don't feel like I'm supposed to be the teacher in the room yet. I still feel young. Yeah. It's fun.
Well, you have a lot to teach, You've
got a lot
really,
to give. Yeah.
Yes, you've had the life experience and you've had all of these amazing things in your life. But I think the real thing that we want to talk about today is this relationship between both of you, because every parent in here only dreams of being able to work and partner alongside their child for their career. So, Jess, can you talk a little bit about, first and foremost, clearly she had something special at a young age. How did you know? How did you hone that craft without, keeping her down to earth, without dimming her sparkle? How did you do it?
Please, she's a dance mom. She worked me hard.
Okay, first of all, I never talk and I never do anything like this. So she'll probably do most of the talking. But anyways, no. And so I knew like probably when she was 2 that she had something really, really special. And fortunately, I was able just to run as fast as I could. Like, I didn't know what direction I was running in. I just knew I was doing everything I could. And it's funny because the anniversary of Dance Moms was just last week. And when that show came out the first night, I was like, how is there a show about dance moms and kids and we're not on it? Like, I was literally so angry. Yes. And then what was meant to be obviously was. And we were fortunate enough to be able to split up our family, move, like do all the things and do all the crazy. But yeah, since first solo age 2, I literally knew. Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we were talking earlier, I think what's so inspiring is, you had to make those sacrifices. You had to leave Tom and Jaden and come and pour into her. And I think for any parents who have multiple children or, are trying to run a business or whatever it is, how do they know the balance?
You have to know what you think is right. I left my son when he was in 6th grade, and that was, looking back now, like a very bold move because that could have went south really fast. And he is obviously one of the sweetest, nicest, most supportive brothers that there could be. My husband sold his office. I sold my dance studio. Obviously it happened in stages, and we didn't move my son to California until he was a junior in high school. But it's hard. It's hard to know what's right. But I think every circumstance is different, and you have to know what's right for your family. And you also have to know who your kid is because Hollywood is not for every child. Right. That's huge.
Okay, so obviously we have to talk about DAC just for a moment because really what it comes down to is you are this mega superstar. But when it comes to working with our DAC kids, when it comes to planning events with you, working with you is such a breath of fresh air. And I just think, obviously, media, tabloids, you're gonna see things. But truly what it comes down to is you showing up, not just for our DAC kids, for the kids today, for the kids at Mall of America, for all of these amazing dancers. And
I tell you, I barely showed up at Mall of America.
I was there.
You went?
I was. I took my little daughter
to Mall of America.
Yeah, I just moved back to Minnesota, but we saw it was great.
All right. This is a testament of commitment. I was in the hospital ER about an hour and a half before the stage.
Stop.
And you were asking about my mom before.
Yes.
So I'll go real quick on this, and then we'll get back to this. But it does show the commitment to the kids and to performing. So I have this performance at Mall of America. It's on Black Friday. It's a really big deal.
Crazy.
The morning of, the night before I was having, some lady cramps, feeling a little sore. I'm fine. Next day it's the morning, I had morning press, and I'm like, ooh, Mom, I think when I go back home, I got to get myself looked at. These lady cramps are a little more. So I have 3 hours at this point before my performance. I was like, let me take a hot bath. Calm the muscles, decramp, get in the hot bath, and I call my mom immediately, and I'm like, something's wrong. She comes up to the room. She finds me on the couch naked, just being like, I don't know. She's like, well, I'm calling 911. And so turns out I had an ovarian cyst that had ruptured and was bleeding into my stomach. Y'all are adults in this room. They compare it to a ruptured testicle. Yeah. If y'all can picture what that would feel like. And so we're in the ER. And my mom's like, I'm laying in the hospital bed, and I feel great at this point. They put morphine in me. I'm fine. And my mom's like, so I really hate to be this person. What do you want me to tell the 10,000 kids at the mall? Yeah. She's like, I'll tell the mall staff whatever you want me to. She was like, but what do you want me to say? And I was like, oh, I'm doing it. I was like, even if I need surgery right now, I'm doing the show. She was like, okay. And so she made my...
it's in an hour.
Right. So then she didn't want to be the psycho stage mom. So my dad's name is Tom, and he was there too. And she goes, Tom, go up to the nurse's station and tell them that we got to be out of here in 30 minutes. Because she wouldn't do it. Because she didn't
it looks better if you do it.
Yeah. And I'm convinced the doctor had a kid that was coming to watch the performance because they did. They got some goods in me and they sent me on my way. And they're like, take it easy, you'll be fine. I was like, right, take it easy. So that's the commitment to the craft. But no, when it comes to DAC, it's especially, DAC helped my family. So I've been yelling at kids all day in a good way, positive. Let's go! And so my voice is going. But you know, DAC, Dancers Against Cancer, helped my mom's mom. What would be about little over 10 years ago. And I had known of DAC before, but that was the first time that I ever really experienced the help of DAC. And from that point forward, I have been so overly committed to the charity as I, A, love the people who are behind it, but B, have really seen, it sounds like I'm getting choked up right now, which is really cute. It's cute for the cause. I'm not getting choked up right now. But it's cute to like think about that. But I've seen the kids, I've seen the lives it's changed. And someone asked me when I was young, I mean, obviously when you're speaking out about one charity or something, you shouldn't speak about another. But at this point, I was doing something with Make-A-Wish. And my best friend came with me and she said, do you ever find it really hard to not be sad around these kids? And because we got in the car and I was like, right? And my best friend was like, how do you do that? And I was like, because the only thing I want is for kids to smile. These kids go through so much. They have so many sad days that while we're getting ice cream together, we don't want to talk about their cancer. We don't want to talk about their sick, their hard, their hospital, unless they bring it up. Right. But it's so important to me for sick kids and non-sick kids, right? Smile. That's all I care about. So anytime I get the chance to make a kid smile, that's where I feel the most achieved, whether that be in a fun little dance class today for an hour or a performance or an ice cream, anywhere.
Yeah. No, it just speaks volumes to you and your character, and we're so honored at DAC that you guys are not just generous with your donations, but with your time. And I think that's truly like what it comes down to at the end of the day is people can throw money at whatever, but where are they investing their time and energy? And working with the two of you over the last few seasons has been so eye-opening to the gracious humans that you are. And I mean, if you guys, we'll talk about Layla really quick. Because
genuinely one of my favorite kids.
Genuinely. So Jess and I are actually headed to Hawaii next week together. And we're going with Dance the Magic, who's an amazing DAC sponsor. But they opted for one of our DAC kids to come with us. And we chose Layla because if you have seen the videos of JoJo meeting Layla 4 years ago at this point.
Yeah, 4 years ago, yeah.
Just enamored with JoJo. And when I tell you, if you asked Layla in the middle of Ohio who her best friend is, JoJo Siwa. JoJo Siwa is my best friend. Yep, and it's just so beautiful that she has now rang her cancer bell. She's through that part of her journey. And when she thinks, and when she thinks about her cancer journey, she doesn't talk about the hospital. She talks about being in Hollywood with JoJo and DAC. And when we say, what are we doing it for? That's what we're doing it for. She doesn't think about the spinal taps. She doesn't think about the relapses. She doesn't think about that stuff. Her journey with cancer is a positive one. And obviously not every kid has that opportunity, but you're helping make that possible. So this October, we have our Industry Dance Awards and Gala of the Stars, and we're going to be doing the DAC Icons performance again.
They're coming back.
Yes. So tell us a little bit about what it's like being a choreographer for 100 kids the last 2 seasons.
So every single day that Icons rehearsal ends, every single kid and parent comes up to me and says, this has been the best day ever. We've had so much fun in rehearsal today, and thank you so much. And by the 99th kid and parent telling me that, I'm like, you do know this has been a really difficult day for me, right? Yeah. And it's fascinating because here's what I love. Okay, this is what I love. Year number 1, we had a certain amount of kids. Year number 2, we had all of those same kids plus some more. And now year number 3, I've heard of so many who are coming back and their friends. And now it's like another year of add-on. And so that tells me we're doing something right. And it's a challenge. 100 kids, all different levels, creating an opening number for a massive gala. It's a lot of pressure. And I mean, listen, I'll say for me as a choreographer and a creative director as well, wearing that hat, this DAC Icons number is performed in front of Mandy Moore. Last year it was Janet Jackson. If you guys don't know Mandy Moore, she's actually in one of these stages right now, funny enough, rehearsing something else. But she did Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. She's done everything. La La Land, she's in charge of basically anything you've ever watched. Last year it was in front of Chris Scott and literally everybody. So there's a lot of pressure on this number. But my favorite thing about it is how much fun all of the kids have during it. That to me is just like a dream achieved. Even by the 98th kid, I'm still happy to hear it. I just don't look it.
Amazing. And Jess is obviously momager extraordinaire when it comes to getting those moms rhinestoning and all of the things. But a huge topic today has been kind of, when do you know you're being the pushy parent and when do you know you're being the supportive parent? So obviously, as a dance mom, how did you know which battles to pick and choose to fight for your kid and which ones she had to battle alone?
Every battle I would fight for my kid. Every single one. Because no kid can do this alone. Absolutely not. We had code words. Our famous code word was Beyonce. If she said Beyonce to me, that meant go all the way. This was our hill we're gonna die on.
I've called it probably like 3 times though.
We've called it. Yeah. No, I think there's nothing better that you can do than to advocate for your kid. And I have said this for a very long time. Behind every successful kid, either out here or at home, is a parent that pushed and pushed and pushed and put their things aside for their kid. Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, pushing and having a child star, I have a 6-year-old, and we were out in LA for a long time, and all the time people would stop me. Your daughter, you have to get her into this. You have to put her in commercials. Does she have an agent? And to be honest, I never pulled the trigger. I grew up in the industry. I worked in the industry, and I was very scared to put my daughter in those spaces, not only because of how it might affect her, but also possibly losing out on her childhood. I felt like I missed a lot of my childhood because of so much work and rehearsals and dance. But I've had the pleasure of speaking with JoJo, seeing you in so many different spaces, and it's such a breath of fresh air to see someone who has come out on the other side doing well and being positive and being a great role model. I mean, we see a lot of child stars who unfortunately have really downhill turns at a certain point. So how were you able to navigate through this space, and how do you feel about your childhood? Do you feel like you missed anything?
No, honestly, the only time in my life that and this is silly, but when I was in my very first relationship and I would watch her go to high school football games. That was the first thing, and I would watch her walk into high school and greet her friends. We'd be on FaceTime. And that was the first thing that I was like, I never got to go to a high school football game, but I did get to go to the Super Bowl. Yeah. And so it was, pretty good choice.
I think you're fine.
Yeah, we're fine. Here's my thing. My thing is, say you grow up loving soccer, right? You're going to play soccer. You're going to go to soccer practice. You're going to love soccer. You might continue in college. You might not. You might go professional, and you might not. But one thing's for sure, when you turn 18, you're not going to go, wow, I missed out on my childhood because of soccer. No, your childhood was soccer. That's what you liked. Now, if you dance your whole childhood and you hate it, and you're like, God, I wish I could just play soccer, you're going to turn 18 and you're going to go, wow, I wasted my childhood dancing, right? And so that's similar to the industry. I'm an industry love success case, right? There's a lot of child stars that grow up and decide, hey, I don't actually enjoy this, I'm going to stop doing it. Or, hey, I really hated this, I'm going to smash it and forget about it and crap on it basically every day. And then there's child stars that are like, hey, I loved this. This is right for me. I'm going to keep on doing it, right? And so, I'm one of those cases that's like, hey, I really was made for this and love this. Were there things that I missed out on? Of course, right? But, I don't if I could go back in time, change anything, I wouldn't change anything, any major thing.
I did send her to regular school for a semester in 3rd grade because I never wanted her to be able to say, I didn't get to go to school. It was all I could get her to do to go for those, 4 months? Like, she begged me every day, please don't make me go. But that is also where she learned about what bullying is and how girls are mean.
Yeah. I mean, you've obviously accomplished so much at such a young age. But at the same time, I think what's so humbling about you is like, even for these, like, you were like kind of a little nervous for this. Nancy said that you were like, okay, I just want to make sure my ducks are in a row, right? And I think that's important for these dancers and for these families to see that no matter what level of success you reach, if you care about a project, you're going to get those good nerves, the anxiousness, the excitement.
Yeah. I think my thing is I just care, right? Trust me when I say I'm not scared to teach a room of kids. Right. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, I'm like nervous, I'm scared, I'm gonna mess it up. It's like, hey, I really care about this and I wanna do good, right? And so it's like that sort of feeling where, and I had to talk with the seniors about really never losing that effort, that care, that love, that drive, because it is so important. And the second that you think it's not important is when you get a smack in the face realizing it is.
Talk a little bit about kind of the difference between TV filming and tour, because I think that's a big question that we get a lot from parents is what is a episode kind of series regular situation versus a tour, because it's huge.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's completely different worlds, right? So there's different lanes, and now in the world there's so many more lanes of being quote unquote famous, right? Back in the day it was either you're an actor, you're a musician, or you're a model, right? TV shows I think are awesome. One of my favorite lanes of my career is reality TV. I love it. You show up, you be yourself, and you head out. It's awesome. Hard part is being entertaining, being brave enough to speak your mind, feeling like you can speak up in a group setting, not sounding like an idiot and just like saying things to say it, but saying things that make sense, being engaged, being on all the time. So that's the tough part of reality TV. But I love it. I've done over 20 reality shows in my life. I've loved all of them. So that's kind of that world. But then when it comes to like scripted series and kids television, that's pretty, I mean, everything's a little bit different, but you know, you typically film 1 episode a week. You learn your script, you do a table read run through. You might have a really big role where you have so many lines in the film or the TV show. You might have a really small role where you say one thing. And also sometimes you don't know. One time I signed up to do Angry Birds, the animated movie, and it was Angry Birds 2, and the deal was pitched to me like, hey, we're putting like celebrities in this movie. Want to come in and do like a line or two? Yeah, sure. No, they meant a character or two. So I have 2 characters in Angry Birds the movie 2. I'm Jay and Kira, a security guard and a cute little blue floof. I have the first line in the movie, which is wild. And I got there and I had a 50-page script for this voiceover. I thought I was giving the kids 1 line. No. We were given a full script. And so sometimes you don't always know what you're getting yourself into. Tour, on the other hand, and music, completely different world. I do think it's a harder world. You have to be more invested in it. You have to try and work a lot harder at it and be, more aggressive with it. And it's a tough industry to break into, the music industry. And finding that thing that's different about you and unique and special and what stands out, what's your sound, what's your tone. And, you think of some of the greatest artists in the world. You just had Travis Payne up here. You think of Michael Jackson. He's awesome. If anybody else tried to do it, it wouldn't work, right? And so that's the thing. What's unique about you? What's different about you? And that's kind of how you can tell the artists that make it big versus the artists that are just there, right? The ones that make it big are the ones that are super unique. Tour is not for the weak, though. She's been on tour with me.
Tour is insane. Like, you start at 8 in the morning and you finish at midnight. You sleep on your bus, you have no idea where you're going. You wake up, you're in another venue, and you do the same thing again. And my husband we were on a bus together. My husband was not with us. And he's always like, oh, I saw this in this state, and I saw this in this state. I'm like, I literally saw nothing in any states besides the inside of a venue. Like that's it. Same show, same meal, same call time, same music. Everything is just on repeat over and over.
This goes back to your supportive mom question. On tour, I got what's called tour rut. And basically, because you're doing that, you're working so much. You have 1 day off every 4 days, 5 days, and it's a venue, a show, a venue, a show, a venue, a show. And on the days off, you're tired. You want to sleep. And my mom, one thing I always appreciated is my mom was always my mom. She was always the adult in the room. She never let it up to me to be the smarter one, the more mature one, the adult in the situation. She was always the adult in the situation. And so anyways, I was exhausted on tour one day, but I was being a B word. And I was 16, and I was over it. Everything was pissing me off. Everything. Genuinely, nothing made me happy. And it's a day off. What do you want to do? Nothing. Just leave me alone. And I wasn't being a brat to my mom. I was being a brat to the world because I was on stage every night doing this thing every day, working hard, being so nice to everyone that when it came time for me to be alone, I was done. Yeah. And it's our day off, and Mom said, what are you doing today? What are we doing today? And I said, nothing. I'm tired. Like, leave me alone. She said, get up and put your shoes on. We're going to the mall. I'm not going to a mall. She said, you and your bad attitude are going to a mall. And you remember this?
I do, yep.
She took me to the mall.
I said, you need to feel normal.
She said, you got to get out and you need to feel normal. And I did, and I hated it. I hated every second of it. And then, do you guys know Ezra Sosa, dancer on Dancing with the Stars? So Ezra is one of my best friends in the whole wide world. He was just on the Dancing with the Stars tour. So that was when I was 16. That was, oh my God, way too long ago. Oh my God, that's terrifying.
That was a really long time ago, yeah.
That was a long time ago. That was 7 years ago. Hate that. This last year, like 6 months ago, Ezra was on the Dancing with the Stars tour. And we were in the same city. And he called me and I said, what are we doing today? I said, I'm in Orlando and you're here. What are we doing? He said, nothing. I'm exhausted. And I said, get your ass up. We're going to the mall. And he said, we're not going to a mall. And I said, we're going to a mall. I'll be there in 20. And I picked him up and we went to the mall. And the second we walked through those doors, it just fixes you up. And so she knew what was best for me at the time, and I didn't trust her. But then it must have worked because I passed it on to my friend. Yeah. And it was lovely. It was fun. And so I think just always knowing your kid, knowing what's right. She also always said good job when the good job was deserved. And she said bad job when the bad job. My first performance at Mall of America, I was 13. I got off stage and everyone's gassing me up, okay? Get off stage and this is me, right? I come off the stage and I come to you and you're like, oh my God, that was amazing, so good, right? I come to you and you're like, wow, that was awesome. Kid in the Candy Store sounded great. I get to my mom and I'm like,
that was okay.
And she's like, what? And I'm like, and she's like, what? And I'm like, it was good, right? She goes, it could have been way better. I was pissed, okay? And
Go watch the videos.
and then literally 6 months go by and I'm still mad about it. And I was showing my dancers, I was like, this is the last performance I just did, let's watch it so like we can kind of see where we're going and so you guys can see like how full out I want you to go. And I watched the performance back and I was like, we're just gonna pause it. We're gonna go a lot more full out than that. And I was like, I see what you were saying. And so she really genuinely, still to this day, will tell me good job if it's deserved. But if it's deserved, she will make me feel it. And I think that's a really, really important lesson for moms and dads, for kids.
Jess, she's so amazing. As a mom, when you sit back and you see everything she's done, like, what is your proudest moment? Because I guarantee it's probably not what anyone would think. It's probably, I don't know. I'm just curious. You guys have done so much together.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know.
I know.
You know what it is?
just.
I got it. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But you can't say that.
Big Brother. Yeah. Big Brother was great.
You mentioned that you saw a spark in JoJo when she was just 2 years old. What were the first steps that you took in putting her into something or fostering that? And was it something that she genuinely wanted to do right away and was like, I want to keep doing this, mommy? Or were you just
I never called her mommy. She'd kill me. She'd be like, call me mom.
So you guys may have heard this, but like people probably don't listen to the radio anymore, but back then we did. And it was like, call 1-800, my kid's a star. Like, on an audition for Disney, Nickelodeon, like that commercial, right? Oh, I called that number and we went, okay? So we signed up and we paid the fee and we did the whole Orlando thing. And ironically, like, it was amazing for us. It was not a scam. It was not anything. Like, I'm still in contact with a lot of those people and it was life-changing for us. And she was the youngest person in Orlando, and like everyone loved her.
She lied about my age.
How old was she when you?
I was
when you
3,
did
and
this?
you had to be 4 to do it.
She was 4. Everyone does it. It's fine.
No, she lied saying I was older, not younger. So
yeah. It's fine. It's no big deal. So, like, it's innocent. So yeah, I mean, we did that, and then we came out here and we did the thing, and we got the agent, and then we went home, and then we would come back for months, and then go home for months, and then when AUDC came out, I saw the audition. Obviously, we watched Dance Moms, and I saw the audition, and I sent it in for season 1, and we didn't hear anything, and then I sent it in for season 2. And they called like right away. Like I literally sent it in, went to lunch, came home and had a message on my answering machine. And we did AUDC, which was an experience, wonderful, but it was an experience. You know, I didn't know what we were really signing up for. And the whole time I kept thinking, I did this for her and I never even really asked her if she wanted to do it or not, you know, but like she loved it. She thrived there and she enjoyed being on set and she wanted to learn about the BT, like the behind the scenes stuff and how everything worked. And she loved the interviews and the producers loved her. And it was just like, it all just kind of rolled into everything.
One thing that I've noticed just from watching you and seeing your role in JoJo's life is that you are very good at marketing. What can these parents do to promote their kids, especially on like social platforms? How important is that? What should they be doing?
I'm ready.
You can't see it, but she's like,
I know she is. I know she is.
I can't wait to answer.
Because it is house divided. There's a lot of people that will say,
Right.
you don't need social media.
So give us
you
the
do.
tea.
You need social media. 1,000% you need an Instagram. That's the only thing you need. You need to run it for your child. And you need to pretend that every single day, whoever you want your child to work for or whoever your child wants to work for is looking at that. What do you want them to see? All right? For me, I used Disney and Nickelodeon. And you all know where we ended up. All right? Don't put anything you don't want them to see. There were days where I would call her and I would be like, take that down right now. Like, you're sticking your tongue out. Like, little things make a difference. I will.
It would also be days where at 11 p.m. she would go, you only posted 2 things a day. What are you doing? Do you even want to be doing this? And I'd be like, I'm sorry. The thing was 3 times a day.
Well, you need to have
when you needed to. Yep.
You need to have a following. It's very important out here. We cast a lot of dancers. I just casted 100 dancers for a music video. I love Nancy. She sent me maybe 30 kids. Yes, I think she sent me 30. Before I booked them, I checked out every single one of their Instagrams. I also called MSA. I don't know if anyone's talked to you guys about MSA. I got dancers from there. The first place I went was their Instagram. I don't want crazy people. I don't want people that post pictures of them doing things. I want people that want to do this. It's also for you to show how good you are. And I was like, oh, she could be in the ballet section. She could be in the leg section. They should be in the hip hop section. I knew who I was getting.
Almost about a resume.
It is. It's wonderful. So it is very important. So it is house divided though, and some people don't think it's important, which is totally fine because it may not be for what they're doing.
I mean, the first year we did DAC icons, I was screenshotting a bunch of profiles, just sending them to Jess, like, hey, this kid's got this amount of followers, or I saw this kid at a competition in Kentucky and they're phenomenal and willing to fly out. And that's really how it happens. And then once you make that first impression, it's keeping that first impression, because we see some crazy moms, but we also see some phenomenal moms who are willing to help Rhinestone and willing to help just make the experience better. And those are the people you want to work with again, over and over and over.
Yes.
And what kind of content should our parents be focusing on creating for their kids? Their competition dance videos? Should they be making their own videos in the studio? Should they be doing branding with products that they like to use?
They should be doing very short videos. Nobody's going to watch a video that's longer than 10 seconds.
Wow.
If I push play, like a lot of kids from MSA sent me their reel. So let's just say I push play. The first 10 seconds are, I'm just moving on to the next person. Like everyone's attention span is so short.
The stats, I think, is like 0.8 seconds.
0.8 seconds. Yeah. Like quick, good stuff. We call it glossy out here.
Sorry, to clarify, the attention span while you're scrolling average, the stat on it, analytic nerd over here, is you have 0.8 seconds to, people have 0.8 seconds of watching before they decide if they're going to keep watching or keep scrolling. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If you don't work for a brand, you definitely should not promote that you work for a brand. But if you love makeup, you can do makeup tutorials. You can do makeup photos. If you love dancewear, you can wear your dancewear and you can talk about it. But just be real with it, you know.
We're going to go ahead and open questions. We've got a ready one back there.
So you just said parents run the social media. What about preparing them to speak for themselves so that you're not speaking on their behalf when you get in front of a agent or a whomever?
Yes, I think speaking for yourself is a little different for me than running your social media. I think we used to play this game when we would go out to dinner, because I am not a huge phone person at the dinner table. It actually drives me crazy. So we would play interview at dinner, and I would say, okay, you're gonna interview to work for me at this restaurant. Like, what would you tell me? And we would just open up the communication. Same thing at home. When we did Dance Moms and we moved out here for Nickelodeon, we didn't even have a TV in our house. I would play games with JoJo, and we would just work on speaking and answering questions and just being in the moment and being able to engage and be in a conversation and be present. If we went to dinner with somebody, obviously no phones, no nothing. I think it's important for kids to learn how to speak. I think it's important for you to run your kids' social media, because you know what's best there. You know what photos they look good in. You know how to reply to a comment. You know who you should block. You know, like that. Those are like adult decisions.
And I will be very, very straight up and I'll show you this. Maybe I should or maybe I shouldn't. But like, we did this post together. I put up that. I put up that. Mom put up that. I put up that. I put up that. So in there we had one together, one that she did. I'm a grand old 23 years old, and she still helps me out with it, still monitors comments, because at the end of the day, I could do it myself, right? Absolutely I could, but there's just no need. She checks the messages just to make sure that there's no creepos in there, right? She still does.
Still do. I'm like, I'm just not trying to see what you're doing. I just want to make sure nobody's in here that shouldn't be in here. So it's really important.
And I'll get about once a week a call that's like, I was on your thing and I accidentally opened a message and now it's going to say red if you want to just go reply to it quick.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Sure.
Wow.
Extremely frustrating that you can we were up to 500,000 followers and now
Everybody gets hacked. Everybody gets taken down. Yes. Yes. Do not show your child's stomach online. Do not show your child doing a leg hold. Do not put your child in anything that could be perceived as that. As gross as it is, people are looking for it. They're protecting your kids.
Even as gross as it is, me now at a grand age of 23, Me cute, hanging out with my dog, will get 30,000 likes. Me in a bikini will get 1 million. It is fascinating.
Also, put in your bio, run by parent. Trust me when I say we've put people in jail. Do not show your kid's stomach online. Do not show them lifting a leg.
Don't wear your crop tops and booty
Don't
shorts.
do it.
Cute outfits. Kids look like kids.
Not to grown men.
I'm gonna actually fight that. I will stand on that because it's not hard to put a t-shirt on your kid. And you shouldn't be filming your kid in dance class anyways. That's where your kid is there to learn and to train. Come home and film your video. You shouldn't be filming a video when you're gross and sweaty anyways, right? Look good, look put together. I'm in dance clothes right now. I'm in a crop top and booty shorts, right? It's a little different. I'm 23. I'm older. But your kids are kids. When I signed to Nickelodeon, they said, take every single thing down that her stomach is in. And I said, well, there's a whole TV show called Dance Moms. I can't really do anything about that. And they said, that's fine. Take every single thing down. They said, Walmart is looking. Take it down. And then, obviously, we have had people put in jail across multiple countries. It's sad and disgusting to think about, but it is protect yourself, protect your child. It's not hard to put a cover up on. You go to the beach, great, wear a tank top and shorts, then take it off and go in the water, enjoy your little cutie bikini, have fun, do what you do. And it's not to say to be, because also I will answer this now in the same question, because it's cute. It is super cute. Love the family memories. Little Tiger Friday outfits are so cute. I'm here for it too. Bring a cute t-shirt. It's not impossible, I promise. It's in the long run so worth it, and it's also not going to get flagged. That's how it won't get flagged and won't get taken down.
Other question?
I think you just did, girl. Go take it to Meta.
Shark Tank.
Have fun with it.
Yeah.
I've it's like this
heard
whole
of some.
enclosed app. You guys would probably be the best to create something like that.
The only thing that's different, and this is where dance is hard. Dance is an art, right? And so there's no, like with baseball, for example, it's a phenomenal example because there are stats. There are, how many runs you've hit. There are what position you play. There are cold, hard facts that you could hand somebody a piece of paper and say, this is how my son plays baseball. Do you want him on your team? Whereas with dance, if you handed somebody a piece of paper that said, my daughter can do 5 pirouettes, right and left side aerial, and her 1.5-minute solo took first place at every car. Okay, but what does she look like? Right? And so dance is what style does she do well? Well, how tall is she? There's so many more things that are subjective. And, obviously, yes, you could create an app like that in theory. However, nothing, and it drives me nuts, nothing will be as big as Instagram, ever.
Yeah.
It never, people won't, it's too hard for people to get a new thing. And so we're actually lucky that we get Instagram and Meta and TikTok. It is such a nice segue into the bigger industry now. It used to be hard to get into the industry. Now it's like, be consistent, be yourself, be safe, and push, get that viral behind you, and boom, it's fascinating now.
Another question?
It's a very good question. We love my dad. My dad is so supportive. So my dad is a chiropractor. He owned his own practice for as long as I can remember. And when we did Dance Moms, my parents are still together, but they physically separated, stayed married, physically separated. And my dad stayed in Omaha with my brother, and my mom came to California with me. And, we were making money at that point out here, but still not safe enough to support the family. And then when I was 16, my parents had a talk with me, very light talk, like, hey, we're going to move the family out. Dad's going to sell his practice. If you decide you want to stop working, you can, but you cannot next week, right? You got to give us a little bit of a heads up. And I was like, yeah, I'm not stopping anytime soon, fine. And so then my dad sold his practice and came to California. And my dad and brother both just supportive, unbelievable supportive. My mom had the drive and my dad had the fun, right? I have two completely different parents. I mean, their love is so strong because y'all are so different. And I say I'm a mix of the both of them. I literally have both sides of them. And my dad's role is still the same to the day. He's the fun, the lighthearted, the energy, the woo-woo, the party. And yeah, Jojo, I know you have like a really early morning tomorrow, but what time are we golfing today? Like that's like his personality. But then still he'll say to her like, what can I do to help today? What can I do to help today? And that's something that like, I'll be honest, I think for my dad, for a second, it's a little weird to rely on your 16-year-old daughter now to be the like breadwinner of the family, right? That's got to be weird for any parent, but I think for like a dude, that's a lot more difficult. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I feel like once he found his role and his place as just being helpful and supportive, not you have to go work and do this every single day, but you just have to be consistently supportive and helpful. He's managed, he does great. Any t-shirt that I sell, he's the one that actually physically presses it on. Like he's great.
He's like your number one, like your go-to number one cheerleader, supporter. Everything's not stressful. Everything's a party. Somehow everything just magically gets done. And yeah, that's his role.
Over here.
She has no idea about her finances. She had no idea. We didn't tell her nothing. And then she turned 18, and truthfully, I got a little nervous because she had talked about buying a jet and putting a indoor skydiving tunnel in her home, and I thought, yeah, we're hiding this money from you. That's all you got to do is say it once. And so we socked a little of it over here to the left in case she did something, because it is her money at the end of the day. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't care. Fortunately for her, she did very well at a young age, and she can be super conservative. And she is super conservative with her investments and what she's doing. And I always tell her that. I'm like, we're old, we're conservative. It's your money. If you want to do something different, let me know. But she's lucky.
Yeah, I think just being responsible with money. Obviously, I always am like, I worked hard, and I did work my childhood, and I now allow myself to have fun with that.
We also like to play, do you know how much it costs? Because we'll be like, how much is a box of cereal, JoJo? Not a clue.
Yeah. $14.95, like I would have. Genuinely would not know.
How much is a hotel room a night, JoJo?
Okay. This depends. Yes. You can for like $129 a night, or you can for like $8.99 a night, depending. If you want a nice room, she can do good there. This is something interesting. So I actually, in the last year, I found it really hard to work because I do now understand my financial situation, and I found it very hard to feel motivated to work. What's the point? And that sounds like a little greedy and silly, but it's not meant to sound greedy, but it more just was like, well, if I don't have to, like, yeah, I'm gonna do what I'm passionate about, but I'm not gonna like really bust it and try to make money. I'm gonna do it for the passion, right? But then I realized like that's not really a way to live because I can't rely on this, right? I don't want to rely on this. And so I took all my money away from myself and I took it off. So like I had access to it on my phones. I could see it, follow it when it comes in, and what we call the big account, right? And I told my mom, I said, I can't see this anymore and I need my own credit card. I had a credit card, but my mom and dad paid the bill and they paid it out of the big account, but I just had it and I swiped it and I put the number in and I didn't think twice about it. I didn't understand the limit. I didn't know there was a limit, didn't care there was a limit. I just did what I wanted to do because I could, right? And nothing ever silly and stupid, but once I turned 22 and I was like, this isn't a way that I can live for the rest of my life. One day I'm gonna have kids, wanna pass down stuff to them. I was like, this isn't a way for me to exist. And so I took all my money away from myself and I put myself on 5%. So I literally give myself 5% of any penny I make. And that's now what I chose to live off of. And so I now have to work hard for the money. And I'm not gonna lie, I do get stressed now about it. And I'm like, I gotta pay the bills this month. And like, I got my own cards now that they don't even see. Like, I gotta do it all myself, which is good. That's how it should be. But so yeah, it's just, communication, open communication about everything. That's so important.
I think also, too, it's interesting because how much of your wardrobe would you say, minus what Jess has rhinestoned and made and all the things, how much do you actually buy and how much is given to you? Because I think that's something that people don't think about, or maybe they see all these influencers on TikTok. I got sent this. I got sent this. Like, how much are you actually spending going out and doing your own shopping, if you will, and how much is actually just brand deals and given to you?
Okay, believe it or not, I actually don't get much free stuff anymore. And that's by choice because when I was younger, I got free stuff left and right. And I loved it. I thought it was cool. So this was my biggest mistake. I went into this jewelry store on a cruise ship and I was really excited, just wanted to look. And the girl said to me, she said, oh, we're massive fans. We love you. And I said, oh, that's very sweet of you. And she, thank you so much. And she said, are you looking for anything special? I said, I'm not. I was like, but like, I think I got to get something now that I'm in here, right? And I was like, is your stuff like pricey jewelry or is it like kind of cheaper jewelry? And she was like, well, it depends. I was like, okay. So I'm looking around and I find this necklace. It's beautiful. It's gold and it's like rainbow crystal around. Me thinking we're going to like, I'm not thinking we're in this fancy jewelry store. Like, I buy cheap jewelry. Like you'll see me in an iced out chain that's from Amazon, right? Like I'm not ashamed of things that I wear. Like I don't care if I like it and it's from Big Five, like great. It doesn't faze me. Anyways, she said, if you like this necklace, she said, if you just put it on and we can take a photo of you, you can have it. And I said, oh, no. I said, I would never want to just take it from you guys. I said, I'll take the photo. I don't mind. I said, but I don't want to just take it. That feels a little weird. Like I start feeling guilty now as an adult. And she was like, okay, but really, you can just have it if you want, if we just take the photo. And I was like, no, truly, like, I could never do that. So put it on. I take the photo. She said, are you sure you don't want it? I said, no. I said, I'll pay for it, of course. And I go, I put it back on the display, and I go, so how much is it? $13,000. So what was that about just taking it? So I said, let me go quadruple my money in the casino and I'll be back. So yeah, I didn't buy the necklace because I am sensible, but definitely. When I was younger, I got free stuff left and right and loved it, flaunted it, didn't care. But as an adult now, I actually I kind of push away the free stuff if I can.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think too, what people don't realize is, I don't know about you back then, but now a lot of these influencers, they have to pay taxes on all of these gifts. Oh, wow. So they're like, Ulta Beauty, and they're trying to get all this stuff, and then they get sent all this stuff, and then there is taxes that you have to pay on it. It's not free. And so I think sometimes people kind of get themselves into a mess in that way too, of like, oh, I'll take a picture and post, and it kind of backfires sometimes too. So
California
being smart about
taxes
that
are scary.
They're
Yep.
crazy.
Yep.
So, what is next for JoJo Siwa? What are some things that maybe you're working on, or some things that you hope to tap into that are outside of the things that you've already accomplished?
Well, next is a performance at City Walk tomorrow. Honestly, not so sure what I'm gonna do about this voice.
Raspy.
I'm gonna come back like a boomerang. I'm gonna be giving the kids some deep voice tomorrow. No, I'll be fine. This thing recovers overnight. I only have one vocal cord. The other one doesn't work. It gave up on me, so the one just gets tired fast. Aside from that, lots of fun things. I'm on a new TV show called Nation's Dumbest that airs on Fox. The title does not mean I'm stupid. It's a funny show. I filmed another show that's going to be airing over in the UK in a few months, which is really exciting. Oh, what else? What else? Lots of good stuff. We're really focused on the bows right now, which has been lovely. The Joelle bows and the JoJo bows. So much coming. Animated series coming. Diving back into the dance world, which is really, really, really fun. I have a very, very private, very exclusive little studio. Then I also have my weekly Studio Siwa Live, which is open to the public, which is really fun. Obviously, I got DAC Icons coming up.
Golf tournament? You're a big golfer now?
Baby.
Big golfer now.
Oh, when I tell you that rock is ready to be hit. And I got a good team lined up. I got a good team lined up. Me and my dad and his friends. It's a good team.
Amazing. Well, thank you for just being you guys. We love you so much, and it's always a treat to have you. Obviously, all of these parents are so excited to have their kids have an opportunity to dance with you, to have more opportunities within this industry. So just thank you for the both of you for being amazing humans and pouring back into the dance community here at Hollywood Dance Experience.
This has been lovely.
Isn't it
really
great?
fun. Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Jesselyn and JoJo Siwa.
And good job to you guys for bringing your kids out here for this.
Yes,
That's
yes.
a huge, huge step.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. All right, we are wrapped for the day. If you guys have any questions, we have Studio 10 available. All of the rehearsals and auditions for this evening are closed, but you guys can hang out in here so that you don't have to be in the hot sun out there. But thank you for a beautiful day. We'll see you all in the morning.
We also do have pizza available for the dancers only, and there are some sandwiches left over if any of the parents want to take them to go. All of the rehearsals will end at 9, and we do not have staff available at the end at 9 to walk your children home. I think there was a little bit of questioning about that, so make sure you are back here at 9 to escort your children back to your hotel. Thank you so much.